Give it about 30 minutes. We'll all be tired and exhausted and ready to go home.
Welcome to the 2022 Super Bowl 56 virtual media day stream, everybody. Last year we had the idea, we said no one is allowed to go to Radio Row because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this idea and we said, what if we just did a fake one? And it went great. We had 8 hours of fun. This year is going to be a little different. Urinating Tree and I will be doing individual interviews with a bunch of content creators across the land. And then from 3 to 5 p.m., we will do a chaos hour. It's kind of like last year's stream where we had a bunch of crazy guests.
The shenanigans
ensued. Tree got canceled. We all got tired. And also another layer to this, something that's dear to our hearts is we're doing it for charity this year. We're not making a dime off of this. We're doing it to raise money for St. Jude's. And
we got a 50 boner already.
We got a 50 bomb already.
Yep, got a 15, a 10, a couple 5. So we're at about a hundo right now. So
yeah. Who donated that 50 bomb? So
A Pizzle 90.
A Pizzle 90.
That's the only problem with like charity streams. You can't see who donated it in the viewer activity.
Yeah, I wish there was something else that we could do there. But I see Kirsten is here, first shift mod as well. Thank you for joining us. So that we don't mess up the interview schedule, by the way, we've got our first guest here. We're going to start a football stream off with two guys that know about NASCAR, but are also rabid football fans because football touches everything in the world. We're going to have Darian from Black Flags Matter and Jaret Lundberg from the Ice Titan himself. Now, this will be the longest interview block of the day. We'll run you guys from 10 to 10:30. How's it going, guys?
Oh, it's good, man. We're entering the Super Bowl, man. Again.
Well, I guess it could be better.
Yeah, I can see just the misery in your face. You were brave to put on that logo right now, especially with how your season went, dude.
Yeah, when Five said that football touches us all, it touches us in way worse ways as a Vikings fan.
Yeah, it doesn't touch you. It punches you in the face, laughs when you're down, and then kicks you like one more time.
It's like that scene in Temple of Doom where the guy reaches into the person's chest and takes his heart and burns it in front of them. Yeah. That's being a Vikings fan.
I think that happened at least 5 or 6 times to you this year.
You betrayed Sheba, and that's what happened.
I was in Cincinnati week 1, so
and tell them about the Cincinnati Bengals fans. Some of the nicest fans, right?
They're seriously the nicest fans in sports. Like it's almost like a running joke that anywhere Viking fans go, like the other team's fans beat the shit out of them, and so I'm going in there. Like, all right, I don't have any, and I'd just been in Richmond, so I drove 12 hours to get there. And so I didn't have any of my Viking stuff. I'm like, okay, I think I'm safe. I don't have any of my Viking stuff on, should be fine. Enemy territory. We'll want to go in there and it's half full of Vikings fans. But then, yeah, they're seriously the most chill fans. They're like offering me beer. They're like, talking to me about what's the worst one that you've had? Like, what's the worst game you guys have had? I don't know. What's the worst one you guys have had? And they talked about the one in Pittsburgh. And
but that broke Cincy. I still have no idea how the hell the Steelers won that game.
Yeah, it's just an amazing test. You know what? Like, I go to other stadiums. Like, you go to FedEx Field. And I'm not trying to knock the Washington fans, but they're not as friendly as just Washington as a town is just not as friendly as, say, a Cleveland or a Cincinnati, where like I hear of people going to these games and they walk up to the tailgates or they're just minding their own business and people are offering them bratwurst and they're offering them like to participate in their tailgate. You just don't. I've never been to many places where it's like that. And I hear Cincinnati's like that.
I also, to their credit here, that Green Bay is like that. I'll give them credit too. It seemed like that in Minnesota when I went in 2009, but I mean, we were good that year.
Yeah. Thanks, Irvin, for the 50 bomb. We've already raised $220. We're only 5 minutes into this, and we've raised $220 for
nice.
St. Jude's.
Nice.
Now, Darian, you are the resident Rams fan. I think you will be the only official Rams fan here.
There's not too many left. Not too many left.
Yeah.
I mean, you were following them in St. Louis, too, so it's not like you jumped on the bandwagon.
Right.
Yeah.
So explain your fandom of the Rams, being someone who has never, hasn't lived in Los Angeles, but has been a lifelong Rams fan.
See, growing up in Las Vegas, I mean, they have like all these professional sports now, but growing up in Vegas in the early 2000s, like the minor league teams, those were our teams, So it was like the hockey team was the Wranglers, the baseball team was the Area 51s, and then football, it was whatever startup league showed up in town, like came and went, So like the biggest, the closest thing to professional sports we had was the XFL, but this was like, the XFL in 2001. So that was like, a big giant disaster. So, so basically like I played Little League football, and the first ever team I played on happened to be the Rams. And I liked the way they looked too. I loved like the golden horns on the side and stuff. I was like, whoa, like this team must be really good. So then I started watching them for every single game beginning in 2007. And going into that season, I was like, oh, okay, I think these guys are really good still, because they still had like some of the key pieces from their Super Bowl or from their first ever Super Bowl run back in 99 to 2000. But then little did I know that I was in for a world of pain from then on. Like in their in my first 9 years of fandom when they were in St. Louis, 0 winning seasons, and then the only the best record I saw them ever have was 7-8-1 in Jeff Fisher's first season. And then once they moved to LA, it was definitely a shock at the time, but then immediately I was like, oh good, like the national media is going to get on them. There's no way they're going to be in this giant market and they're just going to keep losing. So the first year they went 4-12, but then they got McVay in there, and then dude, Sean McVay. I mean, I had my doubts early on because up to that point, like hiring head coaches in their like early 30s, that was like not a thing yet. But then Sean McVay pretty much he changed. He
broke
that.
The mold.
Yeah, him and Kyle Shanahan, because they both came in at the same time.
I just want to say, I think your mom donated $50. It says BFM mom donated $50.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, that is her.
That is. Thank you so much for giving us $50 and Darian.
Yeah, thank you. But
so you don't remember the Greatest Show on Turf? You were not alive when that happened.
I mean, I was like probably like 2 or 3, I think. So
okay, yeah.
So like it began. Their era was 99 to 2001. So I was 2 to 5 years old, something like that.
Yes. So now, Jared, that's Darian's story of becoming a Rams fan. This is It's great that you get to see your second Super Bowl in your adult lifetime here, Darian. But Jared.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, how'd you feel at your worst possible moment? Like, tell me, what was the moment you felt you might have made a mistake becoming a Vikings fan? Not to just jab you right away, but
there's so many.
Not to find rock bottom.
Yeah, I was about to say there's so many though.
Like rock bottom. Well, after 2009, and not in particular because of what happened, that I always have said is like the moment I became a Vikings fan for sure, because no one would willingly sign up for that. But the thing is like, I live up in Northern Illinois, and so usually outside the Packers, the Vikings are the only team up here that ever does anything. And most of the people I was around were Bear fans who jumped the bandwagon of the Saints that year and bought Hudak gear, who bought Breeze jerseys, who bought everything, right? So I had to go to school the next day to about, I'd say 15 other 12-year-olds, all dressed in Saints crap. And there's me in my Viking hat that I'm pretty sure my dad got at the 98 championship games. That was an omen right there. But that was rock bottom, walking up and literally having every single guy in my class make fun of me. And it didn't just stop like that day. It went on for months of just reminded me of Favre rolling out and throwing to the only guy covered or not running. And that for me was the moment where I'm like, yep, this sucks. And then it just continued through all of 2010.
It's really funny to hear the radio announcer say
Paul
that.
Allen.
He's like,
Poor
oh
Paul
my God, I can't believe it. Like he was just like that, like he was so resigned. Like, and the horrible thing about that was Brett Favre that whole year he was not Brett
dominant.
Favre. He was so good. Like statistically, 33
It was his
touchdowns. I
best
think
season,
only
I think.
7 picks.
That's the thing. Like if he just like rolled out and went out of bounds, he would have gotten like what?
Well,
Yeah,
what
it was
is-
game over. It was
he-
game over.
I'll give him this, right? Now, I'm not. You can ask Darian. I'm not a Vikings fan who's like, well, this is because of this or whatever.
No, he's very upfront. He's very realistic.
Oh yeah, I was freaking heartbroken that they didn't get Harbaugh, and I was really mad because I went back and watched different stuff of O'Connell. But I'll talk about that whenever. But to give him credit, like he did have, I think, both of his ankles sprained and his entire leg was bruised black and purple. Like I remember seeing that the day after.
God, he gave himself.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, that was in the middle of Bounty Gate. Like they were,
Yeah, like they were going
John
after Brett
Payton.
Favre.
Yeah,
Right. That was
I'll
the
say-
precursor to the movie.
The stuff with Alvin Kamara that happened this past week is
Ooh.
just the continued curse of that deal with the devil they made that year with Bounty Gate. I will believe that forever.
I would say I saw the best tweet. I forget who tweeted it. It was Tree figured out the timeline that Camaro was arrested on Saturday and then played in the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And then someone said
Like
his
he-
punishment was to play in the Pro Bowl. Where is that? I know I retweeted it.
Yeah, because like I think like he did it on Saturday night, on Sunday morning at like 6:30, because they went to
Yes,
like an
Nick.
after hours bar, and then they just had it seems like it was just like a common like after hours fight where you just like you're probably with a girl or a group and you're a little sauced, and then things get crazy and it turns into a spat. Apparently the security footage sides with the dude, not Camaro, but the guy who was getting beaten up.
Oh,
Yeah, he had said in the police report and stuff, like there was one part that I know was gonna come back to haunt him. He was like, "Well, I don't know, like about like who like started it and stuff or whatever." Like, he had said something about that. I was like,
Camaro
"Oh,
was the one that was pushing it.
yeah. Nick
him
Del
and his
Pizza
friend.
Hut is the guy that retweeted the punishment tweet, which is fucking hilarious. Nightclubs are a bad mix of things. Haven't been a bouncer in a nightclub for a long time. It's like it's dark. People are drunk, and you get a bunch of testosterone and a bunch of guys that aren't going to get laid. Like as Louis C.K. said, there's no more dangerous group of guys that are just not going to get laid.
And they lie too. They lie about what they do.
Right. Like I don't know how it is now with you guys with the Tinder and the swiping and all that shit, but I know that back in my day, like people were dangerous when they didn't get any type of action there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just don't know. And then football, like when we would have athletes come into the bar, these guys are so much bigger than normal human beings. Like when Sean Barber came in, like he's just I was just like, I hope he doesn't start any trouble because I'm 5'10", you know what I mean? Like I know jiu-jitsu, I know judo, like I know Muay Thai, but there's no way I'm gonna fucking fight Sean Barber or even do anything to him. Like even with our biggest guys, I was like, please don't start a fight. Like we're banking on you behaving, and when that shit goes down, you're just like, oh fuck.
Who
Like
was Sean Barber? What team did
he
play
played for the Redskins. He
The corner, right?
He was a linebacker.
Oh, okay.
Huge
yeah.
dude. Like he wore a t-shirt and like one of his muscles came out of the t-shirt and like smacked me on the way in and was like, what you gonna do about that? Like that's how big he was. And then like you just don't until you see professional athletes, like even the small athlete like Allen Iverson, thick as shit. Like he looks small out there. Allen Iverson, buff as fuck. Hubert Davis, he was like a 6'6" guard for Duke, and then I forget who he played for. He was so huge. Like you just have no idea how big these athletes are in person. And then when they start a fight, it's on. Even someone as short as Alvin Kamara, like I would not want to mess with Alvin Kamara.
He was in Nashville last
year.
And we saw him. I got to talk to him, and I was like, this is a big dude. I mean, one of the guys who helped, like, sort of as a student that came back for our football program at the high school I went to is Dean Lowry. And before he even buffed up to NFL size, it was like there was a noticeable difference between him and every other alumni football player that came back from college to help. Like, it's absolutely insane, the pros versus normal.
Yeah, it's their job to be in shape, and then, you know, obviously there's guys that look normal, but even like someone like Mac Jones or Matt Ryan, guys that don't have alpha bodies, they're still bigger and more athletic than you could possibly imagine.
Like even Marshall Faulk, when I met him back in 2011 at this Nike thing, he signed my one of my card books. Like even like when you meet him in person, you wouldn't think he was a football player, but like, you know, like, hey, it's a Hall of Famer right here. So yeah, like not all athletes have, like, you know, the build or, you know, have a built body and stuff. You know, I guess it's just they show up to play.
When we were out in Dallas, like we met one guy who was a fullback,
retired, one corner, and then one was a D tackle.
Yeah, one guy was like the D tackle, like he was huge. Like you were like, I don't want to mess with it. The cornerback, like he didn't look like he was my size, but he looked like he just had rockets in his legs. Like he looked like this guy, like he could run a 4.40 like right then, and he was in his mid-30s. Like he was like, and he also looked like a guy that if you worked out with him, like you would be puking while he was laughing at you. Like that's the way it looked. But the dude that was the ex-fullback, he just looked like a regular dude, but he was like 6'4", you know, 6'3", I think. But he just looked like a regular dude. But you could tell, like, these guys, and as Uche has said, who will be on during the Chaos Hour, he's like, when he got to the NFL, he could tell that every guy there had something that put them there in the league. Like maybe in college, you know, some guys know somebody, an alumni or something, or a legacy player, but once you get to the NFL, you've got something marketable. Now I want to talk about something here on the back half. The Busch Light Clash in LA. Yeah. So I watched that race. It was the most, like, for me, I'm not as versed in NASCAR as you two. But I thought the hilarious thing was, like, you see that there's 30 laps left, and you're like, that'll be done in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, the laps were just so fast. Like, I missed the checkered flag because they were happening so quickly. What did you guys think of it? And then I'll give my opinion on what I thought. So,
I thought it was friggin' amazing. Obviously, you know, some of the Boomer fans are still complaining, like, oh, they should have kept it at Daytona and stuff like that. And like, at first I was like, yeah. Like, but then also I'm like, dude, the Clash has been on the freaking decline for years now. You know, like it hasn't been relevant for quite some time, and usually in recent years, like it was just considered a joke. Whoa. You know, like it would what.
Someone just gave $200. Yeah,
$200.
Anonymous, thank you.
Nice.
Anonymous for $200. Wow, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah,
Sorry, didn't mean to.
Oh no, it's cool. It's cool. But yeah, no, the Clash is basically viewed as a joke. And, you know, they tried to revive it last year, you know, by running it on the road course. And while it had its moments, it was still, it's like you couldn't really see the action and stuff, you know, so it wasn't as great. But then this whole idea of like bringing it to the LA Coliseum, it was like, okay, but is it going to work out though? Like, is it going to be, you know, another shit show, or is this going to be, you know, legit racing? And it was actually legit. The heat races were freaking awesome. But here's like a couple of funny things though. LA sports fans are weird. They show up late and leave early. So like,
this is a known thing.
Pittsburgh's like that too. Most people try to leave early to beat traffic.
But I can guarantee you, though, that probably a lot of those fans were at a NASCAR race for the very first time. They probably saw that the main event started at like 5 and showed up then. So they missed like most of the events and stuff. And then
I'd be willing to bet that half the fans were just like, oh, this is cool. Like, let's go check it out. Like, not knowing that the qualifying, like, it was an all day thing, you know, like it was definitely interesting.
And by far the funniest part too, and then I'll end it here. Seeing these NASCAR fans dancing to Ice Cube that was like, my mom was at the event and stuff, and like even like I was texting back, I'm like, how stiff are they? Like, how stiff are they? Like, oh my gosh, dude. Like a lot of them just couldn't keep to the feet or whatever. But you know what? Give props to NASCAR for trying.
Viagra coat guy was the best guy.
Yeah, Viagra coat guy though. That guy.
Yes, and the camera
Viagra coat dancing to Ice Cube made it worth it.
The cameraman was obsessed with like a group of hotties, like and like
Bro,
they
Fox
were
was, oh my god,
right. They did not like. I mean, you know, you're young, you're supposed to dance, but still, I
wish they would have played At the Police though. Why did they?
Yes, that would have been hilarious.
Beautiful.
Ice Cube.
It was like the most football game feeling NASCAR race I'd ever watched. But seeing how it's an exhibition, I'm completely fine with changing it up at this point. I'll say right now from the get-go, I wasn't for going to LA, specifically for the LA fans. I'm going to be real with it. Like just as somebody who watched a lot of Cubs and Dodgers games in like, 15, 16, 17, and then, started watching a few of the LA games. I'm like, man, these fans suck. They don't show up for anything. But I mean, that's probably the biggest crowd the Clash has had probably since I'd say 2000, maybe 2010. 11.
Okay.
Like, yeah, at one point it intersected with the people that were coming in and the people that were leaving, and that's when it was the most full. Like, that's how LA works. It's like, all right, we're gonna meet up at around the 5th inning or whatever in the middle. Because to be fair to people that live in LA, it takes forever to get anywhere in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have 16 lanes of traffic and it's bumper to bumper on like a Sunday at 4 a.m. for no reason. Like, it's absurd, the level of traffic. And California is laid back anyways. Like, they don't care if you like show up late or if you steal less than $1,000 of stuff from a Walgreens. Like, that's how California rolls, like they don't care if you wear your mask or if you don't. But if you're the governor,
they care if they wear your mask.
Like,
if you don't wear your mask, they'll throw you in jail.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like, but then at the same time, like, if you're the governor, you can eat at the French Laundry or whatever, and it's just a weird place, California. But I thought that the Ice Cube rapping was great. The layout of the track was amazing. Like, that they even fit that little fucker in there. You know what I mean? Looked like a giant eggplant, like just fucking slapped down in the middle of the stadium. I thought that was great.
It was basically Bowman Gray. The layout was basically inspired by it.
And I'll say this, like, I can tell a lot of these fans on Twitter and online who are like, we need old school short track racing like they have across the country, have never watched a short track race before or never watched anything like it. Because it's like they were so, like, even a lot of the diehard fans were so out of touch with everything that NASCAR was doing.
So I have a question. So Logano clearly just had the best car that day. Like, he was
not the best looking car, but
not the best looking, but like, he was, how does one car just get that much faster than another car? Is it like a microscopic difference that makes that car faster? Because like, nobody could take him down. That was the one thing that I was disappointed by. I was like, dude, this guy's like 5 car lengths in front of everybody. No one's even getting close. I mean, I guess Kyle Busch challenged him at the end, but Logano just had such a good car. What makes that incremental difference that ends up being 5 lengths of car on a track like that? Do you guys?
Driver at a short track like that, it'd be driver.
Really?
Driver talent.
Yeah. When it comes to short tracks and road courses especially, that's where you're going to see the most driver talent. Like, so I saw a lot of people being like, this sucks, it's just moving people out of the way, whatever. But it's like, a lot of the guys up front, if you noticed, weren't the ones dicing it up with other people, weren't the ones getting in crashes. Like, it takes driver talent and also just taking care of the equipment. Like, that's that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're saying a driver, like him just finding the right groove around repetitively makes him the best? Like, why didn't anyone else just get behind him? Like, why was he so much better?
Well, it's about timing too. I mean, like proper acceleration and braking.
We got Tom Grossi in the chat. I don't even know who that guy is.
Dude. If you look at all the guys who finished up front, for the most part, it's guys who have been, in the Cup Series for a good 7, 10, 15 years. And if you look at all the guys for the most part that were crashing or were giant weapons throughout it, it's guys who either haven't been in Cup that much or are a lot younger, or oddly enough getting wrecked by Kyle Larson, which is way out of character.
And that wasn't even Justin Haley's fault. Like, Kyle Larson's
Haley got pushed.
him.
I saw, Haley, the 24 pushed him into Kyle, and Kyle Larson was like, and just ran that dude
and
over.
Justin Haley, he's like another one of these guys where, like, he's not really a household name just yet. And, his team, this is their first year in the Cup Series full-time, colleague racing. So short tracks like this also provide, a chance for these, these smaller, also like these smaller/newer teams to run up front, because they can use their driver talent, rather than having to rely on their equipment and stuff, but also this track it's a very technical short track too. That's another thing too. Like, it was very technical and stuff. So, like, while the guys up front, like, the reason they were able to stay up front is, like Jaret said, they weren't, beating and banging every single lap. Meanwhile, the other guys, like Bubba Wallace and stuff, he got lapped early on and stuff because they were just trying to get situated. They're trying to get away.
But you're not going to catch up. You're going to have to pray for some wild wreck, which just didn't happen. All right, we got 4 minutes left before our next guest, who's in the green room, comes on board. Let's talk about the Super Bowl itself. I need some official predictions here from you guys. I'm keeping a spreadsheet all day of what we said. Only last year, I think only a couple people got it right that the Bucs would win. I know Ian Borthwick from SeatGeek was the first one to say that the Bucs would win, and he nailed it. So, Darian, give me your official prediction on this Super Bowl game.
See, this is the tale of, this is two different tales with these teams. The Bengals, they rebuilt their team the old-fashioned way through the draft. The Rams got all of these hot, flashy, free agents and trades over the past couple. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they pretty much got all these trades and signings over the past couple of years, and now it's come to this. I think it'll be a close game. Obviously, as a Rams fan, I'm hoping they win and stuff. You like that, but it's going to be a challenge. So I'll say, 24-21 Rams. I don't know. Rams win in the final seconds.
Okay, Jared, your official prediction.
Well, so I, and you might shame me or be happy with me for doing this, I actually went and did a little research on both the teams just to be sure about my pick. And I was surprised that, like, it's a lot closer than I thought it would be, because everyone is saying how LA is going to just steamroll Cincinnati. And that's what I've seen. I'm not saying that's how I feel about it. I think it's going to be an insanely close game. I looked at, like, who the teams played, and their common opponents are all the same when it comes to winning or losing, with the exception of Chicago, who beat Cincinnati.
Somehow,
But when I looked, the X factor I looked at was how they did against playoff teams, both of course in the playoffs and then in the regular season. And the Rams are 500 against playoff teams this year, if you include the playoffs themselves. And then you have Cincinnati, who is 6-2 against playoff teams. So I think the season for Cincinnati is going to end off like it started, with a 27-24 victory in overtime, with a field goal winning it.
Okay, so you said who again?
Cincinnati.
Bengals. Final score of what?
27-24.
27-24, and he's going with OT on that. And Evan McPherson.
Shooter.
Not to date myself here.
Evan
McPherson with the game winner on his right leg. Well, boys,
55-yarder.
Tell us a little bit about your channels before we kick you out of here and bring Jacob in. Black Flags Matter.
Don't need to repeat it last year, right?
You go first.
Well, first off, thank you guys so much for having us on. And my name is Darian Gilliam, aka Black Flags Matter on YouTube. I talk about the good and bad of not just NASCAR history, but motorsports as a whole. Also, make sure to tune in to tomorrow's NASCAR Weekly Podcast on my channel, 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Awesome.
Big news.
Jared, you have 30 seconds, Jared.
My channel is The Iceberg. I talk about history as well in motorsports, but also stuff that goes on, and then just random stuff. I mean, I literally have a video coming out today about why NASCAR turns left. I would say that if you want kind of a mix of learning history while you start learning about sort of the major stories, that's probably what you'd go to my channel for. And yeah, NASCAR Weekly Podcast is tonight or tomorrow night on Darian's channel at 8 Eastern time. And we had a cool announcement with that one. So
yeah,
we got some pretty cool stuff planned.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming out. And we'll see you on the flip side. Peace. All right, we're bringing in our next guest, a sad Jets fan.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. I'm just gonna have to I'm not gonna have to give him much introduction because he's a Jets fan, and we don't. No, I'm just kidding. Jacob Charnow, come on in.
Man, come on.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Dirty like that, dude.
I did. Oh, Jaret, I gotta kick you from the studio. By the way,
you are an asshole.
Sorry.
Jesus.
It's nice to see you too.
Sorry. Hey, that's the most left-handed introduction I could possibly give. No, Jacob, what's going on, buddy? You've been doing this for a long time, even though your face is probably younger than most of the clothes that I own. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying I'm very old. But you've been doing this for a long time. Tell me a little bit about your channel and what you do and how long it's been.
Yeah, so I'm 18. It's been I'm coming up on 2 years in May. It'll be 2 years since I started doing it. I run the Hard Count Football podcast, which it's kind of turned from less into a podcast to more just into like a live show now, where Sunday mornings, 9 a.m., I come on and I talk about everything football and I give things that I think about it, and people get mad about it because apparently I'm always wrong, as I'm sure you guys know.
You can
never win. If you talk into a microphone, you're just losing. That's all it is.
My favorite part is when like something weird happens a couple years after the fact, and then they say this ages poorly, and then you come back like a couple months later, and it's like, yeah, really aged poorly, didn't you? Yeah,
the receipts are the worst, man. I have 120 followers on Twitter right now, and somehow the receipts still pop up.
Oh yeah,
half of these are like my family and friends. Even my dad is like, "Remember when you said this?" It's stupid.
Yeah, and like no one ever puts it in context because at the time it was a good take.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly. Mm-hmm. They're like, and people also don't think that I'm allowed to change what I think about stuff. Right?
Yeah.
I said the Bengals were bad last year. No. Right. Well, guess what? I said it, and now it's in writing, and now I'm wrong today. Whatever. Yeah. It is what it is. But man, I couldn't be more excited for this Super Bowl. For some reason, like last year, it just happened to see a team that doesn't wear red in it. I think that's what I'm most excited of. Right? Because we had the Chiefs, the Niners, the Patriots. It was one of them for every single year, the Bucs, whatever it was. Finally, just a team that's not wearing red. It's making me hate red. I hate red, especially as a Jets fan.
I do have to let you know we are preempting you at 10:45. I know we said full half hour, but some things changed around, so it's a
You're good.
No problem. So I want to talk a little bit. We'll talk about the Super Bowl in a little bit, but let's talk about the Jets. I just did a video on the Jets. Why they're so bad. I boiled it down to the fundamental thing that makes teams bad is missing on draft picks. I think that in today's NFL, you cannot miss on draft. It's such an important part. I just asked you a question. Like, I know this is super loaded, but why have the Jets been so bad for the last 10 years, in your opinion?
The last 10 years? Oh my God.
Because the last 10 years have been their own thing. Like, because prior to that, they were right there, and all that history was starting to go away. But the last 10 years have been an amazing dissection of failure.
Yeah, I think if we really break it down, I think keeping Rex Ryan a couple years too long, that was the first part of it. That was not great. And then really when Mike McCagnon came into power as our GM was when it really went south. Him paying guys, like he got really cocky after that 2015 season where we like almost made the playoffs, which was but like him getting cocky, him overpaying these guys. And you look, the most McCagnon season, in my opinion, was 2018 and 2019, around then during that offseason, where you pay Le'Veon Bell after he sits out a year. You pay him $12.5 million a year. So you pay him as a top tier running back in the league. And sure, before he had sat out, he was a top tier running back. Right? You're a Steelers fan. You obviously are very familiar with Le'Veon Bell and everything he did there. But he didn't deserve 12.5. No running back right now, I think, is worth that $12.5 million that we paid Le'Veon Bell to hire Adam Gase. Sorry, I'm getting over COVID still.
It's all right. We've been there.
You pay Le'Veon Bell, you're paying CJ Mosley, you pay Tremaine Johnson the bag, right? You miss on like you said, some big draft picks, especially at quarterback. I mean, Sam Darnold, looking back a year ago and people arguing about whether or not the Jets should keep or get rid of Sam Darnold is hilarious to me, because now you look.
He just went out and proved what he is.
He went to Carolina and did exactly what we thought he would have done in New York if he stayed another year. The good news, in my opinion, is even with all this dysfunction and everything that happened in the last 10 years, the Jets seem to be on the right track a little bit. I mean, a tiny bit better. It's more hope than we've had in a while. I mean, a young quarterback, a young budding wide receiver, a ton of cap space, a GM that kind of seems like he knows what he's doing. I mean, he has one really bad draft in 2020 and then one what seems like pretty good draft in 2021. So having 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, this is going to be a big draft for Joe Douglas. Robert Saleh, it's inexcusable what this defense did last year, no matter who was calling the plays, no matter what the talent.
To be fair, they were injured. Like, they lost a lot.
Yeah, they were injured or crap.
Carl Lawson was out. I think Jarrett Davis was out for the year. You still had CJ Mosley dealing with injury.
Yeah.
So I think that's a reason why your defense fell apart like it did.
Yeah, I would love. I'd love to make those excuses, except for the fact that I'm just at a point in my life where I'm just like, I don't care who's on the field. I just need to see the other team not score, not hang a 40 bomb every single week on us, and then the Patriots dropping a 50 burger on us on a 1 o'clock game on a Sunday. Like,
those are rough.
It's rough. It's hard to watch, and I'm just like, these rebuilds. I understand the Bengals are kind of like an outlier, but if you look at it and you're like, everyone wants to say, oh, a rebuild is going to take 3-4 years. We're at a point where younger players are getting more and more dominant. I think to sit here and say a 4-year rebuild, it feels like that's how it is every single year.
Yeah. If you use the Bengals as the model, right? Like, it's a little unfair. They spent a lot of money on free agents, okay? And they hit a lot in the draft. Like, Joe Burrow fell in their lap, okay? Joe Burrow is that guy. Like, he's 2 years in the league, and we've already seen that he's that guy. So they got lucky, but I think one of the points that brings me back is, like, Le'Veon Bell was such a bad signing. When Adam Gase says he doesn't want a player, that's bad. Like, that, like, and then shoehorning and forcing him in. And I don't care what you say in the NFL. Anytime you waste capital, anytime you waste salary, you're going to end up with a losing situation. There's no team that has the luxury of just wasting $13 million. You look at the teams that are in the Super Bowl right now, both the Bengals and the Rams. Well, the Rams have gone over the cap, but they kind of have to be here with what they've spent. The Bengals are very efficient and they've done the right thing. The Jets, to me, it's like they're on the up. They've got the right coach. Salah is the guy. It's a big difference when a guy goes out and wins 6 games or whatever. The Jets, what was their record last year?
It was like 4-12, 5-11.
4 games,
5-11, and you're like, oh my gosh, this guy's a clown. The way the Giants fans felt about Joe Judge, it's like, this guy's a freaking idiot. Like, it's different with Salah. Now, if he goes out and only wins 4 games next year, then you start to question what you're doing with him. But I just don't see it that way. I think that the Jets are on the come up for sure.
Yeah, that'd be nice. And then getting a guy, we need to hit on these draft picks this year, especially in the first round, right? Number 4.
Yeah, you've got so much capital too, and the great thing about being in a draft like this with 2 first-round picks and not worrying about the guy who's taking the snaps, this is the time to put the pieces around Zach Wilson. This is the time to build, I'll be interested to see what they do with those. They have 2 top 10. I mean, I've
heard a ton of stuff. I've heard so many things. I mean, I'm on Jets Twitter. People are arguing. There's a civil war going on Jets Twitter right now between what receiver we should take and when we should take him. I've heard a guy like Drake London at 10, and I love Drake London. I'm really high on Drake London. I don't think he's a guy that should go at number 10. I think there's better receivers. I think Garrett Wilson is probably the consensus wide receiver one in this draft. Him or Treylon Burks, both of them I love. But then at number 4, right? The situation at number 4 could play out so many different ways when you look at, are the Jaguars going to take an offensive lineman? Are they going to take Evan Neal? Are they going to take this guy, Ikem? I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but or are they going to go Aiden Hutchinson? And then that changes up everything. Is Kayvon Thibodeau going to fall down to 4 because of these injury concerns and problems with his explosiveness off the line? Just stuff like this that could really shake up the entire draft and then affect what the Jets do at 10 versus at 4.
That's why to me every year mock drafts are just incredibly stupid because you don't know what a team is thinking, and also you don't know they sometimes don't know if their guy that they had pegged from the beginning gets taken off the board, then then they're screwed. Like they're like, oh great, well I'm sure in the first round they're thinking of if then statements, but you just don't know because teams do stupid stuff. Like teams draft reach for a player when they shouldn't. The one thing that is clouding the last like 2-3 drafts is the Stephon Diggs, Jamar Chase, the let's get a wide receiver and all our problems. Yeah, all our problems will be fixed. And Jamar Chase lends credence to that argument. Stephon Diggs lends credence to that argument. But you really look, it's only worked out for a couple teams in that.
And they have structure around them too. I mean, you have to have a killer quarterback. You have to have structure on defense. And the Bengals are an outlier too because they have no offensive line. They have one of the worst lines in the league yet. I mean,
and look at the other teams that try to do the same thing, right? Like the Giants, they draft Kadarius Toney. They're like, wow, let's really develop Daniel.
And now there are rumors sprouting that Kadarius Toney, which I don't get why they would do that.
They're not going to trade. This is just crap. This is just crap being thrown out. Like I always say this crap and then he gets traded like later this afternoon. But like this is just speculation. This is crap. Like why would you give up on a guy who showed tremendous flashes of playmaking ability? Like he turned Trayvon Diggs around. Like Trayvon Diggs had to go into concussion protocol. He was so dizzy with what Kadarius Toney did to him on a field. So I'm just this talk is just ridiculous. It's like the Jets talking about trading Mekhi Becton. Like, come on, you guys got to get him healthy. He's obviously a stud, and you'll if there's a problem, then you deal with it. But you don't go into the season trying to get rid of parts.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely not. And it's because Kadarius Toney didn't look good in every game with Mike Glennon throwing him the football.
Well, he was
right, or Jake from State Farm.
Yeah,
it's just number one, Toney needs to be healthy. But remember, Odell Beckham started out his career in New York missing almost 6 games because of a quad injury, and then when he got out in the field, he was tremendous. Kadarius Toney's like that. Like he could be. I hated the pick when it happened because Micah Parsons, if they had not traded, we could have Micah Parsons. Okay. Like we could have, I wanted Kwity Paye. I wanted an edge rusher. And instead we got a guy that played in 6 games and scored no touchdowns. So it's just crap.
Still better than Kenny Golladay, which I thought was a good signing too. So
I love
to show you.
0 wide receiver. I think Darius Slayton led the team with 2 touchdowns. Like, come on, it was bad. Daniel Jones, we got a lot. We'll talk about this with our next guest, who happens to be a Giants fan after this. But Jacob, I gotta get your Super Bowl prediction.
Of course.
Right now, I'm gonna need the winner, and I'm gonna need the final score. I need some thoughts on the game itself.
Gotcha. All right. So my thoughts. I'll give you my thoughts and then I'll give you my final score. So I got the Bengals allow 55 sacks this season, 3rd most in the league. Yeah. Rams get 50 sacks. That's also 3rd most in the league for them. I can't see a way the Rams defensive line isn't in the Bengals backfield almost every single play. And I know they overcame 9 sacks when they beat the Titans, but the Rams certainly aren't the Titans. I don't know. Right. I'll be rooting for Joe Burrow and the Bengals, but I'm going to use my brain and go with the Rams here, and I'm going to take the Rams to beat the Bengals 28-23. I think it's
28-23. Okay, Rams 28 8 to 23. You remove 20 from there, and that's a score that traumatizes all Atlanta Falcons fans.
28-3 is a cursed score. 27 was almost just as cursed.
Almost cursed, right
Almost.
there. That's a great pick. All right. Still waiting for the next guest. Tell us a little bit about what you do, your channel, and what it's been like for the past 2 years as well.
Yeah, so it's the Hard Count Football Podcast, and then I run the Hard Count Football Podcast live, which is Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. Eastern, over on my YouTube channel. It's a ton of fun. I'm talking football, and now into the off season, it's a ton of draft stuff. During football season, it's obviously predictions, and then a lot of fantasy football. I kind of try and look at it from all aspects of the game. You know, maybe a lot of things that people don't necessarily look at. My main thing is the NFL's a lot of matchups, right? We've seen some crazy upsets, and when you look at the upsets, it's pure matchup, right? We saw the Jets beat the Bengals this year. We saw the Jaguars beat the Bills this year, right?
Yeah.
A lot of just some
Shut them out.
Crazy stuff. Like every week. It was
every
like
week something crazy happened, and I think if you really boil it down, you can really figure it out and say, oh well, this makes a lot more sense. Obviously, it's in hindsight, but it makes a lot more sense when you look at it after the fact. But yeah, so I'll interview a bunch of guests. I've had both of you on. I've been lucky enough to have both of you on. And then every week, especially during the off season, it's a lot easier to get guests on the show than people doing stuff every week with during the season. So I'd love to get you guys on soon. I have a ton of fun guests lined up for this off season at some point. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me on. Oh, and you can follow me on Twitter at Jacob Charnow. I need to promote my social media.
Yeah,
man.
No
Dude,
problem, buddy.
man.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. We have our next guest in the green room.
Appreciate
We have. Yeah, take it easy. I gotta kick you out of the studio. I feel so mean doing that.
Dude, we have a time lot. There's not much you can do there. There's also breaking news in the NBA front. CJ McCollum is being traded to the New Orleans Pelicans for a package around Josh Hart and draft compensation. So Trailblazers are dismantling. So we might be seeing a certain Damian Lillard. Dame time might be up in Portland.
All right. Well, let's bring in our next guest here. Stephie Smalls from Champions Round. Hi, nice to meet you officially.
Nice to meet you.
How are you doing today? So you just got back from the Senior Bowl. Is that where you were?
Absolutely. It was so much fun.
What was the experience like there? And what were you covering and just doing out there? And who impressed you the most? I'm just throwing questions at you.
Yeah, all the questions.
All the questions now.
All the stuff. It was my first time going down. I really didn't know what to expect, honestly. Some of it was semi disorganized, and I unfortunately gotten a little late, so I only got to see day 2 practice, which of course, for my luck, was standing in the rain, watching the guys. But still, it was fun. You know, everyone that you get to meet down there. Some of the guys that stood out, someone that, you know, maybe the Giants could have their eyes on, Zion Johnson, was kind of disappointing a lot of the O-linemen. He was one that absolutely, shined in compared to his counterparts there. Running back Dameon Pierce, who I think will probably get overlooked because he was super underutilized in college. Those are 2 guys that come to mind.
Awesome. So you are a fellow Giants fan, suffering Giants fan.
I have to deal with this guy right here.
Yeah, me being a long time Giants fan, it's been a rough 5 years. I've never seen it be this bad.
Hey, it's good comedy for me, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's good comedy for the world, but it's kind of like, you know, would you rather be laughed with or laughed at? And we're just getting laughed at.
I mean, yeah.
I got to ask you, what do we do with Daniel Jones? So I'm going to ask the hard questions right off the bat. Like, what is the thing with Daniel Jones?
Is Daniel Jones the guy? Probably not. Does he show signs of potential? And then you're like, holy crap, maybe this guy is good and we screwed him up royally, as, you know, lovely Mara even admitted to recently. I think you don't get rid of Jones next year. You guys already, reached for him, so you might as well use him.
Right.
You might as well go and fix what you can, and then bring in someone that's maybe more suitable. But if you luck out and he ends up showing more promise, then I think that you just roll with it. But going and picking up his 5th-year options, definitely not something I think that's an intelligent move.
I think he. Go ahead, Tree.
I mean, I see like Daniel Jones is more of a Ryan Fitzpatrick type, a guy who can like come in, do a job for like a couple games, and then but like he has too much consistency issues. Like there'll be these throws where you're just like, what the hell are you doing? He'll just fumble repeatedly. And that's going to rob him of that full potential. The only thing I can see them adding that 5th-year option for is maybe a trade package involving a Russell Wilson or maybe a big fish quarterback. So do you think they'll go after a Russell Wilson, or do you think they'll try for somebody else as like a quick fix?
I don't think I think it seems like even Shane too, like he talks a lot about building through the draft, and that's something that we haven't done in a very long time. So I see them waiting, and next year I like a lot of the guys a little bit more. Will they take a quarterback in the 2nd round this year? Maybe. In the 3rd, maybe. I don't know again that you're getting much out of one of those guys. You're definitely not getting anything out of him this year. We've seen that you can win games with Daniel Jones, because I watched a lot of games that he wasn't on the field and we lost. So I'm cool with it, keep rolling with it. I don't know that I want to go out and just totally throw away every 1st-round pick that we have to get someone like a Russell Wilson. But of course, at this point, I'm trying to trust the process, but my patience is running very thin at this point.
Yeah. The thing with Daniel Jones is like, okay, say you bring in Russell Wilson, right? Like Russell Wilson doesn't solve the offensive line problems. He doesn't solve the defense, the porous defense. He was on the Seattle Seahawks and they only won 7 games. Like, so that like you see what a good quarterback on a terrible roster does is he buys you 7 wins, which is, not enough. Or the Giants. I mean, I trust me, after the last 5 years, I'd take 7 wins, but you want a guy that's going to get you all the way there. And honestly, I don't know if that's Daniel Jones. The things that scare me with Daniel Jones is if you take him and simplify things and make him into a game manager, those are all the things that he's bad at, right? Like those are all the things that he's not a game manager. He's athletic. He gets out of the pocket. He throws a beautiful deep ball. He does all the things that you think an athletic quarterback should be. He just doesn't put them all together in one game. There's like no signature game for Daniel Jones where I can be like, that's the guy. Like that is, the guy that we reached on for a 6th overall pick for. I think Daboll, this is the next topic we need to talk about, is Daboll the guy to fix them? I don't know. I don't ever get excited for new coaches, but what are you feeling about our new head coach here?
Giants fans are super cute, especially on Twitter, where it's like, yeah, he's going to turn him into... No, he's not going to turn him into Josh Allen. Like, Kafka's not going to turn him into Patrick Mahomes. Like, those guys are independent. That's their talent. Like, yes, we can write down pros and cons, and they might look similar on paper, but it doesn't translate to the field. So I don't care what coach gets brought in. I don't think that this is going to be some kind of big transition for Daniel Jones. Can he maybe get him to a more adequate level where he's managing the game better? Yeah, probably. Daboll, I like that. Again, like... It's so crazy because in all my years being like born and raised a Giants fan, I don't ever remember being like this low to the point where like I turned off games this year. Like I have never turned off a New York Giants game in my life. Like seriously. So it was I just want watchable football at this point. Like I want to score touchdowns. I don't want our linemen being the ones that are scoring the only touchdowns in the games. You have all these weapons. They're super frustrating. So I believe in Daboll. It seems like he has really good rapport across the league. So I'm excited for it. But we also got excited for Joe Judge, which in hindsight, it's so funny because we got excited and then it's like, why were they hiring a special teams coordinator to be the head coach in the first place? So everything they do, it's just has been so head scratching. I feel like we're trending in the right direction, but again, I've felt that way in the past. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know if you just go back and look at my tweets on Joe Judge, I think I was the same level of optimistic. I was not high on Pat Shurmur. I was like, who the hell is this retread? Yeah. Like what the fuck are we doing? And then McAdoo, I was high on, and he's been the most successful. The only reason McAdoo just got ran out because he didn't handle the whole Eli benching
Eli.
thing well, like which should have just never been done. Like I would have taken Eli Manning's corpse over whatever we were gonna card out there. I just thought they did him wrong. So, but yeah, it's like Dable. It's like, great, you're the new coach. Like, shut up and go get us some wins.
Right.
Because
I'm sick of hearing talking because I think that's all we've gotten for a very long time now, especially with Judge. It's like everything sounds great. That's awesome. But I'm watching these games and your QB sneaking me to death and Ingram reversing me to death. And I don't see what you're talking about. I don't see the game plan. I'm not even entirely sure, like, if you guys are practicing. There's no complimentary football being played. It's just been crazy. So I'm excited for the hires, but I am hesitant to get too optimistic this year.
So you put out a tweet and I didn't reply to you because I knew you were coming on. I wanted to reply directly. It's like you said, like next year, there could be a lot of favorites that are gone. Right. Mm-hmm. And my question is like, who are the favorites? Like I don't have any favorites on this team. Yeah. Like there's no one other than Saquon from 3 years ago. There's no one I love on this team. And that's sad to me because I've always remembered players that I just love. Even like a Zach Diossi is someone that I just wanted to run up to and hug. There's nobody like that on the Giants right now where I'm just like, I don't care if you're here next year or not. Right. And like, I know there's going to be tough decisions, but like, who do you think are the players who are you going to be upset about losing? Honestly,
first of all, I'm not entertaining these Kadarius Toney or whatever is. I don't know what.
Right.
I don't agree with that.
It doesn't make sense. I think that the only one I can think of, obviously, is Saquon, and I think fans, you watch Twitter and the overreactions on things, and it's like you guys have to be realistic. Like our rebuild just started. Like we have not been in a rebuild. This is a rebuild now.
Right. So we've been in an unbuild.
Have Saquon maybe, and that's sad. But like, oh well. I'm gonna miss. I'll miss Saquon, but I miss being a winning team way more than I'm gonna miss Saquon. I'll tell you that much. And I love him. I've loved him since Penn State. Another guy that I think, he disappointed me this year that people are still pretty high on is James Bradbury. I mean, he's tying up way too much money. We could have a whole Leo Williams. I hope they structure his contract. That's a whole other story. But like guys like that, everyone should be looked at, and it's a possibility that we don't see Saquon next year.
It's a very real possibility. I mean, running backs don't age well. I'm sorry. It's
been
just
injury
a fact
prone, unfortunately,
of life.
You can find guys, you have a Booker, a James Conner, like look how these guys did. And, they're able to go to another team, not get paid as much and still produce at an RB1 level. So what are you going to put in all this money? And, I don't know if we're going to get as much value as we could get for Saquon. So that'll have to be a discussion for them. Is it worth keeping him and then moving him afterwards? But he's definitely going to be one of those guys that I'm sure they're going to be talking about.
Just a side note, we've passed $800 in donations for St. Jude's. Keep it up, guys. We're continuing to raise money for sick children, which is always a positive thing, unlike Joe Judge's sound bites.
I did want to ask one question. More embarrassing moment for the Giants last year. Quarterback sneak on a 3rd and 9 near your own goal line or free medium soda?
That's like asking, like, would you rather be punched in the face?
I feel like they were a combo deal almost. It was like the free sodas went out, and then it just things just took a weird turn. Like it was like a disaster. Then you're watching Glennon and Fromm. I don't even know how we got to the idea to even bring either of the. Why are those even our backups? Like neither even look like they should even be in the league at this point, and it's just continuous chaos. And then the soda is just like. I was
so insulting.
Sitting in the room when they made that decision.
Yeah. That's like Mara's like, give them a soda. They deserve it. Yeah, they deserve it.
And he punched a trash can in celebration.
Whoa! Iceberg just donated $195. We are over $1,000 now. Raised for St. Jude's. Thank you so much, Jaret, who was on the show earlier. Now. Stephie, I got to get your prediction on this Super Bowl because that is what we're talking. We can't just monopolize the Giants. I need a final score, and I need your winner before we bring in our next guest.
Okay. I'm going to go 31-27 Bengals. I'm going to take the Bengals. I know better. Like, I know the underdog can win being a Giants fan, right? I've seen that story play out before, and there is something to this team. They very much believe in themselves. They're all fighting on that field. There's a lot that's against them. They're kind of breaking this "you need to build from the trenches" rule, something that I've almost made my Twitter brand for a very long time. They're able to get it done because Burrow is a special talent. I love their secondary. I think that, it could go either way. Would it surprise me if the Rams win on a Cooper Kupp reception? No, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm gonna go Bengals. I love it.
Perfect. We got you down. Now, as a media day tradition, whatever you want to plug before you head on out, go ahead. This is your minute of plugging.
For sure. You guys can find me on Twitter at Stephie Smalls with 3 L's. You'll appreciate this. I don't know if you know it. Those 3 L's are for Brady, 2 from the Giants, 1 from the Eagles. I always like to add that if you guys haven't heard from me before. And everything I do is with Champions Round, but you can find what's going on Twitter. And I'll have to get you guys on my show sometime. It'll be a blast. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for showing up on time. Respect the Tom Coughlin timeliness. Well,
always.
Have a great day. Thanks for coming by.
Bye.
See ya.
So,
all right. Let's. That was too early. Hold on.
what are you doing?
She had a quick out. She did a quick out. She had a Tim Kurchin level hang up there, and I wasn't ready for it. All right, we got to bring, since we have a Steelers fan here, right?
Yeah.
We have to bring in the loyal opposition, a Ravens fan, one that I've known for almost 10 years now. We've been in the YouTube game for a long time. Let me bring in my boy, Justin from IngravenVids.
What's going on?
What is going on? It's been a long time. 10 years ago, we were playing each other in Madden. Trying to establish our foothold in the YouTube world. And now, 10 years later, we don't even do the same thing. What is
that's YouTube for you, man.
Exactly. You never know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I used to be gaming too, like a long time ago, but this was like retro. But now it's like, things change. I mean, 10 years from now, we might be something different. So
we did have some Madden battles. I think we're probably even with each other. Maybe 3.
We might be. It was so long ago. I don't even remember.
Back then, remember when like taking an L in Madden was like personal? Like you didn't be mad about it all day, and like, oh man, that was a weird time. I thought that the Madden, I don't know what the Madden community is like now, but back then it was such a like backstabbing, like you took my ebook, you're running my offense. Like I was just like, come on, this is a video game. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
Dude, people take it seriously, man.
People took it way too seriously.
Way too seriously. They really do.
I think it's even worse with Ultimate Team now.
Yep, because there's money involved.
Yeah, and then there's also like Gamer Saloon where people can wager money. And don't get me wrong, I love people being successful, like Throne playing Madden or Bengal doing rebuilds and things like that. But like to me, I just lost my fire for the game. I don't know what happened to you.
Yeah, it was the same thing. I just I couldn't. I felt like I was just forcing. It got to a point where I felt like I was forcing videos and just forcing myself to play the game, and I didn't enjoy it anymore. Now I love it because I don't record any videos for it. But back then, it just got to the point where it was like, all right, it wasn't fun anymore.
Yeah, and it seemed like you were either, if you weren't like super entertaining or over the top, you had to be like really good at the game to grow. And I just wasn't good. I was an average Madden player. I wasn't, anything special. So what have you done now in this time period? What has your channel evolved in? And we'll sort of get into the Ravens and what's going on. Take us through.
It went from what there will be times while I would be playing Madden and doing the Madden videos and stuff where I decided, you know what, let me just talk about the Ravens and see how it goes. And I did a live stream one day and I loved it. And then I was working at a job, and on my lunch breaks, on my 15-minute breaks, I would go outside, step outside and do a live stream about whatever was going on with the Ravens or whatever was going on in the NFL. And it was funny. One of my buddies that also does YouTube, one day he had me on his channel. He was like, "Oh man, do you ever think that you would get like fired or anything? Like if you keep taking these breaks and doing all these videos?" I was like, I don't see that happening. So then in April of 2018, I got a promotion at that same job. And then 4 months later, walked in one day and they were like, "Oh, we're laying off your whole department."
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, dude.
No. And initially I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy." But I was like, you know what? I always told my wife, if I feel like with YouTube, if I can have an opportunity to do it full time, I feel like I can do it, but I would just need that chance. And I would, after I got laid off, I was trying to push it full time, but I would still be like applying to jobs and stuff like, all right, I just in case. But it got to the point where everything just started working out, and it worked out in the long run. And now I've been doing it full time since 2018, since August of 2018.
Yeah, YouTube is like cleaning a room, right? Like when you're cleaning a room, like there's times where it just looks like you're never gonna finish cleaning the room. Like the room just like, but you're getting it organized, and then all of a sudden at the end of it, the room is clean. Like that's how YouTube is to me. It's like you're making a mess in the beginning, like you're making it worse, but then all of a sudden it just comes together and you figure out this is what I can do and this is what people want to watch. It's such a difficult thing to figure out because, and I've said this a million times, it's like, oh, I created a video, like y'all should watch this. No, it's not an interesting video. There, you don't look at it from objectively. It was like, okay, what is someone who is watching this, what would they say about this video? You know, like it's hard to arrive at that. But man, it's been great. Like I kind of have a similar origin story to how I started YouTube. But you know, things just kind of fell in place for you, it seems. And congratulations, man. We get to do the best job on earth. Like, and it feels weird because we're all at home, and you know, you go into your home office and you're like, why do children want to grow up to be like this? But then you think about how privileged you are. You know, like Tree was complaining about having to get up early this morning. I'm like,
well,
really?
the thing is, once again, I was in restaurant industry for 8 years, so I'm used to like waking up later and then sleeping at like 2-3 in the morning. So it's that situation too. I feel like that's the YouTuber life. You go to sleep late. I know there's some people that like stay up till like 5-6 in the morning or something like that.
Yeah. It is. It does have its pros and cons, like any job would. The convenience is probably my best favorite aspect of it, but it definitely takes a lot of work because some people think, oh man, you just get on here, you're talking to a camera for 5-10 minutes, and that's no. It takes a lot of work.
The people say think that a 10-minute video takes 10 minutes to make. No. We just got a $200 from viewer newest. Let's go. Raising money for St. Jude's. Now let's talk about these Ravens. Okay. The Ravens could have gone over 500. It's anytime I think you have Lamar Jackson as your quarterback and you don't make the playoffs, it's a disappointing season. What did you feel about this year, and what do you think about the future for this team?
Oh man, this year they were hurt really bad. Literally, figuratively, they were banged up big time. They lost like everybody. Everybody was hurt on injured reserve. Of course, Lamar Jackson, he missed the last 6 games. And then Ravens, that's when Ravens, a lot of their coaching was really put on full display, for better or for worse at different times. But I just moving forward from this past season, I'm just hoping that next year, first and foremost, everybody's healthy. So there are no excuses. So we can really see what this team is capable of. Looking at the Bengals, it's like, man, these dudes, like Joe Burrow's first full year, his first full season, they're in the Super Bowl. And of course, they did have a lot of high draft picks. Of course, Joe Burrow being the number 1 overall pick. I think Jamar Chase was the number 2 overall pick? I think.
So it was five.
Five.
Oh,
He went off.
Okay, so he was top 5.
Oh,
So
top
it's
five.
like
It's a deep wide receiver draft, by the way. But anyways,
they've had a lot of high draft picks and whatnot. But they're there. They made it to where you want your team to be, and especially with them being an AFC North team, it really, in my mind, it should put the Ravens on notice. Like, hey, Bengals, they went right past you. So you need to do everything that you can do, because normally it would be, all right, for Ravens, how do we beat the Steelers? And we've still been struggling with that for the past couple of years too.
Yeah.
To be fair, like that
Could have
first
prevented
game,
them from going to the playoffs. Yeah.
to be fair, those games were a coin toss either way. I mean, I feel like I agree with that 2-point conversion attempt. I didn't know about the play call, but I mean, 13 seconds left. The Steelers don't have the offense, and you were out of cornerbacks. Second game, it was weird because I feel like Huntley was kind of weak. He forced a couple balls. I know that. But, I mean, I feel like, as I said, I don't know if you can really gauge the Steelers more than anything there. My question is, like, how do you feel about Lamar? Because I know that he would show these flashes of just sheer brilliance, and then he'd have these, like, stinkers. So do you think he's the answer quarterback? Do you think they should give him a long-term deal? Or do you think, like, what do you expect out of him next year?
Well, with Lamar Jackson, I definitely think that he is the Ravens' answer at quarterback for a simple reason, because when he's not in, Ravens don't win. As simple as that. They don't win. And with him, like you talked about, he would have some stinker games. He had sort of this slump toward the last couple of games that he had been playing in. But the Ravens, they had still, overall with Lamar Jackson, they had still been winning, even though there were a lot of times where he struggled. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all how he throws 4 interceptions in a game and the Ravens, they still win. Well, the other team being the Browns, who may let that happen, that would make it make a little more sense. But with Lamar Jackson, the fact that he struggled, but they were still accomplishing their goal. And at one time, they were at top of the AFC. They were top of the conference. And so you just knew that the struggles, they weren't going to last forever. I remember earlier this season, Patrick Mahomes, he was struggling. He was turning the ball over.
Yeah, the Giants almost beat them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it did. But then things turned around. So with Lamar Jackson, you knew that turnaround was coming. He wasn't going to struggle forever. So I definitely think he's the Ravens' answer at quarterback. But I think they need to make sure that this offseason, they need to take pride in investing in the offensive line like crazy. You got to deal with TJ Watt. You got to deal with Myles Garrett. You got to deal with some of the best pass rushers, not only in the AFC North, not only in the AFC, but in the NFL, period. So you want to make sure that your quarterback is protected. In the past 2 seasons, his seasons have ended early. This year, it ended against the Browns because Jock got in from rushing the passer because the offensive line, they couldn't block him, and he injured Lamar. And then last year in the playoffs against the Bills, the offensive line, the snap went way over his head, so he's running to go try to scoop the ball up, and then he gets hit, lands on the turf, concussion. Now he's out for the rest of the playoff game. So it's important that Ravens really build a security unit around him to really protect him.
Yeah, because Villanueva is not.
Steelers fans tried to tell us. They really
they tried to warn you. We just got a $250 donation, by the way, from Anonymous. Anonymous is our biggest donor today.
You need Ronnie Stanley healthy.
Killing it. Yeah, Stanley. Yeah, he from Notre Dame, right? Yeah, that dude's a beast, and when he's out there, it's a big difference. And yeah, for a quarterback like Lamar, the more protection you give him up front, like people don't realize that a scrambling quarterback, someone as athletic as Lamar, those come from solid blocking up front. Those big runs come from holes that are created, or obviously he's elusive, he's going to find those gaps. But like if you're just getting beat right off the snap, like you're going to get tackled. It's football. It's football. Like if you don't have anyone to throw to, if they fell down on their route or whatever, it's going to be ugly. Now, I got to ask you about Harbaugh. What do you think? This guy's been around a long time. He's got equity. He's won you a championship, but like, what are the thoughts about Jim Harbaugh?
Well, John Harbaugh.
John. Sorry, not Jim.
No, it's okay.
I got my Harbaughs confused.
It's all good. With John Harbaugh, I feel like the Ravens, because they supposedly signed him to a 4-year contract extension this offseason. I don't feel like he's earned it. And I feel like especially those last 6 games, we losing 6 games in a row, despite not having Lamar, I just feel like he should have been on a hot seat. I feel like there should be a lot of pressure on John Harbaugh. Is he a bad coach? No, he's not a bad coach, but I feel like the Ravens really need to ask more from John Harbaugh and really ask better from John Harbaugh. I know a lot of people, they look at the Super Bowl back in the 2012 season, which was great. It was amazing. But then you look ever since then, after Ed Reed left, after Ray Lewis left, after they traded away Anquan Bolden, you look at everything since then, and they've gotten 2 playoff wins, just 2. 2.
Well, all right, you're complaining about 2 playoff wins though. Like,
But I know you're a Giants fan.
Well, I mean,
right? I was just saying, like,
the Steelers, they have
Mike,
Super Bowl ambition.
Jets fans would kill for a playoff appearance.
They would.
Like, I
But
get
this-
it.
this
I get
is
it.
where,
But I get it. Fair enough.
The expectations are different though, because you
Right,
see how
right.
the Jets are running and whatnot, but then you see how the Ravens are run. So the expectations with the Ravens is like, all right, the Ravens fans and Ravens should expect playoffs like every year.
Yeah,
but
if you have Lamar
especially with the
Jackson,
teams that they've built. Oh, go ahead.
No. If you have Lamar Jackson, playoffs is realistic. It is.
Yeah,
For sure.
So that just the lack of success, the lack of overall success. I feel like more attention should be brought to it, and more pressure should be put on him, and just a lot of his decisions that he's made. Sorry about that. I got a dentist appointment in a little bit.
No problem.
But a lot more pressure should be put on him, and a lot of the decisions that he's made.
Okay. Give us your Super Bowl prediction before we bring on our next guest.
I would say 28-24 Rams. I think Stafford finally gets it. Odell Beckham Jr., Aaron Donald, Von Miller, Leonard Floyd. I think they get after Joe Burrow a lot. Now I feel like Joe Burrow and that Bengals offense, they're gonna get theirs, because there's no way that you're gonna hold down Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, Uzama, Mix. There's no way you can hold all those guys down. They're gonna get theirs, but I feel like the Rams, this is just their time. This is Matt Stafford, finally his time. It's crazy that we're talking about Matt Stafford in the Super Bowl. I don't think anybody would have ever thought that would happen.
No.
So I say Rams.
All right. Well, Ingraven, thanks for coming by. Check him out on YouTube, IngravenVids. He's on Twitter as well. It's been a great ride this whole time, man. I'm glad that we're still making videos. We're still kicking and we're living our dreams, man.
Yeah,
Thank
man,
you so
for
much
sure. I
for
appreciate
coming.
the both of y'all. Thank you for having me on.
All right.
Thanks, brother.
Take it easy.
All right, you too. See you.
Hard to hate Justin as a Ravens fan for you, huh? Such a nice guy. Like, just
a good dude.
A wonderful person, wonderful human being. Doesn't talk shit. Doesn't throw people under the bus.
I can say the same thing.
Yeah, for years we've been friends. All right, we're gonna bring in our next guest. A little different world that he's coming from. He's coming from the gaming world.
Nice.
He's got his name on there as Fat Asian.
Formerly Fat Asian.
Formerly Fat Asian.
I've lost 60 pounds over the last 2 years. So.
Wow.
Thank you.
Did you break up with your girlfriend and she weighed 60 pounds? Was that it? Like, that's a quick way to lose 60
That was a
pounds.
coincidence. Coincidence, but no. And as I'd like to say, as a lifelong 49er fan, I see him coming up. I'd like to personally apologize to Tom Grossi. We had no business winning that game, and we choked it to the Rams. So I wish The Last Dance would have continued. That would have been a way better HBO special.
Well, it was also funnier that way, because
never
expected to be anything, and then they
funny. His name is Bmonus, but is it Bmonus? How is that?
It's a terrible name. I thought of it when I was younger. But you just call me B.
Right,
Fat Asian Nathan.
B is good. B is good. Now you are a FIFA gamer. You are, and I don't want you to be synonymous with just one game, but what games do you play? Tell us a little bit about your channel, and then we'll dive into the 49er fandom as well.
So it was much like Justin before me. Like, I grew up from San Francisco, grew up a huge Niner fan, like watching them be awesome in the 90s. And then, so you play Madden. You play Madden all the time, and you play the franchise mode. And then the Niners started to suck. So all you had was Madden. And then, but then Madden started to suck, after like Xbox and PS2, like Madden just went to shit. So I started playing other games, and I was like, all right, let's see what the soccer thing's about. And it's just a better franchise mode. It's a better career mode. Now it's not so great, but back in the day, it used to be pretty fun. That and like Pro Evolution Soccer. And that's what took me into this world. And I'm like one of the few American FIFA guys out here. And so just been doing a lot of FIFA. But my first team, San Francisco 49ers.
Bet. I love it. So the last time I played a soccer game, this is how old I am, was on Sega Genesis. It was the World Cup.
I had a Sega Genesis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in
And
the day.
My My biggest challenge was I took Qatar. Like Qatar was like rated like 1 out of 10 as a team.
Qatar existed when the Sega Genesis was around?
Yeah, yeah.
Qatar has a team.
And they had a team
Yeah.
in the game, and they were the worst team. And the biggest challenge was to go out and win a World Cup with them. And remember, this was before games could save, so like it was all or nothing. Like you just had to win the game.
And it was also
I remember
Qatar could bribe their way to a World Cup. So
I mean, allegedly.
yeah,
There's actually a lot of proof, but allegedly.
I beat Germany in the
I don't
final.
trust that letter. So
Yeah, and
I mean, they got yeah. It's gonna be very interesting having the World Cup during Christmas. Like, yeah, there's gonna be like, but we're gonna be spoiled as sports fans. We're gonna have the World Cup. We're gonna have like playoffs.
Olympics.
Football.
Right.
Yeah.
Football, baseball,
we're-
no, but not gonna happen. But yeah, like FIFA, I love the game of soccer. It's beautiful. Like I know I mock it on Twitter and stuff like that, but international soccer is amazing when it's just everything's on the line. It's two countries just going at it, and it's like it's the ultimate bragging rights to say that you're best at the game that everyone cares about besides America.
Besides us, yeah.
Besides
we're
us.
starting to care. We're starting to care a little bit more. Do you guys watch any U.S. men's national team?
I do. Dude, Pusilic is a beast. I can't even say his
We're
name.
getting better.
I wasn't
We're getting
prepared
better.
to say. Yeah. The thing is like if we sent our best athletes to play soccer, we would just dominate like we do in basketball.
The Europeans do not want to hear any of this. They're like,
No, they're like, oh,
LeBron
yeah,
James
yeah.
would suck. He was
But
like,
if-
yeah,
Right. If Odell Beckham played soccer instead of football, like he would just score on everyone. Like he would just
get outta
and
here.
then do the grit. Then he would hit the gritty afterwards.
Oh, dude, if
Like-
Kyler Murray played soccer.
Yeah,
Ooh.
like our best athlete. Like, could you imagine strikers at 6'5" that run,
Yeah.
4 flat
Or
40s?
LeBron
Cool.
James played soccer, dude. He would be as big as Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Like
But-
him in the midfield, like no one could get the ball off him. He'd had everything. Like, yeah, it'd be. But listen, we're catching up. We got some good kids over in Europe right now. Like, possible in 30 years, maybe.
yeah, yeah.
We
I
might.
don't know if.
We were saying that 30 years ago too, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's more likely: the Giants ever winning another Super Bowl or America winning a World Cup. It's just like some type
I'll
of
bet on the
thing.
Giants. I'm gonna bet on the
Yeah.
Giants.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. All right,
Yeah.
so you're a 49ers fan.
Yes.
You watched your team go out and beat the Packers in the most, I think, anomalistic game I'd ever seen. Like that was just the weirdest
Yeah.
game because they had really no business of winning. What are you thinking as a 49ers fan? Like, I know you apologize, but like what was going through your head when that happened?
The whole game was surreal. I think that was the only word to really describe it because it was just like, oh, we're gonna lose this game. Oh, we're gonna lose this game. Oh, we're gonna win this game. How? How did we win this? And then when we won it, it was just like this weird switch because like I've always known growing up in the 90s, like it was Brett Favre kicking our ass every single year. And then it was the Dallas Cowboys and Troy Aikman always kicking our ass. And then like to back beat them. It's been an awesome run, but we did not deserve that Packers win. But can we talk about how the 49ers are basically farming draft picks right now through just getting coach after coach hired that's like
yeah.
or black?
Who those
We're
things-
gonna
Yeah. What's his name? Mike.
McDaniels, who is
Mike
hilarious, by the way.
McDaniels.
Yeah, McDaniels. If you look up his interviews, he's a weird dude. He's
Really?
just like awkward and weird and loves hip hop. He's just like a very, very interesting dude. But we got
So
him.
what-
We got Salah, and then after this, D'Amico Ryans is going to get a head
Ryan's
coaching
probably
job.
next year.
So that's 6 third-round draft picks that the 49ers are going to get off of head coaching jobs because of the new Rooney Rule. Like, that's wild to really think about. Do you think this is going to affect the NFL going forward? Like,
It
this could probably
could.
motivate people.
It could. I feel like, look, me being biracial, half Asian. What's up? Like I don't feel like someone is half a person, right? I've never seen half a person. So to me, I'm Asian. I don't give a fuck what you say. Like I'm Asian. Like
Mhm.
fuck you. Like if you think I'm half of a race, then don't talk to me. And so if Mike McDaniels, I don't know what his racial background is, but if his dad is black, which I think is what it is, then he's black. Okay, he might not look black. But if he's a quarter or something, then I don't know. I'm not sitting here to divide up racial clout by
like how many people are going to claim Navajo?
You are right. Like I'm not sitting here trying to do that, but like to me, I've never seen half a person, so you can't just be half a race.
But do you think this will actually affect like teams actually hiring more?
No, because I think because teams hire based on who they want for the job, and maybe in some cases,
maybe the Dolphins
or
disagree
the
because they just want to have a war chest of picks,
right? Or the Texans trying to hiring David Culley and then firing him, like he was he's a black head coach, and then going out and getting Lovie Smith. By the way, Lovie Smith's beard needs its own Twitter account.
Fantastic.
By the way, it is amazing. I strive to have a beard like that one day. Like it has its own zip code. It's
man. I'm like Asian League challenged to it, but when I eventually
get older.
I can't wait to grow like an old kung fu beard. Just be like
old and then just be sitting like
Mm-hmm.
And then carry a staff. Like that's I'm not Asian enough to pull off just walking around with a staff.
I'm just gonna like go around on a moped with a staff looking like Master Oogway from Kung Fu
you're
Panda.
gonna be like Hoy Carlo from Super Punch Out. That's what you're trying to be.
Yeah. Let's bring up the most stereotypical Asian characters throughout the history of gaming.
That dude could like jump all over the place and just beat the shit out of you with a stick.
Yeah,
that was great. It was amazing. So the Niners, like Jimmy G. All right, let's awkwardly segue to Jimmy G. Like he is.
Let me talk to Tree. Tree, right? How would you like to have Jimmy G as your quarterback next year? This is all saying.
No, because I mean it's probably going to cost a lot more than we think. I feel like what do you feel like is your optimal return value for Jimmy G? Because I mean, his value
ask you guys, because I'm like blinded. I'm blinded because I'm not the biggest Jimmy G fan. I'm stealing this from Grant Cohen. He calls him an arsonist and a firefighter at the same time.
That's
and that's basically what it is. It's like he'll throw the pick early, he'll turn the ball over early, but then he'll make the fourth quarter drive. He'll make all these fucking darts in clutch time. You saw it like he did against the Steelers like 2 seasons ago. I was like, Jesus, man, he's got it. But then I don't know, just in the biggest moments, he's kind of failed us. So
here's
first round pick. I'll take 2 twos.
Here's the thing.
2 or a first. I can see that.
Jimmy G has a syndrome now, and it's called Joe Flacco syndrome, right? Like Joe Flacco went out, won a Super Bowl, played clutch as shit. Jimmy G has that resume. He's been to a Super Bowl. He went to another championship game. Now his value's never been higher. Now's the time to trade him. But I feel like he's going to be like an aging porn star. Apropos reference, by the way. He's going to decline very quickly from now on. Does he have 1 or 2 years left? Sure. But like, I think if you had a better quarterback, you guys would be we'd be making a prediction on whether the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl. Like, I think if he had played just a little bit better, he would have taken this team to the Super Bowl. That's how I feel about him. I think you got to go all in with Trey Lance for sure.
Oh yeah, we definitely are. But it wasn't all his fault. Tart, makes that pick. We're going to the Super Bowl. It's Matt Stafford, his arms not right now. You could see it. He can't throw the deep ball. I don't know. Maybe he can get right in 2 weeks, but he wasn't throwing it right at the end of that game.
Oh yeah, they'll inject him with Toradol, and they'll just be like, "Hey, take all the painkillers, do what you got to do." Yeah, Stafford did not play well. Like that was one of the uglier NFC champ. Usually by then the football's really clean on Championship Sunday. That was an ugly game. I get it's 2 division rivals, but Stafford didn't play well. But Jimmy G could have played better for sure.
Yeah. But I think the future's bright. Like the initial talks out of camp were just like he's the next Patrick Mahomes, and then all of a sudden it's like he can't even help the scout team. So who knows with Trey Lance, man? Like I hope he's good. I really hope he improves his like post game dress. Like his
that's important.
I love the kid, but he doesn't choose outfits well. Like he needs to get that up.
Drip is super important. Like not everyone is as handsome as like Jimmy G could do a press conference in like just a burlap sack, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, that guy is fucking handsome." But like, if you're marginal looking, you better bring the drip.
I feel like his good looks is at least worth like an extra third in a trade.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, give us your Super Bowl prediction. Let's see what we got here, and then we'll get to your plug.
I got $10 riding on the Bengals.
All right, this guy's
Yeah.
a baller right here.
It's
What's
the
the
year of the
final
Tiger, baby.
score? Right. Yes, it is the year of the Tiger. What's the final score?
God. I mean, honestly, I could see it going either way, so I'm gonna say 30-27.
30-27.
It'll be, it'll depend on if his arm is right. I think they're gonna feast on him. Donald and Miller are gonna feast on that O-line, but Ramsey's overly aggressive, so we'll see if they can.
Yeah, it could work against them. And Joe Burrow seems to make up for, intense pressure because that guy is so fucking cool.
Got sacked 9 times, still won the game.
He's going to be the next Joe
Balls of steel.
Montana / he's like Joe Montana and Joe Namath combined.
Did you guys like the look that he walked into Arrowhead with? Was it too much? No, you liked it? You liked it?
Dude, I like it. I just
It had like a 90s throwback flair to it.
It's impossible to hate Joe Burrow. It really is. Now, if he goes out and wins 3 Super Bowls, I'm like, fuck this dude. But
yeah,
that's how it works in America. Success is like a fart. It only smells good if it's your own, buddy.
Yeah, you can be Patrick Mahomes one day and then have an annoying brother the next. So
yes. Where can we see more of you?
I just put out videos. Basically, I do like kind of intro guides. So right now I'm doing like a introduction guide to the Super Bowl for Europeans. So I'm basically like a cultural translator. I'm trying to get Europeans in a football. I'm trying to get Americans into their football. I'm trying to get everybody else into anime. So that's basically what I do.
Awesome.
Yeah. But thank you guys for having me on, man. This is awesome.
Hey, no problem, man. Thanks for stopping by. We'll definitely have to do more stuff together in the future for sure.
All right. Later, guys.
Peace.
Peace.
Now we have another guest who was on the Media Day stream last year and got in 2 words edgewise because there was like 20 of us at once. And now I think he only came back under the condition that he would be allowed to talk.
No, I'm most surprised. It's just like
a known Bengals fan too.
Ooh.
Someone who's gonna talk about Joe Burrow. Let's bring him in.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Yeboah from Secret Base.
Howdy.
Howdy, my friend. It's good to have you back. This has been a special year for you, has it not?
Oh, yeah, it has been. And I'm actually in Los Angeles right now.
Oh, you're going to cover? Are you going to the...
No.
Oh,
it's
really?
It's just a coincidence trip because I'm moving out here in October. So it's just like look for apartments, look for neighborhoods, back and forth.
What part of town are you looking at?
I like Burbank, North Hollywood, and then I like Echo Park and Silver Lake as well. So really enjoy the neighborhoods.
This summer we went and we did a vacation and we stayed in WeHo. WeHo is interesting.
Yeah, I'm there right now.
Interesting. Yeah, it's the culture, it's a mixing pot. It's like it's super nice part of LA, super weird part of LA. Like I liked it. My wife didn't really like it, but I thought WeHo was super interesting. Let's talk about Joe Burrow's drip, can we? What do you think about his style?
Just put
it out there.
Just oozes confidence. Ever since he was like in LSU, and then he came out when he wore those glasses. I was like, wow, this is a new quarterback. This is a new kind of energy and confidence about the Bengals that Andy Dalton never really gave us. Have you seen the Andy Dalton tunnel video where he's like playmakers on 3 and then everybody's like playmakers? This is a different team, man. And I am just so excited because I haven't seen that in my adult life as a Bengals fan.
So this year just comes out of nowhere. What were your expectations before the year, and how has this played? Obviously, they've exceeded expectations, but when the year started, where were you at mentally?
Mentally, I was asking for maybe 6 wins, right? When your team goes 4 and whatever, and then Joe Burrow also tears his ACL and whatever, you come back, you're like, okay, I just want it a small improvement, or just I hope our number 1 pick is going to be okay. And not only that is he okay, they exceed expectations. I'm just having it. But then midway through, after the end, weeks 13 or 4, I was like, okay, I just want to clinch the playoffs. That'd be sick. But then we're going to just lose that playoff game, right? Like that's how like it's been for the last like couple like years, you know, we'll make the playoffs and then like I mean not years, but like when we did make the playoffs like with Dalton and stuff, like it was just like, oh, we're gonna lose that playoff game. Like that was
it felt empty. Right. Yeah.
It's like so when the Raiders come in town, it's like, okay, how are we gonna lose this time? Right. It's like that's the mentality you have. And then winning a playoff game, I got so many texts, so many calls. And everybody's like, congratulations. Like, this is all like, this is everything I've like wanted in my adult life. Like the Bengals hadn't won a playoff game
in 31
in
years.
my life.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And they went a bunch of
that's
times. Right.
Right. Exactly. Go a bunch of times and just like lose like consecutively or whatever. So then like the Bengals play the Titans and Joe Burrow gets sacked like 88 times. And we're just like, okay, that's cool.
Right. Video
I'm
game
like,
numbers.
I'm like, the consequences of like our actions are coming here. And it's like, okay, cool, we're gonna lose. And then somehow we don't, like Tannehill 3 picks. It's like this seems like some Team of Destiny shit or like some like Disney movie where it's like at the halftime, like there's like a powerful speech from Zach Taylor or whatever. I guess I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that being a movie. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like, oh, okay. You know. And then the Chiefs game. Okay, the Chiefs game, because I mean we beat the Chiefs like for like in the regular season. In the regular season, but I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna like take that here. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, we beat them here, we could beat them. Like that was like, no, this is completely different circumstances.
Right.
In the regular season, there was like some officiating shit at the end where it's like, so we kind of like I felt like we got gifted that win. So then I didn't feel like confident about like playing them again, especially at Arrowhead, you know. Then you go 21-10, but the Chiefs getting stopped at the goal line and like not having a time, like that had the potential to become like they score, make it 28-10, and then they get the ball back at halftime, make it 35. I was like, yo, this could get out of control really fast. So I was just preparing. Right. I was just like, oh, this is about to spiral out. But no, like somehow by like just
Eli Apple,
the strings of fate. Yeah.
Right. Eli Apple of all people.
He's having a solid year too.
Yeah. When he dropped that potential pick in overtime, I was like, yeah, that was the chance. Like I was like, man, come on. Like, you know, every time I was watching, I was like, oh, this is it. This is how it ends. This is just a new type of pain that I'm not like used to right now. But
it's complex pain. Right. It's like, oh, we got so far, but you know, it didn't work out. But here you are at the big game. I think it's been a remarkable run. To me, like I feel like they've come too far to not go all the way. And that's just how I feel. Like there's like you have to win, right? Like you have to go out and do it.
I think the thing here is that for me, especially, is that I came into this playoffs asking for so little, right? That this feels like extra credit, right? And also it helps that like I don't hate the other team either. If the Bengals were, I forget, like I don't know like what team it would be that where we ran into them, I'd be like, God, I actually hate this team. Like I'm not having fun. Like my team's getting pummeled on like national, like the biggest national stage possible, right? Mm-hmm. But now I'm just like, yeah, it's either Joe Burrow gets a ring or Matt Stafford gets a ring. Who like I'm like, yo, if I wanted another quarterback, like it had to be this guy. It's like I like Matthew Stafford, I like Aaron Donald. But, you know, it's like so even if we lose, I'm just like, yeah, but. I
will tell you this though, like I found this out in 2011 when Auburn made it all the way to the national championship. Like you can't underestimate love and how much you have for the team that you're watching. And when you see your loved ones get hurt, like it hurt. Like I still can't talk about that game between Auburn and Florida State, especially because we were winning that game. Like I was you know, dusting off the area for the trophy. Like if they lose, it'll hurt really bad. And I don't want to deflate your heart. Like, and I don't want to ruin your optimism, but yeah, it hurts.
I know that I can say all these things. I know I can say all these things, but as soon as the game stops, like there might be some switch that like I've never experienced before, being like maybe anxious for every down. But after like Bengals Steelers like 2016, I was just like, yeah, this is whatever, man. Like that, like I was just
Yeah,
game,
that
I
one.
was, like,
Oh,
you
that
bring
was-
up that game.
I still have no idea how the hell the Steelers won. Like I was in shock that whole game. Like,
The game was over.
Yeah.
I was like, this is done. This is no way. They just intercepted it, and Bontes ran to the locker room because he should be there. This game is
Yeah.
over.
And then when Mixon was running out the ball against the Chiefs, and they had that thing, people were like, "Oh, did he give himself up?" or that thing. I was like, "Yo, if that is." There are certain points during the game where I was like, "Okay, here it comes." And then Tony Romo is like trying to jinx us. I'm like, "Dude, please, not now."
Yeah,
You know?
not now. We don't need it. We don't need it. All right, let's talk a little bit about what you're doing over at Secret Base. Like, do you got any cool things coming up in the future that you're working on before we get your Super Bowl prediction? I just wanted to let you talk about, because I find Secret Base to be so interesting. What you guys do over there?
Absolutely. I mean, I love working here because it's cool that like I get to push out content, and like that's like from my colleagues and myself that like I really like sports stories I really enjoy, or sports stories I've barely heard of, and then I like watch it myself. I'm like, damn, I didn't know this. Right now, we at Fandom and NHL we kind of like revamped our strategy. We do Twitch streams on Secret Base Monday, Wednesday, and Friday usually, and then if we have like a really, really cool like Twitch stream idea that went well, we're then going to repackage them into Fandom and NHL on YouTube. So we turn that maybe into 20, 25 minutes. So I'm working on one right now where the stream was like, how many times can we score before Madden like freezes and shuts off?
Right.
Yeah, so we got to about over 1,800 points. And
did it finally break?
No, it didn't. The game ended. Like 2,000 points is possible. I know that I didn't do the most efficient like method for
There's
it.
a way. There's actually a way to score infinitely without losing any time.
Yeah.
So what I did, I discovered it was if you set up the other team to be like slow, like all zeros, and yours are 99, if you kick off and then run as fast as you can and recover it in the end zone, no time goes off and you get the TD. Like you'd have to do that. What is 2,000 divided by 7 or 8? But yeah, no time would expire, and that's when I've discovered a loophole in the rules, and I was like, wow, the maximum score for a football game is actually infinite. I never knew that. Like it's crazy. So maybe that is a little dimension to add to your fumble. Oh, hey. All right.
Oh man, pun.
What? So you get to live your dream, right? So I remember I fell in love with John Boyes when he came out with Breaking Madden a long time ago. So you get to work with him. What's something that he does that you don't like?
No, there's nothing that.
I'm just kidding. You don't have to answer.
You are a firebrand, dude.
There's zero answer to that either. Like he's incredible, like great boss. Like allows me to like live my creative dream and vision, and is very very supportive. Like
yeah, it's great to have someone like, because I've only had like one or two bosses in my life where you like they're your friend, like you really respect them, like you want to work hard for them because they get it, like they treat you like an adult, they don't come down on you when you mess up. They're just like, hey dude, you messed up, and like they know that you messed up. I'm not saying that you mess up, but like there's bosses out there that make working enjoyable for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, how often do you get confused with the guy that made the Falcons documentary?
Me?
Yeah. Didn't you get asked that?
I get
people
confused.
thought it was you.
People think that. So there's another coworker. He's actually a really good friend of mine, Joe Ali. So I was on the Falcons documentary for like maybe a minute and a half for like part 5.
I remember.
So
I
was talking about that. So I guess people from the rest of the doc thought that I was like Joe. But it clearly states in like the bottom left whenever Joe is talking. So I'm like, you guys are just like ignoring what's being put on the screen. And also, I don't think we sound alike either. So
no. I thought that video was brilliant, by the way, as well. Like it's 28-3 can be talked about forever, honestly. Like I've made a lot of money off of the Falcons' failure.
I think a
All
lot
right.
of people have. It's not just you, dude.
It's time to hold your feet to the fire. If you want to pass on this, you can, but are we going to get a Super Bowl prediction from Kofie Yeboah?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Who's going to win this game?
Let me go Bengals 20, Rams 17.
Love it.
There you
I'm
go.
Love it.
I'm
Love the
going-
confidence.
Another McPherson game winner.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that for sure. I could,
And that-
dude. I'm so jealous of the Bengals right now because you guys have players that just don't give a fuck. Like
my favorite
they're
thing,
just-
my favorite thing about this team is that I feel like a lot of these players on the team, like they don't know that they're on the Bengals. It's like they don't have that like loser energy.
It's like the
They just,
Cubs.
got here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're winners. Like what do you and like when McPherson was like, looks like we're going to the AFC Championship or whatever, I was like, yo, I don't know anyone on the previous Bengals playoff teams where that would ever say some shit like that. And because it's like they're just having fun. It's like a great team to root for, and they're like, why not us? I love that.
I think
Yeah,
the
it's
only
like
from the the last time they were in the playoffs, I think it's the punter and the long snapper, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
right?
it's like Mike Nugent's not going to be like, look like we're going to the AFC. Like no one, like McPherson's just a rookie. He's there. He's just having fun. Like I love that new energy. It's like, yeah,
I
we're on
love
a
that
team.
confidence. I love it as well because like as fans, like I'm palpitating in a game that I don't even care about. Like I always wonder about the players. Like, do they ever get nervous in the big moment? I think they do. It's just,
Yeah.
crazy. All right. So where can we find you? We got our next guest lined up.
Of course.
Anything you want to plug on the way
You can
out?
find me on Twitter at Kofie KOFIE. You can find me on TikTok and Twitch at Kofie Y KOFIE WHY.
And
Did I spell
your
that right? No.
his TikToks are hilarious, by the way. The best one though is if you go to Europe and does some girl have a sign on her door that says you have to be 1.7 meters tall.
Oh yeah, I was just there. I was thinking about. I was like, I know that the 6 foot rule is like. I was like, is that just America? Like that was like.
Yeah, I mean, I could go to Europe and just clean up, my 5'10" ass. All right, Kofie, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad we actually got a time to talk.
Absolutely.
And, everyone follow him everywhere, and enjoy his content on Secret Base. Love it.
Awesome. Have a good rest of the day.
Take care,
All right,
Kofie.
take it easy.
Later.
All right, up next is a man who needs no introduction.
Quick thing I did want to mention, speaking of your Giants, they've just hired former Ravens defensive coordinator Wink Martindale as the new defensive coordinator.
The game show host,
Sure.
Wink Martindale.
Sure.
Yes.
Here's your host, Wink Martindale.
Tom
Sure.
starting off the stream without even coming in, donating $250, everyone, raising the total to $1.8 thousand raised so far. We've only been doing this for an hour and 47 minutes, and we are up to 1.8K. Let's go.
Oh yeah, baby.
Do it. Your mic sounds a little weird.
My mic sounds weird.
No, okay, you're fine. You're fine.
Just a little loud.
Oh.
Oh, it's loud?
Is it still loud? No, it sounds fine now to me. It's
Is it
good.
okay?
Yes, it's good. Tom.
Mama, can you hear me?
Yes. Can
Yes,
you
I can.
sing, Tom?
Oh, can you see me?
No.
It
Tree has
depends.
a
I went to. There's about like 25 minutes away from me. There's a school for the deaf, and they love my singing voice, so they're big fans.
Nice.
Mhm. Tom's going to start us off with a cheap joke.
Yep.
How have you been, man? What are your thoughts on this Super Bowl as a Packers fan? Just knowing that your team's not there and Aaron Rodgers is going to leave in like a month.
Sadness, just overwhelming. It's funny because like we beat both these teams. Like the Packers beat them both this season, and we were robbed of McPherson versus Crosby too, Electric Boogaloo, where there would have been 7 missed field goals. So that's really disappointing. But yeah, I mean it sucks because it's just a matter of like what if, and like I'm glad we got Rich Bisaccia and we got that stuff, but I don't know what the hell this team's gonna look like this year. So it's a bit disappointing to say the least.
Benjamin Tech just dropped
Benny
$250
Tech.
on him. B Tech, the
Benny
law
Tech.
firm The law firm, the law offices of Benjamin Tech, a loyal supporter of all of us, a loyal supporter of many of our punishments. Tom, I want to talk about you as a creator. You started your journey as a school teacher, and today you are a not just full-time YouTuber, but a very successful one. Sort of take us through how this journey has played out for you. Has it been anything that you expected, or just talk about it, will you?
Like, just speak.
Just speak. Just keep saying your words.
Well, it's funny because people can go back and like listen to the old stuff, and there's not much of a difference. I mean, the equipment gets better, like the audio and video quality definitely improve over the years, but I've been doing the same stuff that I was doing way back when, back in 2015 that I'm doing today. And like nothing has changed because as many of you have, like, I did this job for free. I just did this because I enjoyed it and because I liked it. So I just did this for multiple years along with being a full-time teacher. And as time went on, it like, especially the movement to video was a monster because it used to be so simple back in the day. I record 2 podcasts a week, one with a guest on Thursday and one just like recapping what happened on Tuesday. And it was like, boom, boom, I record. Editing took like 5 minutes. It was phenomenal. Yeah. I put an intro, I put an outro, and
right. You edit on an Audacity. You're done. Whatever the length of it was. Yeah.
Down, call it.
It's great. It was great. And, like a few people listened and it was cool. And I was like, okay. And then like I got some cool opportunities based off that. But then like going to YouTube, like that just adds a whole nother level. And it just takes a million times longer because then you have to worry about like editing. Like there's streamers out there. Like obviously I stream a lot, but like there's streamers out there and they don't have to edit a thing. And I envy them so much.
I agree.
It's like I hit the live button and then I'm here and then I go off and I'm done.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, like as time has gone on, like the opportunities have gotten crazier, but it's kind of just like the same old. Like the fact that I'm able to make money off of this is mind blowing to me. And that's why I'm just like, all right, well, if I lost it all tomorrow, I'll do the job again for free. Like it's all good.
Yeah, I don't want to, but like I think all of us know that we make videos because we love it first, and that's the first thing. That's the only way you can succeed, because the beginning of being a content creator is like being in college and playing your guitar and hoping, like in a classroom and hoping someone walks by and is like, hey, are you playing guitar? And then they listen for 2 seconds and then they leave. That's what the beginning is like. It's awful. It's hard. Like to the people that subscribe to my channel at first, like what? Why?
Yeah.
Why? I was so bad. But I think the one thing probably, what do you miss the most about teaching and what do you miss the least?
Well, I think what's funny is I thought that I would like miss teaching a lot. I don't miss it as much as I thought I would. And I was really good at it. Like I was a very, very good teacher. And like, that's something I'll like pat myself on the back for. But this past year, like just with all being remote and stuff, like I taught over like 100 seniors and I didn't know what 3/4 of them looked like until June when they graduated because they just kept their cameras off. Like it was miserable. Like that was a truly miserable experience. So it kind of, I had some qualms of like going back to teaching as it was, but I didn't know if the NFL was going to get canceled, because of COVID and everything like that. So I was like, all right, let's go, let's do this. And like that last year was just such a grind. It was miserable. So like, I don't miss it as much because I think I do the streams as much as I do. And like, as people know, if they show up to like the Friday night Q&A ones, like I'm still talking history. If they ask history questions, like we can go into like 2 hours of just straight up talking history. So I don't miss it as much. And then what I definitely don't miss though, is like doing double the work. Like I'll put the same amount of hours into this job as I did when I had both of those jobs. But I don't miss having to wake up at 5:30 in the morning and going to do that and grading and just like having a grind. Like I can wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning if I want to now instead of 5:30.
Sorry, I didn't hear a damn thing you said because Kirsten is writing in here that the Patriots hired Joe Judge as their offensive coordinator. Is this true? Let's take a look. True?
That's amazing.
We need to verify this. By the way, thanks, Kirsten.
But says, Patriots are looking towards hiring Joe Judge as an offensive assistant, but they may not hire him as OC. So it's as an assistant, hopefully. But
okay. Okay.
If it's an OC, it's like, well,
Gotta get in with your flock.
back to Joe Judge. Go back to Belichick.
That's great.
I think the fact that you were a teacher is just beautiful because, like, yeah, it's really rewarding. But like, I remember talking to you 2 years ago, just saying, dude, you're meant for this. You're meant for YouTube, and just, you know, you were at that intersection of whether you should, you know, quit your job. But like, it's obviously worked out
too. But a couple years earlier.
Well, because I mean, the theory that I've had, like, because as you know, like, there's always that like imposter syndrome that you get where you're just like, oh my god, like I'm really not that great. Like it's good, but I guess it's really not.
You
that
mean
great.
every day of my life? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So we're
struggling, man.
It's a matter of, I was at a point where I was like, okay, things are going well. You know, I can live off my teacher salary and I can literally just invest everything else into the podcast and get new equipment and do all that stuff. And it just came to a point where it was last year that I was so burnt out. Like, I was so burnt out mentally. And I'm like, I can't do 2 jobs anymore. Like, I'm killing myself. Like, I'm working 100-hour weeks. Like, it's wild. Like, I did, like, people were like, well, now you can work so much. I was doing the same amount of time and like effort. I streamed every playoff game for the past 2 years. Like,
right. And then you had to go to, what was the story? You went home during your lunch break to tweet about,
JJ Watt,
record a video.
When JJ Watt got released, I was in 4th period and one of my kids told me, like, one of my students told me, like, oh, JJ Watt just got released. And I'm like, oh crap, that's big news. So literally, I wrote out the script for what I wanted to do. And by script, I mean, like, I wrote down some stats. And then I taught 5th period. And then 6th period during my lunch, I drove home, recorded, edited, put it up there, drove back, and made it within a minute of the next bell, like, of when I had to teach. Like, that was what I was doing on a consistent basis.
I can't imagine that life. Like, I was just like, how does this guy have a full-time job? Because like, I was lucky I got to do YouTube at my full-time job because I stopped caring about my job, and like, no one could really call me on it because I was like a vice president at the company. Like, it was really bad. It was really bad what I did to that company.
Like, I lost them so much money.
I was wasting their time, but they were wasting mine. So it was a mutual thing.
It's all fine.
But yeah, I just remember that story of you just rushing home to do that. But now things have worked out. You know, go ahead.
No, I mean, like, it worked. I mean, this last year was a proof of concept, you know, in which it was my first season where I didn't have a backup job. I didn't have a source of steady income. And people don't realize too, like, when you leave a job, like, it's not just like the income you're leaving. Like, I lost all my benefits. Like, I lost everything, like retirement, all that's gone. So like, there's that kind of like nagging voice of like, oh crap, like, this has to work out. But from the beginning, like, I just knew that I wouldn't be outworked. Like, I know that the work ethic that I have, like, I would just go nuts. And now that I actually had the time, like, that's why I've been able to do all the things that I want to do. And I'm just like grinding stuff out.
Yes. And you definitely grind. Like, I don't know how you do it all day watching games and streaming. Cause like, usually I'll nap during a football game if I feel like it. Like, I'm just like, this is my Sunday. Like, I've earned this. I'm going to take a nap. You know, like, it's time. But you're like working all day from sun up to sundown. Like, I'm just like, fucking A, dude, this guy is on, dude.
I mean, I love doing it. I mean, the streams themselves are honestly like the best part about this because, you know, I've been streaming now for a few years and I was streaming when there was like 6 people in there. Like, I was streaming in there when there was like, you know, just double-digit people in there. And now like there's 22,000 in there for like the divisional game when the Packers are losing. So, you know, it's great because even if the game like just sucks ass, like, the chat's amazing. And they're like, we're having a great time with that. Or like, we're raiding other channels. Like, we're doing all this other stuff. So it's honestly like a ton of fun and it doesn't feel like work. If the game's really bad, it sucks. But you know,
the people make it worth it. The community makes it worth it. You know, we put up with people telling us that we're trash and we're stupid.
Dude, but like in Tom's case, like, he is an extremely dedicated community, especially with like your inside jokes. I mean, Grossi Pussy. I mean, you ate in January, and I mean, you ate big time. I mean, looking at your social blades, like, holy shit.
Yeah. I'm a little jealous. I'm not just a little jealous. I'm a lot jealous.
10 million views, like, man, you're swimming in money.
it was honestly, it was crazy because like the playoff games, January is always the best month of the year for me. Always. The biggest stream is always the draft, but like the best month is always January. And I knew if I did reaction videos right after the games were done, like right after the streams, I knew they would go off, and they all did. Like they all blew up. So I was up like that when the Packers lost. I had streamed the game before that. I streamed the Packers game. I had a reaction video up for the Packers season, which I wrote and did that night and put that out. Then I did a post game, and then I also had a clip that was like clipped out from the stream. I was up till 4 a.m., but like it blew up. Like everything blew up, and that's how the thing got to trending. So yeah, I mean, like it's all possible to do. It's just there's some waves that like if you hit the algorithm just right for like 2 weeks, YouTube loves you, and it's like here's all the stuff. Like right now, YouTube hates me.
Yeah,
like they don't care. Like my subscribers are, you know, like the growth is like nothing now. But
you're gaining 1,000.
That's the thing I hate about YouTube.
So it's,
there was a day I got over 3,000 subscribers. Like it was wild, and I was like, okay, we can do this.
Social Blade,
all right,
number 7.
We got our next guest in the green room. So give us your official Super Bowl prediction. Tom Grossi.
I really want the Bengals to win. I unfortunately think the Rams are going to win. There's a small nagging part of me that actually thinks it's going to be a blowout. And I really hope it's not. But I thought the same exact thing with the Chiefs game with the Bengals. So I'll say the Rams win 24-17, but I will be rooting for Kitty Goes Meow all the live long day.
Okay. Another one of your great tropes. Kitty goes meow.
Kitty goes meow.
Tom, we will see you on Thursday. Better be ready to make good on your punishments. I think there's some. So you're done. Okay, you got it ready.
I got some outstanding ones. Yes, that will be paid.
Don't make me grade you an F.
Oh baby.
We'll see you on Thursday.
Godspeed.
All right. Thank you for coming. You can come back for chaos if you want as well.
Okay.
Just because you've earned it.
Tom Grossi.
See you, buddy. See you. Tom Grossi out. Our next guest.
Tom Grossi is the epitome of chaos.
He is. Our next guest is a long-suffering Met fan. We needed to bring in baseball because baseball's in a kind of a sad state right now. But we're gonna work through it. Let's bring in Jolly Olive from John Boy Media. He also has a YouTube channel as well. First things first, I gotta ask you. Can I just call you Jack or should I call you Jolly?
Yeah, call me Jack, call me Jolly, whatever is most comfortable.
What are the offices like at John Boy Media?
So I'm in one of the studios right now. This is like Studio B. A couple of them are still in development, but the offices are incredible. It's like a dream come true to work in Manhattan. I really appreciated the intro I got there of the long-suffering Mets fan, but every baseball fan's long-suffering right now, so I guess we're all in solidarity.
Yeah, we are just suffering. I'm really
try being a Pirates fan.
Yeah, man, I get it. I mean, O'Neal Cruz is pretty good, man. I don't know.
O'Neal Cruz, Yancy Contreras. But it's going to be a couple years. They're doing what I wanted them to do.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Whatever.
See, here's the thing, all right, and we can dive in. I just want to ask: has anyone stolen any of your food at the John Boy Media offices?
No, we're center.
Trevor Plouffe hasn't, eaten your sandwich or anything like that.
We're center of Manhattan. There's tons of restaurant areas around here, so I haven't brought lunch yet because I have the long train ride and all that jazz. But there's is in there to be taken. It's a dangerous.
Just curious, where do you live right now? Are you in like Brooklyn, Bronx?
No, I'm a New Jersey guy. So Chad who hate New Jersey, let it rip. I love New Jersey. I don't plan to leave anytime soon. I feel like the people that live in Jersey are the ones that do love Jersey. But every day I drive by Meadowlands when I come to the city, and I flip it off for my Talking Giants guys because I know it's a big.
So you probably just cross in through the GW, right? And then when
you're in the Bronx, I cross through the GW pretty much every day.
Yeah, so you don't have to ride the subway and get. Have you been recognized though yet downtown? Has anyone come up to you?
Only get recognized when I'm at Citi Field. It did happen like a decent amount of times, considering like I'm kind of new to this whole thing. But when I'm in Citi Field, that's mostly when people recognize.
Oh, they're like, hey, it's Jolly Olive.
Hey, it's that guy that talks to Jerry.
Yeah. yeah. I know Jerry Blevins, and you're that other
guy.
Like
his shorter friend, right? Yeah.
Yes. Here's what I want to talk about with the lockout. And this is, I haven't tweeted about it because I know it's going to be a really unpopular take because, most people side with the players, right? Like nobody grows up wanting to be a fucking owner. Like everyone understands Yeah, everyone understands the plight of the player, but here's the thing, right? The players don't want a salary cap, and they don't want these de facto salary caps, and they don't want the luxury tax. But they're just, to me, they're being unrealistic, because if there isn't a salary cap, they're going to collude, right? They're gonna get together and they're gonna do it in shadows. I'd rather have it out in the open, where it's a fair system, where the players know where the owners stand, because if not, it's going to create more distrust, because the owners will get together and they will collude to keep salaries down. It doesn't fucking matter what. It's just being realistic. On the flip side, when the players make concessions, when they're doing things like that, when they're trying to negotiate in good faith, nobody gives a fuck about the owners. I want to be clear here. I'm on the player side, but they need to be realistic about things. And that's the one issue where I think I wouldn't say wrong, but unrealistic.
I think both sides are stubborn.
Yeah, I think that there are arguments to be made on both sides. I think that Manfred is really becoming this like Roger Goodell protect the shield image now. Like, we're really seeing it come to life here. And I think even if the owners do, agree to negotiate, it's been about a month without a counteroffer. Realistically, the owners will win out regardless of what is agreed upon. And I think as we inch closer and closer, the pressure is really only going on the MLBPA, because what can they do? Are they going to negotiate against themselves? They can't really do that, but they can't be at a standstill, because then it becomes this billionaires versus millionaires argument that isn't. There's so many intricacies to it. But at the end of the day, even whatever becomes agreed upon, the owners will benefit from it regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how they benefit from it. Do they benefit in a liquid form where they're actually profitable every year? Right now, it doesn't hurt to be an owner because of the luxury tax. Like, if I'm Kansas City, I'm just like, fuck it, just I'll spend the Yankees money all day.
And a lot of the owners, everyone lost money during COVID. I get that, but it's not like these guys are hemorrhaging money or have to sell or anything like that. The Mets are like the rarest case in all of this, because they got mired in a Ponzi scheme 15 years ago, and it finally caught up to them. All these other owners, they can hold on for as long as they want to.
Oh yeah, I mean, some of the smaller markets might not be able to hold on. Like, I mean, Colorado bled a lot of money. Like Tampa is in a weird situation. Pittsburgh, Oakland's like rumored to be selling everything.
Yep.
So that would be the issue, especially if you don't have a salary cap. You'd also have like a very top-heavy baseball market, and then you'd lose all sense of like parity.
Yeah. But here's the thing. A franchise, a major league franchise, whether it's baseball, even the NHL, like, they all go up in value, and there's always a market for a team. So even like if you do like the A's, like, sell it and move it, like, you're still going to profit whatever your original investment was, no matter what.
The A's owner is a top 10 richest owner in baseball, but because of the way the team is run, they're perceived as a poor organization.
He's a business. Right. That's pretty much how John Fisher runs that team.
Yeah. I really do think, like, most of this lockout, if the victories for the MLBPA are going to come probably with the middlemen guys, the guys who get a couple years of service time, make that league minimum, then kind of never get their chance again.
Your rank and file.
Exactly. So, like, the arbitration arguments, all that stuff, that's the stuff I think that the owners might concede on, because they won't lose that much from it. It's mostly just like protect the guys that aren't the all-stars of the game.
Yeah.
And here – oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
Oh, on the flip side, here's where I really side with the players: is service time is fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
like,
it's
very real.
Right. It's
every
just
team does it
stupid.
Too.
Every team does it. Every team's guilty of it. And like, as fans, we're like, manipulate the fuck out of that, but let's laugh at when they do it to someone else, like Kellner.
Right.
But like, it's stupid. It's a game that they play. It's
the easy way you solve this: add service time. Start it when you get put on a 40-man roster, not when
that's
you're in
one of the easier solutions is that.
And then you eliminate Super 2.
Because there's this weird thing where you can wait the first month of the season or not give the player a specific number at bats in their rookie season, so they don't qualify as a rookie. Then they get another year, and it's just stupid because you're robbing the fans of the young talent that, like, you spend years and years hyping up in the first place.
Right. If you're good and you should be a major leaguer, you should be in the major leagues. There shouldn't be a technical there shouldn't be paperwork done that keeps you from taking major league at bats,
right?
Which is going to further your career. The other thing that I really side with the players on is the minor league poverty.
Yeah.
Like, basically these players, I mean, it's great. You're an athlete. You're playing a kid's game, but you shouldn't live in impoverishing conditions, especially if you're
7 people in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
People tend to forget that most minor league players aren't getting millions of dollars in bonuses. They're getting like $20,000.
They're getting
minimum wage salaries. Like, okay. And
they don't get housing. They barely get food. They have to pay for most of these things on their own.
Exactly.
And, spending hours on bus rides across the country to play.
I think Major League Baseball is finally starting to pay for their housing now, which is like.
Yeah, that's like the one concession that they're making. But like, yeah, this thing's ugly, and it sours it because normally, Jack, we'd be talking about the Mets and the moves that they make, which we're going to talk about, obviously. Let's speak about that. So the Mets have made some moves. We bring in Matt Scherzer. We bring in a bunch of free agents, Marcana. Like, I'm so excited for the season, and like, it's not going to start. Like, it's a
very Mets offseason to finally pull the trigger and spend upwards of $270 million on players and then be uncertain that a season's happening in the first place. All of it is very Mets. And I know it's not cornered to Mets fans only. There are a lot of teams that spent and might not get to see it, like the Texas Rangers, who burned like $300 million on their middle infield. I mean, the season will happen. I think the MLB cannot afford to not have a season, especially after 2020 and the bad image they have right now. But it depends on when. How many games are we going to lose? That type of thing.
I think
it's an inevitability that like spring training is going to get delayed at minimum,
and
there's no progress being made. I mean, like Fab and I, we were talking about going to spring training in Arizona in March. That ain't happening.
No,
an idea of mine as well. But
I think what happens is an abbreviated spring training. They just jump right into the regular season. Players are going to get hurt. They're going to complain about it.
2020.
I mean, I'm scared for like Jake DeGrom, like a guy that's coming off of an unknown injury, basically. And I don't want them to rush into a regular season, and that could hurt teams that are going to fight for a playoff spot all year. If they start out slow, that could cost the Mets. Me selfishly thinking about how the Mets get hurt by all of this.
Yeah, and we saw like body development, like with the 2020 season only being 60 games because they had the longer stretch into the season and the shorter off season. It just messed with everybody's bodies. I think like they weren't used to the workload that's being adjusted in that way. And just as you were about to calibrate it correctly again with a normal season to season from 2021 to 2022. Now there's a lockout, so there's going to be more time off, and the same cycle is going to happen again. It's going to bleed into 2023. It's a whole messy issue that doesn't get discussed at all because we don't even know when they're going to play.
Right, and it's just such a dirty thing for the owners to do this and lock them out. Like and I get it. You're a business person. You want to take every inch that you can, but it's just like, come on, man. Like, let's not fight over little shit.
Both sides are entrenched, so I'm worried this might take a while. And I mean, I've been saying this for a while. Baseball cannot afford a lockout. I mean, you made a compromise with trying to get in a younger audience. I mean, if you have a long-term outage and you have another 60-game season, I don't know if you recover from that.
You cannot do another 16 playoff thing. You just got Shohei Ohtani, the new face of baseball, who has done a thing that nobody has ever done in history. He's on the cover of MLB The Show, and now you're not going to let him play. It's just ridiculous.
And Mike Trout is going to get healthy and come back, and the Angels will win 50 games. Like, it's the same old story.
$1 million and Noah Syndergaard who's thrown 1 inning in 2 years. So.
Yeah. Crazy.
So
good for him.
What's it like trying to create content over there for you guys right now during this time? Is it just, obviously you're talking about the same old things, but like, are there bits and pieces of information? Do you have people that are close to the situation sort of feeding you anything? Like, how is that challenge right now?
For me, myself, on Jolly Olive, my channel, it's been easy because all my videos have been like, hey, remember this guy who had 50 at bats?
Right. You're evergreen.
Like that shit is evergreen. I'll be totally fine. For the podcast, it's a little bit different. Like Talking Baseball has been mostly labor pods and CBA focused. Shea Station has been a lot of interviews and talking about the signings and like predictions and stuff like that. And those type of episodes can be fun, but you can only do them for so long before you're just repeating yourself every week for the same hour. So we take the inklings of news we get and we stretch them out as much as we can. And I do think that we're doing great shows right now. And we have this great new studio and all that. But at the end of the day, in a couple months' time, like, if there's no developments, it's a scary feeling.
It's just crazy how John Boy Media has grown. I remember I started watching him when he was like at 10,000 subs doing breakdowns.
Yeah, I think I hopped on at like 50,000 or something like that.
Yeah, like I was just like, when I saw him, the first thing I thought I was like, why am I not doing this? Because he does the perfect thing. He takes the most polarizing moment from a game and he's like, all right, let's break this down. And it's like every night there's something in Major League Baseball where that would happen, and now these expanded it to other sports. And obviously the one with the Stone Cold Killer wins ear pulling contest.
Who would have thought that became the most viral?
Like I was like, what is this shit? Like what? I was like, I have to watch this now. Like what? An ear pulling contest? It's just crazy.
The algorithm understands my brain. My brain. I just want to.
It's something for all of us to strive for as content creators. That things can turn in just like that in different ways. And like it's crazy to think that you're sitting in a multi-level studio in the most desired real estate in the country from a guy breaking down videos.
I was like Tom a year ago. I was on the teacher track, and then the pandemic hit. I started making videos, and now we're here.
Yep. All right. So I guess I don't know if you are a football fan, but we're gonna need your Super Bowl prediction. Are you a Giants fan? Jets?
I'm a Giants fan. I've been a quiet, dormant Giants fan over the past 5 years.
Yeah, it's easy to be quiet about this team.
I watched Tree's recent Haters Guide. Really loved the video, Tree. I thought you did an awesome job. I thought the speech about the Bengals was really good. I was already, pushing Bengals either way because of Jerry Blevins, huge Bengals guy. I'm gonna go 24-20 Bengals. I think it's just that kind of year where like the fans get what they want and things are right.
Nobody likes that.
The script writers said we can't take anymore, right? No. They're just like, we got it.
Nobody wants a super team winning the whole thing. That's all.
All right, where can we find you?
Jolly Olive on YouTube, Shea Station on YouTube and podcast platforms, John Boy Media in general. Lots of fun stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, enjoy your show with Jerry there, and you being the other guy as well.
Yeah, I'm the other guy. Sure.
Yeah. All right. Guys. Take it easy. Thanks for coming by. Jolly Olive, everyone. Wow, we are just plowing through these guests right now. We're at 2.2K. Don't forget, we just got a 50 bomb from our best donator here, Anonymous. What happened to Tree? Tree just disappeared. That's fine. I'll just carry the show right now. Let's bring in our next guest.
Sorry.
Yes, dumbass.
Whatever. I meant to press one button. I accidentally double clicked. So there you go.
Let's bring in Jackson Didlake from J&D Sports, someone who appeared on the Media Day stream last year as well. I don't know. You are a Hokie, right? Correct. I am. Can you speak up just a little bit? I can't hear you though.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Does he sound all right?
Dim. Very dim.
It sounds very low. Can you turn it up a little bit?
How about that?
That's
much better.
That's beautiful. There you go. Nice. UVA goes out and beats Duke, by the way. I don't know how you feel about that as a Hokie.
I mean, I grew up a UVA fan.
Okay.
So
you're a traitor.
I mean,
or you just didn't have the grades to get in. Oh,
I did not have the grades to get in there.
Okay.
But I mean, my family all roots for UVA. I grew up going to UVA games, so it was exciting. But Tech played last night. We were at the Tech game, blasted Pitt. So I mean, that was kind of, everybody wins. Two Virginia teams, maybe with a shot to actually make the tournament now.
Yeah. I mean, Tony Bennett has just done something amazing in Charlottesville that I would never think that I would see in our lifetime. A relevant major sports program that competes with the likes of the Dukes, who went out and just crushed UNC the other night in their building. That's I've never seen that. I mean, usually it's close, like UNC brings it, but and then UVA turns around and they caught them sort of on an emotional wave. They go out and beat their rival, and UVA is like, you forgot about us. And I thought that was a great sort of ending there. I'm getting really excited for March Madness, by the way.
It's creeping up fast.
Now, you as a Commanders fan.
That's new. I haven't heard that one yet.
You are a Commanders fan, correct?
I am. I got the very outdated flag behind me.
Yes, yeah. You should put up the the Washington football team banner and hold on to that for the rest
I
of
do
your
have
life.
one of those.
What did you think of this whole rebrand? Like we've talked about it a lot, but I haven't heard it from an actual We Are Commanders fan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it. Like, I wanted like red hogs. It was like the one I liked just because
Hogs, the history.
Yeah, you could have stick with the history, I think. And like most people didn't want change, and so I think that probably would have been the easiest way to not have to have any change. But I mean, they probably sat in a room and were like, Dan, don't do anything else to screw anything up, and just take the safest possible name.
Which was the biggest L possible.
I mean, it strikes me as just like Dan Snyder begging people not to make him sell the team. That's pretty much I feel like every move has been for the past 18 months.
And he has to at this point. I mean,
oh yeah.
It's a mess.
I don't know though. I just don't know if he thinks that way. Like Dan Snyder just does not care about anybody. I don't know. Like all the things that he does outward to the public just looks with this complete disregard for how people perceive him. It's almost like he has Asperger's, honestly.
And he won't shell down either. I mean, he'll fight back. Like Jerry Richardson kind of curled up and just kind of sold. Like Dan Snyder will fight till his last breath. So like I don't think we're seeing him sell the team anytime soon.
No.
And he's also relatively young, like
mid-50s.
Yeah, he's going to be around for a long time, and I think he'll probably die as the owner before he sells. Like he's that, and he's obviously made the moves now to ensure that he just doesn't hear any more shit for the name and the he's very much he's silenced the emails.
Yep, he bought out his minority shareholders too. So
right, and there's that report from the young woman that was allegedly assaulted that he's kind of put a gag order on. Like it's just he's set it up to a way where you just can't challenge him now. It's good luck with that, by the way.
Nice.
He's unstoppable.
Now, do you think in your lifetime you'll see the Commanders win a playoff game?
They did when I was 4. Kind of I don't remember it, but that's the lone win of my lifetime back in the Sean Taylor days.
Who was the quarterback then? Was it
Jason Campbell?
Mark Brunell?
Might have been Brunell. I don't remember.
Maybe. Yeah, you were 4.
That was
you get a pass.
Joe Gibbs day.
Yeah, Joe Gibbs was the quarterback, and or was the coach. I'm sorry. And that was a bad time. It was Mark Brunell. I think I'm thinking of it. What are they? The problem I have is like, okay, what do you do at quarterback, right? Like, do you have Taylor Heineke, who I don't think's coming back? You could draft somebody, but I don't think you're high enough to get a Malik Willis, because a lot of people are buying on Malik Willis. Like, what do you do at under center? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, Heineke's going to be back. He signed a 2-year, $4 million year, like last year. So he's back. I mean, but I think most people hope he's the backup at this point. He's exciting to watch, but no one wants that. I don't know. I think they take a huge swing at somebody and miss badly. Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, swing and miss, and then have to settle for another awful. Like, I think Ryan Fitzpatrick could have actually worked out last year. But
I think
he got hurt, and now he's going to Bills games and just living his best life there as in the stands. Like, I don't know if Heineke is your guy. Like I said this at the end of last year, like I thought the only way that he comes back is if he wins the Super Bowl. Like, that's how, because like he's not your future, right? Like he's a
quality backup. That's pretty much what Heineke is.
I mean, kudos to him for being an XFL player, but he's just not the guy. I'm sorry. Like, especially when you see Burrow, Mahomes, and Allen doing their thing, for sure.
I think you just have to keep swinging at some kind of rookie quarterback. But I think the biggest problem is, like, they're just going to keep missing. Because, I mean, I think the biggest thing for rookie quarterbacks, looking at Mahomes, or I guess Burrow doesn't fit the mold, but like most rookie quarterbacks that succeed are going to have a good organization, coaches that actually believe in them. And, Washington's the biggest, dumpster fire, no pun intended. That I mean, they can't figure anything out when it comes to rookie quarterbacks. I mean, I remember what happened with RG3, and I mean, Dwayne Haskins was a disaster from the beginning.
Complete disaster. Yeah, he liked the script club more than watching film. Yeah, I got a question. Who gets the plaque back there? Because you have a partner with you, Darren, who I don't know why he didn't show up, but he could have if he wanted to. But I guess he missed the group chat invite. But did you both get plaques, or do you have to share the one?
No, we both got a plaque.
Oh, that's cool. How did you do that? Did you just request that you both get one?
They I don't know, like when they send you the plaque, they send you all this I don't know, you've seen it, like the other paperwork. Like I don't know how I mean, maybe it's been a while. Maybe they changed it up. We're a little more recent, but they give you like the staying, and it's like, for your team. So I guess if you like creators or whatever, like you can get extra ones. So I mean, it was easy. They got them pretty fast.
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about YouTube is when you get to that 100,000 and like it's that first milestone where you're just like, I'm legit. You know what I mean? Like I think I've made it, and it's a great thing to have. So I'm glad that Darren has one too, because he's put in an equivalent amount of work for sure with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely worked out.
So are you obviously you're still in school right now? What are you getting your degree for?
It's
why?
It's actually, well, I mean, I wanted to come to college because
pussy.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know where you went.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went
Did
to
I say that out loud?
University. That's what he went to.
Mm-hmm.
Just throw it back in his face. That's the way you deal with 5 points.
What are you studying though? Like that? I mean, because tech is a quality education. Don't get me wrong.
It's called sports media and analytics.
Nice.
It's about almost exactly what you would have expected it to be.
Now, do you laugh at some of the things that they try to teach you when you're already a successful YouTuber who's like, likely going to do this when you're done with it? Like, do they ever say things in class where you're just like that? No, not true.
I mean, yeah, I guess at times, but I also used to write back at a paper back home. So I guess like a lot of the stuff I've already learned, but I mean, I've learned a lot, and it's been nice, but it's been it's been a good experience, and that's what I wanted out of it.
Right. How much closer are you to finishing up? How many years do you have left?
Well, I kind of forced the 5th year just because I want to stay for one more football season. One just.
Oh, okay. So you selfishly wanted your ID to still swipe so that you can sit in the student section. Fair enough. Look, if I could tell young people one piece of advice, it would be don't grow up. Like, don't age, because being young is amazing. Mm-hmm.
It just goes down.
I don't want to.
Yeah. Like you put on your clothes fit, like you don't have extra things like that where they shouldn't be. Like you're just like, you wake up and you feel great. You're just like, oh, like I can do things today. I won't, but I could if I wanted to. Trust me on this. Let's get your official Super Bowl prediction, Jackson.
I love both teams. I mean, I could be okay with either one left, but I do think the Rams are going to win this one. I just think,
okay,
I'd say probably, I don't want it to be a blowout, but I think it might end up being like 27-14 in favor of the Rams.
27-14. Okay.
I'd love for the legend of Joe Burrow to continue, but I have been on the Matthew Stafford bandwagon for years now, so I feel like I have to stay true to my roots there.
That's the thing. I think with a lot of us is like, we know this is like a no-lose Super Bowl, right? Unless you have a dog in the fight. But I think we'll all be like, this is not like Eagles versus Patriots where we just hate the fucking outcome no matter what happens. But this is going to be a feel-good Super Bowl. It's one of the best, matchups we'd had in a long time.
Yeah, I think everybody's excited for it for a good reason. Joe Burrow is, I think probably the feel-good story of the year, and if it's not him, it's probably Matthew Stafford. So I'm just glad I don't have to watch Tom Brady playing another one. Or
I know, right? Well, for now, we've merely destroyed the demon. Hopefully, he will not rise up and create a sequel. That's all.
You might have a better
Aaron
chance of being one of the
Rodgers.
next 5 years than the Steelers at this point right now.
Pat
That's it.
Mahomes, all these teams that just are constantly there. But as Giants fan and as a Commanders fan, we don't know what that's like, do we? Now we just have
long road ahead.
sadness all around. It's terribly sad. Well, we just got a hundo from Xavier Boskin. We're up to 2.3K now on the charity, on the donations as well. Thank you all for donating. Hundo right there. Jackson, where can we find you? What can we, where can we watch you? What can we see coming out from you soon?
YouTube, J&D Productions with the little & sign. Been slacking a little bit, but excited for the draft coming up. Going to work on some stuff there. And then on Twitter at DIIDLAKE for really bad sports takes.
All right. Well, thank you for coming by. Thanks for being part of the stream 2 years in a row. Now you get to be invited for the third year if we do this, because, I respect those who show up on time for sure. Thanks for coming out.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
brother. Peace out.
All right. There's Jackson. All right, we have no guest for the next 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do is go use the bathroom.
Do what you got to do, man.
Grab my lunch and I'll bring it here. And then we'll just shoot the shit for 15 minutes.
Absolutely. I'll keep relaxing a little bit.
guest.
So, you know what? You take
carry the show.
And then I'll take mine and we can do our thing. So, folks, how's everyone doing? You get to deal with my annoying ass for the next couple minutes. And I am so sorry to hear that. But actually, you know what? Should we put on the chair? Because I feel like the chair is better than me. We'll put both. The chair. So I'll interview the chair. Mr. Chair, how do you feel having to carry 5 points for so long and dealing with his bullshit? Yeah, that's a very provocative answer, sir. How do you feel about the economy right now? Yeah, a little too top risque. All right, but I will say there. I'm gonna leave it to the audience real quick. What have you guys enjoyed so far? How do you feel about any of our guests? What do you feel was the best one? And also, how do you feel that the Steelers are going to Super Bowl? We're rooting for the Bengals by proxy. But we did get a 20 bomb. Thank you so much, guys, for donating for us as well. I did want to say I appreciate it. Oh, Dodger donating a hundo. There you go. There you go, Dodger. We're 2.5, 2.6K. Dodger throwing out the bombs, too. Def, man. Cow goes moo. Cow goes moo. Pee Wee Pierre, can we take the man out of Manfred and just call him Slot Fred? No, I call him Bud Selig 2.0 because that's all he is. It's just, it's bad. How many tickets did Steelers buy for the Super Bowl? About 100, maybe more. We'll definitely see that. That guy, I don't know. I've been watching since 6:30 this morning just to watch this stream. Oh yeah. Nicholas, what are your hopes for the Steelers offseason? Best case scenario, worst case scenario? The Steelers can take this in so many different directions. I mean, you're going through change. You need a quarterback. You need a real quarterback, not one who's a statue. Defensive coordinator's gone. They're promoting from within, which I'm not surprised by. I feel like with the GM, they're going to promote from within too. It's either going to be Brandon Hunt or Omar Khan, who are going to be the two. So it's either or there. Worst case scenario would probably be thinking they can run the table, go get a vet quarterback, and throw futures away because you need a line. You need draft picks. I mean, you have $40 million to spend. I don't know what they're going to spend it on. That's the only thing I would say. Hey, don't make fun of the chair. The chair's just a little shy. That's all I'm going to say about that. So Mr. Chair here is just too traumatized from having 5 points. Just abuse him in every shape and form. I mean, that chair has unfortunately seen better days. It looks comfy as hell, but it seems like it's seen better days. We're at 25% right now there. But Louis Riddick for GM too, I would say. Are the Jets close to an 8-8 season? I could see it. They stay healthy, possibly. Meat Boy. Someone actually, my girlfriend got me that this pseudo Wudo thing. She just threw it up there, and which is why I haven't changed it because I felt like it fit. I dressed up as a tree one time, and then she said like, "Hey, pseudo Wudo," and that's how it is. Imagine how much ass has been ripped on that chair. The chair is actually damn good. Jake, but not from State Farm. Is Baker Mayfield the answer quarterback for the Browns? I don't know. I see him as starting caliber, but I don't know if it's going to be he's going to be the guy that takes them to a different dimension there. That's the only problem. Got a couple 5 bones as well. Thank you for True Power Zay and Kai Wilson. We're about, once again, we're about a quarter of the way to our $10,000 goal. We appreciate each and every one of you for donating. I wish we had like a little dance or cheer or celebration. Like we had like fireworks going off in the background, but unfortunately, I couldn't really do anything like that there. Is Aaron Rodgers a Steeler? I wish. I don't think he's going to come here. We don't have the offensive line. I feel like he's going to go either. I think he might retire. If I'm a betting man, I would go that. I feel like he started the NFL shit just with the way he's been talking all year. I would say Jacob Hawk, thoughts on the LA Kings so far? Good thinking on that. I'm working on Hater's Guide to the NHL All-Star Break, Eastern Conference and Western Conference, hoping to have them out Wednesday or Thursday-ish. So it depends. Like all I've got to do is add like the bells and whistles to everything. Base edit's done, vocals are done, script is done. It's just getting that stuff out of the way first. So I will have that out of the way. And I'll say the Kings are on the right track. They're getting proper development. They're in a playoff spot. Drew Doughty has really returned to form, and I think that's been the big thing for them, same as Jonathan Quick. So I would say that's been your biggest thing there. Do you think baseball will go short less than 60 games or right at 60 games? Dude, they should go more than 60 games. I mean, if they can't delay much at all because, I mean, they need eyeballs. They need attention. I mean, you have exciting youth coming into the game, and you're just pissing it away because I feel like baseball's entrenching themselves – and they're trying to dig in for the long game. Same as the owners. They didn't make a counteroffer for 6 weeks, and they're saying like, well, that's it. We need a mediator. And then they tried a mediator in 94. It didn't work. So that's the problem. Oh, I forgot about that. Is the chair okay after the beating from 5? I don't think it is. I mean, that's why I said that chair deals with a lot of abuse. It's bad. Do you think if the MLB brings their demands down, the owners will cave? I don't think so. I think the owners are pretty steadfast in everything they do there. Just make the AAA teams be MLB. I mean, I would say that with the minor league system there too as well. Like the minor leagues are going to play if there is a lockout. So there's at least that. So I could probably go to Altoona,
it's different arrangement.
or Indianapolis or anything like that. So the younger players will still be okay. They'll get their development.
Did the chair have anything insightful for you? Did it say anything that it was probably better than me?
Well,
honestly.
he said you abuse him way too much, and he needs you to go to counseling, especially with what happened at the draft. Don't ignore the chair. Come on. But Frost, actually, my girlfriend doesn't live with me right now, so she doesn't get to hear it all that often. She just gives me shit for what I do. So that's about it. I'm actually going to take mine too. So you enjoy your eating.
Go
and talk to my chair and how horrible it is.
Do y'all want to listen to me eat for the next 10 minutes? Go, hurry up, dude.
ASMR, dude. ASMR.
SheGotSports is coming on at 12:45.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to eat like anything big. I'll have like some bread.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hurry up.
And with that, I'm going to eat a delicious.
Let me interview this chair right here. This is what we call the slow portion of the show. We had to take a break in the middle. I am not going to eat for you, or I'm not going to let you guys hear me eat. I remember Jared Brussel last year who explained how a goalie takes a shit. Said don't ever eat on stream again. So I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to wolf down this spaghetti that my son made for me. And then whenever Tree comes back, we'll have SheGotSports in about you want chewing ASMR? You want it? You got they're requesting it though. Look at this. It's really hot too. All right, Yinzer chair. How does it feel to caress Tree's ass every day? you know, to understand the intimate portions of his very plump butt. Tell me, what's it like? No? All right, I'm going to eat because this is the only opportunity I have to do so. Okay. So our next guest is here in the green room, just comes right into me just going to town on spaghetti. Just absolutely destroying this plate of spaghetti on stream. This is 2022, everyone. This is 2022. Again, I will spare you the sounds of me eating.
I've returned. Ish. Look at you eating. There you go.
Yeah, they want. I'll give you the sounds. I got a couple more bites here because I'm a man of the people, and people want the sounds. Okay.
Well, people love ASMR, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what those people are, but like, here, fine. You want to hear me eat? Fucking
Stupid
weirdos.
God.
Fuck all of y'all. Okay, here we go.
There you go.
That's some good
Dude,
spaghetti right there.
People love mukbang, dude. People love that shit.
Have you seen that dude where the dude eats like a whole jar of Nutella? And I'm just like, why? Humanity has made it this far. And now I'm watching. First of all, like, I should be guilty of some type of crime for watching it, but he should be guilty for making it.
Well,
That's
I mean,
all I have to say.
who's really the victim? He's still making money off that, probably.
Dude, at one point he can't breathe. Like, I'm just like,
Well, I mean, it probably clogs up his throat while trying to talk.
it's
If
bad.
you're thinking
Don't ever
about it,
watch
like,
it.
remember how people were thinking in 1950 and 1960, like, I can't wait to get to 2020, 2022. There's probably going to be flying cars. It's going to be like the Jetsons, you know, electronic maids, and everything's going to be great and dandy. And then what do we get? A dude eating a jar of Nutella for a video. That's what we're
Or
getting.
spaghetti. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me eating a banana.
You can eat a banana on stream, just don't make eye contact with me. I mean, I might get a little turned on by that.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying.
What do you think I am? Mary
Let's see the game. Let's see it. Oh, come on now. You're eating a banana on stream. What is wrong with you?
Whatever. Sue me.
Okay. Yeah.
We
And
got
Tree
another
doesn't have the
hundo.
decency to mute his mic. All right, let's bring
We
our
have a Fitty and a hundo from Dodge.
Oh,
so she's at
where
two.
are we? Yeah, thanks, Dodge, by the way. We're at $2,600 raised for St. Jude's. keep the donations coming. Our goal is 10,000 today. We're trying to raise $10,000. We're only 2 hours and 43 minutes into it, and we've already raised $2.6 thousand. Let's go. It's time to bring in our next guest. She is a sports YouTuber. Oh, we just got 250 from Mike Lowe. Look at
there
that.
you go.
Ask and we shall receive.
A nice picture logo too. It's the upside down Falcons with a pier, like the L shape.
He's traumatized from.
I think we all still are. We all still are.
Dude,
it's been the 5-year anniversary, and you can go nowhere on Twitter without seeing it.
I know. I love it. It's so beautiful. Lauren.
I feel like this is the perfect introduction for me because I'm always eating on stream. So this is
is that like your thing?
Like natural. This is just like what I'm used to.
My people, my tribe. I found
this is you know, I've done. You got to do the like penne pasta though if you're eating on stream. Like the spaghetti is like a little.
Spaghetti's a little too messy.
It's too stringy. Should I do the what's the little ones?
Orzo? Macaroni?
Elbows?
No. The ones that look like rice. It's pasta, but it's rice.
Oh, that's it might be orzo pasta.
Yeah, it is
orzo
pasta.
Orzo.
Yeah. You got to know your pastas, man. You know what I'm saying?
You do. Like you got to do rigatoni or penne on stream.
Penne, mac and cheese. There you go. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Oh, I've had macaroni and cheese on the stream, you know.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. You know.
What's your biggest view? Like, what do the viewers like the most? Is it baked?
Well, some people don't like it, but I'm like, listen, like if I'm streaming from 1 to like 11:30 and I have to watch the Giants, like you can't make me watch the Giants and make me be hangry. Like that's a lot to ask.
Right.
Hungry
like,
and watch the Giants. Like that's just double anger right there.
I don't think a jury would convict you, especially among your peers, but still, like you need to, because the Giants put me on.
I gotta go like this, quick bite away from the mic, quick bite. But most people enjoy it. I mean, not enjoy it. That sounds weird. Most people don't mind.
There are a bunch of weird
people. It's the internet. People are weird like that.
We've been requested before. Tree and I have been requested to show our feet on stream, and I'm just like,
it's very. I think that's more for shits and giggles than anything else. But although it wouldn't shock me, it is the internet. So
yes. All right, Lauren, you are a fellow Giants fan, long suffering. What do you think about Joe Judge being rehired by the Patriots? Is what we think is going to happen.
Okay, so I saw that it was like an offensive associate or offensive assistant position, and I was like,
yes.
Out of all the positions, offense, really? Like, that's what you thought his strength was when you watched the Giants offense? You were like, oh, offense. Like, this QB sneak. Like, this is what we need to incorporate here.
Yeah,
like,
I wish I had that same thing last year, too. It's like, it's just a pity hire.
We needed that in the rotation. We need that now. Joe, how did you draw that up?
Sneak on 3rd and 9.
Hell yeah. We also need a draw play on 4th down.
One of his audibles is going to be free medium soda. Switch up, free medium soda, free medium
and
soda.
A pizza party. Yes. And
actually
pizza parties.
Chess, not check. It's actually checkers, not chess, is what
they Michelob Ultra, Michelob Ultra. Hut.
This year was so hard for both of us. I just want to put that out there.
It was.
What was the hardest part for you, though?
The hardest part?
Yeah, the hardest part of this last season. What would you say was rock bottom, the low point?
Oh god, I mean there was so many. Okay, first of all, week 2, the game-losing field goal was the ultimate psych out, and I had a flight really early the next morning. I slept like 1 hour that night because I was up editing and stuff, and then I had to get up at like 4:30 for a flight the next morning. So I slept like 1 hour over that. Like I stayed up to do the content for that game. And I just was like sitting in the airport, like I'm so tired. And
because of the Giants.
It would be different if they won, but just that way of losing on top of all that was like. So this is the team I like. Like this is what I spend my time like doing and rooting for. But also just like the Mike Lennon games, like when they couldn't score a touchdown, those were pretty brutal to watch. Because it's like at least if you lose. Like, just, like, make it entertaining. Like, at least score 1 touchdown.
Yeah. Like, be competitive. Be competitive. A Pizzle and, hold on. I saw another 50 bomb here.
We're kind of
A Pizzle.
Yeah.
Alex. What is up?
He's a Brad Tat Matt.
3
Oh, Matt,
over
wait.
3,000.
How did they those are mods.
Oh, those are your guys. That's your crew right there.
Yeah, I play Fortnite with Matt too.
Oh, nice.
He
Nice.
carries. He
So
carries.
he's put us up over $3,000 for St. Jude's. Let's
Hey,
go.
let's go.
The worst part about that fake out loss was like I popped out of bed, like woke my wife up, like pissed her off, and was like, "What?" The Giants win flex. You know what I'm saying? Like over division rival, and then they're like, "There's a flag," and it's just like,
It's just like that's the ultimate like worst psych out you could have.
especially
Like,
because
you think they just miraculously won. Oh,
right. Especially because misses are like they just don't happen anymore. Like,
Especially from
nobody
that, what was it, like
kick-
40 or
yeah.
something?
Kickers don't miss, especially in those easy, like it's bullshit. And then you see that he actually probably didn't jump off sides.
Yeah.
He did go early, but he didn't jump off sides. So like it was such a crap year. I don't know. That's your low point though, besides and Mike Glennon.
That's one of
Just-
my low points. Mike Glennon's one of my low points. Obviously, the QB sneak was one of my low points because it was like the Colts were losing to the Jaguars at that point to basically end their season instead of making the playoffs. But more people were talking about the Giants QB sneak, and I was like, that's when we know like we really are rock bottom right now.
I think,
I don't know if it's rock bottom yet. Like that's how low my hopes are. I'm like, we must be close though. Like it can't go much worse than this.
I think rock bottom was when they were talking about Joe Judge coming back. Like,
Oh, yeah.
that,
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah,
me,
yeah.
I've never
Yeah.
felt more bleak as a fan because you're like, okay, these are the results over 2 years, and now you want to bring it back.
And when he
Like,
was pushing for Kevin Abrams to be GM, like this man was trying
Yeah.
to do hostile takeover of the organization.
right, and
He was
that's what
trying
I
to be the
said.
dictator of the Giants.
Yeah, thanks Brian Chua, by the way, for the 50. I think the thing is like, and I've said this before, it's like he was like someone that got a ticket and got let off for a ticket by the officer, and then on
Yeah.
the way out was like, yo, you took long enough, right? Like, are you happy that you let me off? And that's when Merrill got pissed at him. He was like, no. Tail doesn't wag the dog. He's like, you're fired. Which to me is like, if you didn't fire him after the QB sneak, like, why did you wait so long to fire him then?
Yeah,
But
I thought after that, I was like, you need to be fired like right now.
yeah,
Like
but
right
I
now.
thought he
Middle of the
insulted
game.
Mayor's intelligence, and that's what got him fired. Like, obviously, he should have been fired like a long time ago. Hopefully, we had something to do with it as Giants fans retweeting
Yeah.
visceral.
Because
Like,
people were like, I'm gonna give back my season. I'm not gonna pay for my season tickets. I'm
Mhm.
not gonna go. I wasn't gonna go to games if they kept him. Not that I went to a game last year, but like I was not gonna buy anything. Like if they kept him, I'm like, yeah, I can't just keep giving this organization money. Like
Right,
and they
right.
keep making terrible decisions. Like
look, the
what is
medium
that?
soda was nice. Don't get me wrong. Like, did it even come in a collector's cup? Like, do you have any friends that got the medium soda? And
I don't
wasn't
think
even
it was in a
like-
collector's cup. And I
So it's-
heard it was one per season ticket group. Like
yes.
not per person. Like you gotta split that into smaller cups.
How
They
does
can
Mara
pass.
like we said Stephie was on earlier and we said like I wanted to be in that room, when they decided that was the move. It's kind of like when this is a really old reference, but when I was younger, which was forever ago, the Grateful Dead, which was a very popular band, their lead singer died like an hour before the concert one time.
Oh whoa.
And they had a 4-hour meeting on what they should do. Okay. Like, I want to know what was said in the 4-hour meeting where it's like, dude, Jerry Garcia is literally dead. What do we do? And it took them 4 hours to arrive at canceling the concert. Like, no shit. Like, we should have arrived at that 4 hours ago.
That's crazy. That's
yeah.
crazy. What?
Sorry.
I never heard of that or knew that.
So what do you think about DJ? What do we do here?
This topic. You can't win with this topic, I feel. Okay, let me just give my short answer here. Do I think this guy is like a franchise quarterback? No. Do I think they might stick with him this year because now there's reports that there might not even be a starting caliber quarterback in this year's draft? Yeah, but then do I think they go out and draft a quarterback in, was it next year's 2023?
Yeah, I think
Probably.
so.
Or
I think
trade
they
for
might go
someone.
vet. They might go vet.
Like I think Wait, sorry, what'd you say? I just cut you off.
Oh, sorry. They might go with a vet option. I mean, like,
Yeah.
do they go big for a Russell Wilson, or they try for like a Trubisky to try and like push him?
I think Trubisky. That's someone I've been thinking that.
Oh no! Don't say Mitch
challenge him.
Trubisky.
I can't believe we're all
God.
being excited about.
Oh
Mitch
wow!
Trubisky.
Yeah, no, sorry guys, it's Mitchell. He wants to be called Mitchell.
Mitchell
Oh,
Trubisky.
Mitchell.
So we got a 2 Hondo from Kaylee, a 50
Oh,
from the
Kaylee,
West
what's up? What's up?
Oh, what's up? She got
There you
sports.
go.
She got crew. She got fam coming up in
Goated.
here.
These are the
Loving
goats,
it.
baby.
By the way, just bringing it for St. Jude's 3.3K. I think here's the thing. I think the draft is really going to dictate what the Giants do as well. Like if they get like 2 beast tackles or some defensive help, like that could lure someone like a Russell Wilson. And
Yeah.
it's like, all right, we got Andrew Thomas on the left. We got this guy on the right. You know, I don't think the big guy Neal is going to be available at
Yeah.
5. I don't think a quarterback of Malik Willis's capability, or maybe even Kenny Pickett might. But why would you draft Kenny Pickett when you have Daniel Jones? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because they're
Let Kenny
basically the
Pickett
same
drop
guy.
to Pittsburgh. Him
Yeah.
or Malik Willis to Pittsburgh. I'm set.
No way.
I'm intrigued by Malik Willis.
I love Malik Willis. I love
rumors
a lot of
are
He would have to sit for a year, but he's definitely intriguing.
I'm hearing from qualified sources, not saying that I know anyone or special, that Willis will not last very long on draft day. Like his stock is getting higher and higher.
Pittsburgh just loves him, and it's not surprising. I mean, knowing the Giants, you'll probably end up picking like Desmond Ridder or Carson.
See, here's the thing. On the flip side, right? Like everyone says, hey, you have to have a Mahomes and Allen or a Burrow, right? But Ryan Tannehill has been very successful leading the Tennessee Titans to
he ain't winning anything.
massive playoff.
He was
shows.
the reason why he cost them a chance.
Yeah.
Right,
I think they need to make a move for a quarterback eventually too.
They're not.
been-
Look at the Titans situation. They're stuck. Like
Yeah,
Chase
with that
Valor-
negative cap, right?
well, it'd be like a $65 million buyout if you cut him. And if you do like want to move on, who are you going to replace him with? Like, are you going to bring back Marcus Mariota and hope he stays healthy? Like, I don't know.
I forgot about Marcus.
Marcus Mariota. Gosh, I hate Mitch Trubisky in New York because he already stuck
Oh,
in
they're gonna
Chicago.
say in general. I was like, okay.
Right. No, I just hate him because he's a decent looking guy and I'm super jealous of him. No, it's the thing is like he just doesn't inspire me to go. Like if you have Daniel Jones, like Daniel Jones has way more upside than Mitchell Trubisky. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's
feel
just.
that.
But the thing is, Jones is so injury prone. That's my other thing. Is like, do you think he's like, what's gonna happen? Do you think he makes it through the season healthy?
If he does, then the Giants maybe win 7 games. My thing is like Jones has some very unfixable things about him. His pocket presence is terrible.
Like,
The
stare down
fumbling
the
is like bad. Like Eli, yes, Eli improved later on the fumbling just because he knew when to give up on a play. Like he got better, but Jones doesn't seem
That
to...
Bucks interception when he threw it to the D lineman, like across his body. I was like,
Yeah, that got
"Sir,
Jason
don't do
Garrett
that."
fired. You know what I mean? Like that is what and Jason Garrett to me, not a bad coordinator, is just I saw his body language sitting with Daniel Jones. He was like, this guy's gonna get me fired. Like I was just like I felt actually sorry for Jason Garrett, which that's how bad things are. Like that's how pathetic the Giants are when you feel sorry for Jason Garrett. Okay? I'm angry.
I just my biggest my biggest annoyance with the people is like when people are like, oh, Daniel Jones doesn't have an O-line, Daniel Jones doesn't have this, Daniel Jones doesn't have that, blah 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 blah. Like, look at Joe Burrow. Like the man got sacked 9 times but could still win the game. Like it's just like at the end of the day, there needs to like stop being so many excuses. Like I just don't think he's the guy. Like I think he's gonna start next year and he might be like average, but I just don't think he's like taking us to a Super Bowl.
And statistically, he's awful too. Like when he's in there, like he had 12 TDs, 11 picks. That's like Eli Manning. And I know I'm being really unfair to DJ by bringing up Eli Manning, but Eli Manning never had a stat line like that. Where he did have that one year where he threw like 27 touchdowns, 15 picks, but he improved over time. Daniel Jones, we're in his 4th year.
I mean, his QBR was 41.5, 22nd in the league. I mean, I would not call that like quality quarterback play. It's especially when you're
Yeah.
averaging like 55.
Yeah, Carson Wentz. I would rather get. I'd take Trubisky over Wentz though. Fucking
Well,
Wentz. Ugh.
Wentz is
Wentz
like
will-
Wentz
he'll
has some of that Daniel Jones roller coaster where it's like great pass, terrible interception, like back-to-back plays.
Oh yeah.
I would say this: Wentz in his prime has shown me more than Jones.
Oh no, absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
For whatever he is. Like, it's just the things that frustrate you about Jones is like he does throw a nice deep ball. He has insane athleticism. He just hasn't put it together. And I know I said this earlier, but it's frustrating to watch him.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's so frustrating because it's like, oh, there's a good play, like a something that gets your hopes up, and the next play is literally the worst play you've ever seen. It's just like I don't know how the extremes could be that much. Like it's just like that's what's tough about watching them is the extremes.
Yeah.
Hopes up, hopes literally under the ground.
Yeah, buried. All right, let's get your professional opinion on the Super Bowl that
Very
is coming
professional.
up when it happens
Soon.
Yes,
apparently.
between two teams. I don't even remember who they are. What is your
Animals
prediction?
or something.
Yes,
Animals,
the
Super Bowl
Tigers
something.
and the Sheep.
The Sheep, yeah. My very super professional analytical opinion is I picked the Bengals to win. So you gotta rock with Joe Burr.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta
He's
rock
ice
with
cold.
Joe Burr, baby. I picked them to win like in my weekly picks every week, so I just got to continue to speak this into existence and like give me all the chaos. Give me the Bengals somehow beating the Rams, even though the Rams are better on paper. Like, give me that chaos.
Give it to us. I mean, they shouldn't have
give me
beat
that
all their wins. They shouldn't have won anyway. So why not go
The
all
Raiders,
the way?
they deserve to beat the Raiders. So
Okay. Final score.
Okay, I did this yesterday, but now I kind of forget. I think I said 27-24.
27-24. A lot of people think it's going to be a close game. Okay, I'm with that. Where can we find you? Where can we watch you? What is this hype train that is SheGotSports?
Oh, a hype train! Wow,
Mm-hmm.
so kind.
I'm so young.
So
Yes.
young.
How do you do, kiddos?
How do you do, fellow children, fellow kids?
How do you do, fellow kids?
I'm cringing out of my seat. What are you
Yeah, I know.
Oh, it's so litty. No, I tweeted that out. I was like, oh, it's lit.
It's so
Gonna be
lit. It's
So
sick.
my my channel is SheGotSports.
And that's it.
And you can find me on like Instagram at SheGotSports, TikTok. Ooh.
Ooh,
So
you do
young
the
and hip.
TikTok.
Do a little dance. Hey. No, I don't really do dances, but not really. Not on camera. TikTok.
Those are for me.
Yeah, I just do it in the mirror by myself. Oh, I did the gritty on camera, but it was very cringe.
Oh yeah.
Just on social, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. It's SheGotSports. Not
Awesome.
SheGotGame.
Not SheGotGame.
Commonly confused. Common
yeah,
misconception.
not the
I
same
don't have
person.
any game. That's the reason.
Yeah, gotcha. Neither do either of us. I'm lucky to be married. Okay, well, thank you for stopping by.
Lucky.
It was a pleasure. We'll have to collab later, talk about these Giants, and keep doing your thing.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is really cool to talk to you guys.
Absolutely.
All right, have a great one.
Bye.
See ya.
Never
All
say
right.
Rick again. But we do have a couple donos to go over to.
Yes.
Hundo from an anonymous
Hundro.
donor, 5 from Barta Calaboom, 10 from Tori, another 50 bomb from Chase Valor, and 20 from an anonymous donor. And then
We
a
are
5.
there.
So there we go. We're at 3.5K right now, man.
$3,500. Let's try to get halfway there. Let's. Can we get a little Bon Jovi? Can we? Whoa, we're halfway there.
Halfway there.
Whoa!
I won't do that
Take
again.
my hand. We'll make it, I swear.
And speaking of which, SRS Mike, as
Hey,
awkward
guys.
transition as it can be. How
Yes,
you
let's
doing, man?
bring in a guy who's been banned many times from the show for stealing my jokes, for
What can I say?
telepathically coming in and telling my jokes before. That fan is fucking going crazy behind you. Like
It's
that fan
Florida.
is
Do you want me to go
going-
turn it down? It's Florida.
No, 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 no. It's
Oh,
fine.
dude,
I'm just loving like.
I wish I could.
By
have
the
that.
way,
Now it's like
Last
23.
year, when Mike came on, he did not reveal his face. Now he's officially revealed the face. Can we get a look at that tattoo, by the way?
Sure.
On the sleeve.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whoa, that is some ink
Thank you.
right there, baby. Look at that. Got
what's
that.
the design? Just curious about it.
Sure. I had a friend who made music. This was his album cover. He passed away in June of 2020. I thought this was the best tribute I could do. So get back
Awesome.
in frame here. It's all good.
Mike from Stark Raving Sports is here. Someone we've met in person. We got to hang out at the Airbnb down there in West Palm Beach, baby. This year, very sad because I don't think we're going to go to spring training. I don't think it's going to happen. I wanted to meet up with you, Matt, Bailey, Sad Man again, but I don't think it's going to happen. What are your thoughts on the Major League Baseball season coming up?
It'll happen. I think you guys are being a little too doom and gloom when you're saying it's going to be like 60 games. I bet we would start in mid-May, early mid-May.
Is your kid? Is someone holding the?
I'm on my
what
phone.
Is going on?
It's falling.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Let me try to. Can I make it vertical? Maybe. Is that fine?
There you go. Like I'm getting like vertigo.
I know. I was too.
Yeah,
it's the truth be told, my mic was like screwing up on the computer, so I was like, I got to join on my phone, and then my phone is slipping. I don't know, but I'm having it standing. Is what it is.
Gotcha. It's all good, man. So so you're talking about the baseball season, and and what you're saying that we're being too pessimistic.
I think so. Yeah, I bet you we're still looking at like all it really takes, if we really put it like this, it can be resolved in a matter of minutes if they feel like doing it. It just takes someone saying yes, someone realizing what the other person wants, or someone just getting tired of sitting on the couch and not making money. Is also what it could be. I think that we'll see like a Mother's Day kind of opening day. Maybe they'll slash the schedule for everything before that, and then I don't know. It's as easy as that.
Got sports dropping a 50 after being on the show. Thank you so much. We're getting there. Thank you, Lauren. Anyways, so yeah, I think we're being doom and gloom, but we're also being selfish. Like I wanted to go to Arizona. I wanted to have more stories. I wanted to bake in the hot Arizona sun and, enjoy spring training. The trip last time was just so much fun.
It was. Oh my God. That might have been the peak of doing YouTube. Honestly.
And then and then the sad part is we ended up getting blamed for everything shutting down literally a week later.
Yeah.
Did we really get blamed?
That was all.
Oh, dude, no. I got blamed by my girlfriend jokingly. It's like, oh, you shut down everything because you went to spring training. It's like, what do you want me to do about it?
We didn't have the COVID, okay? We just were there, all right? So many cool things happened on that trip. I mean, I've never had like sort of like a vacation in my life where all we did was go watch baseball, like professional
when you put it
Major League Baseball. It's just like, it's amazing. What was your favorite part of that trip, Mike?
The whole Marlins Day. Are you kidding? There's no beating that. Think about what we did. Like, put it that simply. Think about what we were doing and why we were there. We were in their dugout during their game.
Yeah.
Seriously, you can't dream that.
It was amazing because I caught a foul ball.
You did. I forgot about that.
Yes. We got to interact with a lot of the players who were just cool as shit. Like Miguel Rojas was just awesome. Sterling Sharp, Sandy Alcantara, like just
Lewis Brinson,
Jordan
Yamamoto.
Yes, they all agreed. I did remember what was his name? Mike Kemp rejected you for an interview.
Oh yeah,
Matt Kemp rejected you for an interview, and I was like, I knew you shouldn't have asked. But
it was worth a try. Come on,
it was
no.
I mean, he's probably used to LA media, so there's not much you can do about that.
Yeah, you could say was no. He just said no.
I would say one thing I'm forever grateful to the Marlins for was they didn't make us feel like weenie media. Like they made us feel as welcome as possible. And for that, like I always will root for the Marlins because they're one of the few teams that really got like what we're trying to do and really respects us as creators for sure.
They treated us like a meeting with the Queen when we came.
Yeah. I mean, their VP of communications meets us, on time. And he's like, hey, first of all, you guys are on time. I really appreciate that. I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, you're on time. Like, you don't have to be here for us. Like Mets, when we went up to the Mets camp, they didn't even know I was fucking coming. Like they were
I
just
can't
like,
speak
oh,
on
you're
that. I wasn't there that day.
Yeah, you
I
weren't
wasn't there. I was still flying.
But like Will was emailing the dude. He's like, hey, you agreed for this guy to come, like for Matt, Dan, and Adam to come, and you're not like, you don't even care that they're there. And he comes out and he just hands me this card on it, and it says, here, you have field access, and it's handwritten on there. Like basically it just said it said field access on it.
Like a fake doctor's note.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's like that old movie. It's like him handing a little piece of paper. It says, like,
Yeah,
I am a 12-year-old boy.
Yes. So we weren't allowed to talk to any of the players. We were warned not to fanboy anyone. Like basically it was like the most washed experience. We did get to hang out in the media room though. So, I got to see Anthony DeComo like walk by. I was like, oh, you're the most famous person I'll see today besides Tim Tebow. But yeah. So tell me about Stark Raving Sports. Like, what are you guys doing over there? What do you think you're doing different now over the years? Like, just talk about the channel a little bit.
Sure. So come a long way. I started it when I was 17, right after I graduated high school. I'm 22 now, so I like to think I'm just a different person in general since then, and the content reflects that. What we do is we try to combine interesting sports stories, mainly baseball, because that seems to be where our hearts are the most. We try to give you
And
slice
less
of life.
copyright claims.
True.
Okay. Well,
Few,
you wanna throw
if
that out there
any.
too?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
baseball was very hard on that in the beginning, though.
Yes, and they've 180'd on it for sure. But that's why I love baseball. But anyway, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, all good. It's your show. And we like to give that like slice of life, fun little element. Try to keep it much lighter, I'd say, where I'd say is our sticking point that makes us different is we try to make it accessible to everyone, because a big picture goal for us is we want this stuff to be appealing to everyone, not just people like you and me. So something we do to do that is we try to convey it, not in layman's terms, 'cause that's like dumbing it down, but putting an emphasis on getting it to reach the most people, not just baseball fans. So that's what I think is really good thing about us. It's not just me, got a really good team of people who work for us. It's a really interesting, diverse cast of characters we got. And I hope we did something right to even get it myself here, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching you guys grow. I see you have the plaque in the back.
Yeah,
like,
I put that up yesterday. I put the plaque and the jersey.
You
up
also
from MLB.
have
Get out of the way.
the participatory jersey from Major League Baseball.
How
I
about
just wish
that kind of gift.
Yeah, like you two can flex on me for that. I don't have that.
I wish someday that we'll be actually on the broadcast. That's like my secret, like where they're just like, hey, do you want to call a game? Even or just bring us into the booth like one time to let us like see what those guys, just to taste that one day. I hope one day that it evolves to that. Don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful to participate in the chat, like, and to say that I work with Major League Baseball in some capacity, but like selfishly, wouldn't it be great for that next level? Don't you think?
You'd be better at that than me. You guys are. There's no way I could pull off this all day thing. And when you get to chaos, especially, I'm looking forward to watching that. Even though if you're probably not going to have as much fun managing it, let me just say that.
Yeah, last year we did it for 8 hours and it was tough at times, like tell people to leave, and like that felt bad to be like, hey, I got to cut, two of you, and like, because we were all having fun. Like it's fun to just hang around and talk sports. Oh, by the way, when I got to do creator spotlight, so Adnan Verk had like he gave me 5 questions, or whatever, the producer gave me 5 questions, and I was all ready to answer them in the order that they were given to me. He asked the 5th question first. And I was just completely thrown off by that. Like, I had no idea, like, that to him it's just like, I don't care about this segment, it's like, did
he throw you a curveball?
Yeah, and he asked me like he was I think the question was like, what advanced stats do you like? And I was like really prepared to answer that question. But then like he threw me a curveball. He's like, why are the Mets trash when Jake DeGrom pitches? And like I wasn't ready to answer that question. Like the answer, like I think I gave my answer was like, oh, they've gotten better. Like they're not such trash now. But the real answer is like because the other pitcher is fucking good. Usually that's, but I couldn't answer it the way I wanted to. But it was fun experience. It helped legitimize the channel for sure. What you got coming up with Stark Raving Sports here in the future? Yeah, you just released the Ricky documentary.
Yeah, that took a matter of months to make. Bit of a different workload for me. I ideally have something coming out tomorrow. I have a tweet of yours in the video, which is funny because you actually helped me prove my point. It was just to give a little intro to the topic. It was when you tweeted that your dad said you have to be really good to be really bad, and I made that as a sticking point for a narrative I was trying to go. So I'm hoping to do that. Got some other ideas down the pipeline, big picture, small picture. Like I said, channel's more than just me, so it's got to be treated like more than just me.
And I really respect the guys that you work with, you know, Sports Storm, Matt, you know, who else is FICO, all your contributors.
Baseball historians with us now.
Yes.
And looking even add to the team too, whenever someone comes along. Never going to say no to the right person.
Super Bowl prediction for Stark Raving Sports.
So everyone's pointed out that there's that mismatch with the Bengals offensive line. I have not heard one person say the name Cooper Kupp yet. So the fact that there's that big a mismatch on both sides of the ball for the Rams is making me kind of think that we're going to have a Rams win. The word blowout's been thrown out. I don't think we're going to get that, but I bet you it's something like 27-13 or something like that.
Oh, okay. You have the largest margin of victory for sure so far.
I wonder what the over/under on Kupp receiving yards is for me. Is like
might be a nice prop bet.
It's like 150.
I was going to say you could convince me that he's going to have like 170 or something. He's that untouchable.
He's so good. It's amazing that he's the guy that you have to shut down, and he still produces. That's
look at the play with the Bucs game.
That's a great.
The last play before the field goal of the Bucs game. Your job is to cover probably just him, and they couldn't even do it.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for coming by. Good to see and talk with you again. Hopefully something happens with baseball and we can get our trip sometime. Maybe it's next year, you know, but who knows?
Pleasure.
We're definitely going to do it again. Hey, no problem.
Thanks for coming on, my man.
Take it easy, Mike.
Always a blessing to be with you guys.
Absolutely, brother.
Take it easy. All right, we've got our next guest. He is a college, like, I don't know, like he covers college football for sure. A lot of pre-draft things, a lot of players that you might have forgotten about. He's very good at just setting up like what's going on at a college, like and making it really urgent. Like I just love his titles. I love the way that he's just like, this team is a dumpster fire. You know, like he's great at what he does. Let's bring in Scott Fisher, everybody. The young
guys,
gun, doing great. Tell I don't know how many people know about your channel. Obviously, you've been growing over the past couple of years. Give us a little rundown on what you're doing over here, over at your channel, and you know the topics you like to cover, and we'll talk a little bit more about that.
Of course. So I actually started out as a college basketball channel. That was for a few months, then decided to get into college football during the summer of COVID. And by the time that fall season ended in 2020, I was up to about 25K subscribers, and then decided to drop out of college to pursue YouTube full time. And now I'm up to about 82K, and it's become a daily thing for me. I cover anything from recruiting to current storylines to what happened to videos, draft prospects, pretty much literally anything in college football you're going to find on my channel.
Yeah, and it's just great to see someone cover college sports now because they make it really hard to cover college sports because like you can't use a second of footage and like they will claim that shit so fast.
Dude.
And I'm sure it's challenging for you to do that because you can't really actually show, you know, what you're talking about or really critique their product because they've made it virtually impossible to do so.
Exactly.
Who's your favorite? You're a Nebraska fan. Am I correct or am I wrong?
I'm a Mizzou fan and a Purdue fan. Mizzou and Purdue are my two schools.
So you know about Uche, right? Our regular guest, a former Boilermaker as well.
Not.
Okay, so Uche Nwaneri, ex Jacksonville Jaguar, he'll be on the show during the Chaos Hour from 3 to 5. He went to Purdue and he knows the whole fight song and all that stuff. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm never going to recommend that someone drop out of college, but you probably made the right move.
I mean, if you consider, you can always go back.
Yeah.
I think the credits last for what, 10 years or something like that?
Yep.
Yeah, so
I think for some people it's an accomplishment. Like it's always good. Like, you know, what if YouTube just gets deleted in 5 years or something, or we get deplatformed for some reason? Like, it's great to have the degree, but you also have an archive of content where you can just be like, I should be a sports reporter. This is what I do. You know, like it's like I said, like an education is an accomplishment, but quitting was probably the right move for you.
Yeah, there's not a day that goes by where I regret my decision to drop out.
Now, I have a question. What do you think is the worst D1 major program that used to be good? Who is in the worst situation now?
Probably wouldn't guess it, but I would say Georgia Tech. They used to win titles back in the day. They used to be a dominant team, and right now they've had 3 straight 2 or 3 win seasons. The boosters are all pulling out their money, and they have just become completely irrelevant. The other school, obviously, people love the trash on is Texas, but you can't help but think they're somewhat on the way up.
Yeah, Texas, I think will fix it eventually, but like I look at a Florida State, like what are they doing, right? Like
that's true.
That's been rough. Maybe like who's the coach at Florida State?
Mike Norvell.
Yeah, I don't know if they're planning something, if like a Deion Sanders comes, like some big name is on the future, but I just don't know what Florida State is doing right now. I think teams like Florida will be back. I think teams like LSU will be back because, Brian Kelly does his Brian Kelly shit.
Yeah, his dances.
Even with the ridiculous, like that dude transferred. Right after that video comes out, the dude was like, I cannot be part of this.
I don't blame him for that, dude. I wouldn't want to work for Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I find him to be sort of.
He's insufferable. Like he adopted a Southern accent as trying to be the how do you do fellow kids in one whole angle. It's like, dude, I hope you fall flat on your face.
One thing I want to talk about is I'm an Auburn fan, obviously. My dad and my brother went there. What is going on with Harsin? I mean, I know most of the details, but like just walk us through what's happening with him for anyone that's not informed with college athletics.
So I'm not as knowledgeable as you probably think about because I've taken a little bit of a break from YouTube. But from what I've read, Brian Harsin's really not an SEC guy to begin with. I think he's from up in the West. I think he's from Idaho, actually. So he was never really someone who was like loved in the area. So he kind of always had a little bit of a shorter leash. And right now it seems that a lot of the boosters and some of the fans don't like the direction that it's going in, or they don't like his style. So I'm seeing some rumors that a lot of this stuff is made up. I'm seeing some players come out against him, some coming out for him. And obviously the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. But unfortunately, I don't think his leash is very long, no matter how good of a coach he is. It just seems like they want him out of there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like it's easy to come out against a coach that's kind of a hard ass because you have to be a hard ass in college football. These are kids. These are not adults that know that they're supposed to show up on time or are going to just be self-motivated the way that a coach is going to do that for them. That's why they're in college. Like I don't think that, being a hard ass should be necessarily a negative thing. Now there's you can cross the line like that one basketball coach that was throwing fucking basketballs at his players' heads. Like that's
right.
Yeah, that's definitely beyond. But like Nick Saban is a hard ass, and you see the results of it. Like, I think that's really unfair. You know, like if you're a player that's not getting playing time, of course you hate the coach, right? You're just like, this guy doesn't know. Like, you're always going to look at it from your personal perspective, but I don't always. It's always what the boosters think. It's always, do they think that because they're the powerful, they're the power. Like, it's not the fan base. It's not sometimes not the players. It's the people that hold the purse strings for sure. I don't think he'll last, especially after last year's results. And then Bo Nix like transferring, like Bo Nix was brought there by the boosters. Like, tremendous pressure was put on Malzahn to bring his ass in there. And then he goes and transfers to Oregon. Like, come on. Like,
I feel like Bo Nix has been there since like 2014. It's like that kind of like, it's weird.
Oh, I like this question here from Billy Carter. Will Tennessee have an 8-4 season next year or better?
I would have to take a quick look at the schedule. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I mean, outside of Georgia, and unless they play Bama out of the West, I mean, there's no reason to think that Tennessee can't be in any game. I think they return all their main weapons except Velus Jones. So, and I like Josh Heupel. So there's no reason for Tennessee not to have a good year. But as we all know, Tennessee always finds a way to shoot themselves in the foot. So we'll have to wait and see on that one.
That's another team that is like, they used to be great and they're just terrible. You know what? I think the biggest fall from grace is Nebraska. And they're just, and they don't have any hope on the horizon. Because I think a lot of people, I don't know what the problem is, but I think a lot of Nebraskans just leave Nebraska.
Well, the problem is, like, there's no point in going to Nebraska. It's about being in a big town and city. And if you don't have the allure of a winning team, it doesn't matter. Like, if you have a slip up for a couple years, nobody's going to go to Nebraska just for the sake of going to Nebraska. It's not like you're going to Alabama, which is like the middle of nowhere in Tuscaloosa. But at the same time,
you're a god.
No, you're pretty much guaranteed to go to the NFL. It's like, hey,
exactly.
Come here, give us 3 to 4 years, we'll get you to the NFL. In Nebraska, there's no guarantee. What's the best really good player that's come out of Nebraska? And Ndamukong Suh? I don't know.
That was a long time ago too.
As of late, probably him.
Yeah, like Nebraska, like I think one thing too, and I did a video on this, is like teams have to be a factory for something, right? Like, you look at Notre Dame being an offensive line factory, or Iowa being, a tight end factory. Like, Nebraska is just a factory of fucking failure right now.
Yeah,
and they're not they need to be known for something, whether it's defensive backs or something like that can give them a marketable.
They used to have good running backs like Rex Burkhead and what's the guy who went to the Lions? Amir Abdullah.
Amon Green came out of Nebraska, I believe. Lawrence Phillips. He was. I mean, Nebraska used to be a bastion of running back success, and now it's just not.
Exactly. It all comes down to the quarterback. They can't seem to. Adrian Martinez is not anything special, and Frost didn't have anyone behind him.
And it's crazy to think that Frost was so successful at UCF, and then he's just been so bad at his alma mater. Like it's like, how does he not convince people that he's like Nebraska's the right choice? And they're also going to get hurt by NIL. Like, nobody gives a shit about Nebraska. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I'm going to really get to the top of the totem pole here in Lincoln, Nebraska, when they could go to UCF and get more exposure there.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So
it's warm.
Yep. All right, let's get your Super Bowl prediction. I know you cover college, but obviously you're going to have an opinion on the Super Bowl coming up. What do you think is going to happen in this game, and who do you think is going to win?
So for anyone wondering, I am a Colts fan. Don't bring up the Jaguars game, please. But
what happened in that game?
It didn't go well.
Thanks for getting the Steelers in the playoffs, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Steelers love you.
Yeah, but personally, I want the Bengals to win. I think America was so happy when the Chiefs lost last week, 2 weeks ago. But I think Joe Burrow is going to come up just short in this one. I think it's going to be 28-24. Matthew Stafford's going to get his first ring.
Matthew Stafford, the winner. So 28-24 Rams. Let me write this down. 28-24. A lot of close game predictions. Who do you think is going to be the MVP? So you think Stafford will also be the MVP?
I do think so. If not him, it'll be Cup.
Yeah, Cup is going to be a beast for sure. Where do we find you? Where do we get more information on Scott Fisher? Where do we subscribe?
Well, you just type in the name Scott Fisher. I don't really use Twitter or Instagram much, so you're really only going to find me there.
Yeah. Luckily you responded to the DM. Like I was just like, hopefully he checks his DM and that he's in for the show. But I'm really appreciative that you came in.
Yeah, I appreciate it too.
Yep. Everyone follow Scott and check out his YouTube channel as well. Thanks for stopping by and giving us some perspective on college football. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the show. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for sure. All right. There's Scott. And right now we have a guest, someone who's watched from the sidelines and seen all the other teams in his division.
Gotta be in hell.
All of them go, not just participate in Super Bowl. I mean, who knows what'll happen to the Bengals, but
no.
This guy just he's a sad man. He's a sad man. Oh, he's got the George Kittle hair going. How long has it been since we've seen KTO? Hold on, I gotta take off my sweat.
It's been since Dallas. So you had a buzz cut back then.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I rocked a buzz cut like my entire life. And then at some point I decided to just let it grow out. And it was like that awkward stage for a while where I was always wearing hats. And then I got to this length. So yeah, I've just been rocking with it. Also,
it looks good, man. You look like you're from Idaho. Like you just look like yeah.
You know what's funny is I texted you guys that I picked up like adult like beer league hockey.
Uh-huh.
I'd never skated before, so I've been growing it out since I started. And so I played my first official season of beer league hockey this year.
Nice.
Last year.
How'd you do, dude? Did you like it?
Yeah, it was sweet. It was a lot of fun. I mean, we were really bad. If there was like 25 games, we won 3 games. So, but
you ever seen the show Letterkenny?
I've seen one episode. That's like my dad's favorite show.
It's so good, dude. You have to watch it because like you kind of remind me of one of the main characters that he's just with the hair like that.
Yeah.
It's a great show, by the way. What have you been up to, man?
I just been doing YouTube, like doing it kind of at my pace, like I've always done. And then I've been working out more. Like I said, been playing hockey, just playing golf. So
golf? What like you're so successful now that you have time to.
I do like the old man activities. Yeah.
Yeah. You're like an 80-year-old trapped in a young man's body. What was I gonna? Oh, so what's it been like being a Browns fan? Watching. I mean, obviously you're happy for Flem and seeing that, but what is it like from the Browns' perspective? Like, just take us through that.
It's just weird because whenever there's expectations, it just always seems to go bad. Like 2019 was the same thing where 2019, everyone's like, oh, dark horse Super Bowl pick, the Browns, and Odell's there now and all this stuff. And it just went so badly in 2019. So 2021 was like a mirror image of that. And I should have seen it coming, but you just think, oh, you finally find the coach. Baker's coming off his best season. And it sucks. It's worse than when you go 0-16, but you're expecting to be bad. Like it's like a meme. It's just funny at that point when you're that bad. But when you think you're going to be a team that makes a run, and then you're like a borderline mediocre team that now all the teams in your division are doing better than you, and the Bengals aren't supposed to be good, and then they go to the Super Bowl. It's like it sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got it. It's like seeing your girlfriend ex-girlfriend be happy. You're just like, oh man,
that ex-girlfriend's OBJ.
The guy's hotter than you.
Yeah, and he's probably packing a little more heat. You know, you're just suspecting that, you know, he's gorilla just banging it out, and you're just like, oh,
like, are you kidding
I'm
me?
over here. Yeah, that used to be mine. My question is, because we didn't talk during the regular season at all. We didn't have you on because you were out playing golf and hockey. What do you think of Baker Mayfield? Is he that dude?
That's I'd say the majority of my time spent now thinking about the Browns is what's the possible replacement, but there's just no logical answer to that. So it's kind of one of those, you don't feel good about it, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I think he's, if I had to say how I truly feel about him, I'd say he's average, which really means that it's like Andy Dalton or Kirk Cousins or just any of those guys.
Yeah.
But he's just louder and more emotional and just over the top,
And
so he gets
cocky.
more press. Yes.
Yeah. And he's in those progressive commercials. You know?
Yeah, nothing's worse than when he throws a pick and then it cuts the commercial and it
Going home with
him. It's him and his wife, like at Cleveland.
Yeah, how awkward is that going to be? If I'm sure they're probably not going to do it this year, but if there's like a QB controversy or he's probably on his way out and those commercials are still playing.
I don't think he's on the way out. I think they've invested so much in him, like they've got to stick with him until, you know, like I don't know, like he hasn't been awful. I'll tell you that. Like, I don't know. Like, he's not.
I just think that he's done enough to impress the organization, and I think they have like a more analytical approach than most. Like if you look at PFF grades and stuff, like they trust like stuff like that. So they don't make really dumb like football guy moves, like a crazy trade for Russell Wilson's like the name that, like if there was one guy I would get, it would be him. But what the cost, just it would outweigh whatever they think analytically. So there's no way to go about it. Maybe drafting a quarterback, but even then, it's just there's not really.
Yeah, it's like who do you get late that's better than Baker Mayfield in a top heavy draft, right?
It's not a great.
No,
it's like you're not a shitty team that has like no leverage, but you're not in a great situation there. It's I feel like their peak is like making a playoff run when everything's working and Baker's just doing his job. But if the defense isn't playing lights out and the offensive line's not completely healthy and playing at a top 5 level, it's just it sucks.
Now I gotta ask a charge thing. You know, you probably watched every game. What happened with Odell?
I don't know. The thing is, Odell's one of those guys that he wants to be in he signed with LA because it's LA. You know what I mean? Like if he gets the same amount of snaps that he was in Cleveland, he's in LA. Like he's just a bright light kind of dude. And so his body language on the sideline and like how it just seemed like he was just never it's not that he didn't put effort in, it just seemed like he wasn't emotionally invested. Like Baker would have a play where he scrambles, breaks a tackle or something, and then gets the first down and does the whole crazy celebration, you know, like first down, and Odell would just be like sitting there, just kind of like blank face, not super hype. So I think the whole time he kind of had that back of his mind, like he doesn't want to be there. And I think it showed because he would drop kind of like easy first downs and easy catches that now that he's in LA, he looks more explosive in LA. He looks like he can catch better in LA. He's had a couple of those end zone targets that really impressive. So it's just, it feels like he just didn't want to be there. So I don't know.
You know, the thing was like, you know, obviously he's not Odell from when he first came in the league, when he was one hand catching balls and things like that. But he used to be that dude that could take a slant to the house. And like, now he's looking like that dude again in LA. It's like, where is this guy? Like, if I'm a Cleveland fan, like, I'm pissed at that. Like that he just didn't try for you guys. And now he's going to a Super Bowl.
It feels like every star level player that's traded to Cleveland or goes to Cleveland, or a guy who was good, like off the top of my head, it's like a Dwayne Bowe or Jamie Collins from New England, or any of these guys that come, it seems like they're like less athletic and less explosive and just not as talented when they when they play for Cleveland, and then they leave again, and then they're good again. Dwayne Bowe's not an example of that, but it always seems that way. Whoever goes to Cleveland, it's like their overall goes down -10.
Right. Their new Madden rating is
That was a
-10.
big trade you just put.
Yeah,
up.
we're getting some NBA news right here. That
Jeremy Lamb and Jeremy Lamb.
Wait, what was the?
It's a Pacers are trading Bmonus, Jeremy Lamb, and probably somebody else to Sacramento for Tyrese Halliburton, Buddy Hield, and Tristan Thompson.
They've been talking about trading Buddy for so long. So
yeah, Lamb sanity too.
She's still in Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's your squad. Yeah, Buddy Hield
Not
had
my
so
squad.
much.
I'm done cheering for them.
Oh, you're done.
It's
They
like the
haven't made
Browns of the
playoffs.
NBA.
Yeah, you really back some bad horses, buddy.
Yeah, well, Sacramento's all they have is the Kings, and then there's nothing else. So
yeah,
like, at least in Cleveland, there's like the Cavs. They're doing pretty decent right now. It's like I'm not from Cleveland. I just decided to choose the team to cheer for.
Didn't your dad give you a jersey, and then it's been ride or die since? Or
it's pretty much like that kind of thing. Like when you grow up in Idaho, you just kind of choose teams.
Yeah.
Usually people choose good teams, and I guess I just missed the memo on that. So, yeah.
Yeah. You got to go to the Kivy Dome on Saturdays, right? And watch Boise State. Oh, I mean to ask you. So we talked about this with Scott Fisher earlier about Harsin.
Yeah.
Is he fucking any good? Like,
you know what's funny? I was listening to that and I was thinking. So I know some players that were on Boise State, are currently on Boise State, and Harsin just left Boise, like previous. He was there before, and no one has anything good to say about him as a coach.
Oh, really?
He's kind of an asshole. Not kind of. He is an asshole, but he's not the kind of like pick you up when you're down kind of coach either. Like he's not very likable as like a dude. So that's just what I've heard from some players inside the locker room.
Yeah, because I could see Saban being like your best friend, like being like after yelling at you, putting his arm around your shoulder and being like, the reason I yelled at you is because. But if you're just gonna be a dick all the time, like fuck you. Like I don't respond to assholes like all. If you're gonna be an asshole, like I get when you have to be an asshole, that's fair. But I'm backpedaling a little bit from what I said earlier. But being an asshole all the time is also not acceptable.
Yeah, there's people skills involved in coaching. And so it's like, if you just yell and you don't have any ability to communicate with a dude who's struggling, it's like, you're not going to win the locker room over.
No, you're just going to break them. You're not going to make them, or they'll succeed and hate you while doing it. And that's not winning either. You know what I mean?
I never understood the Harsin move because when he came to Boise State had Chris Peterson, and they were like, going to BCS Bowls back in the day, and they were consistent like a 1 or 2 loss team, and then Harsin comes in and they're like a 3 or 4 loss team every year. And so it's like, oh, he took a mid-major program and made them slightly worse. And so an SEC team thinks that's going to be it just never made sense to me. So
yeah, it's puzzling too, because Boise should just be winning all the time. Like they should dominate their conference, and they should just be winning all the time. Like it should just be a given.
That's the expectation now.
Right. And Harsin took that and just dropped it, down a level. And that I obviously that's why he's gone. But I don't think he's the guy to fit. Like I'm mad as an Auburn fan. Like we should have a big name because you have to compete with Nick Saban every year. Like you should have a guy that is like rock solid. Like bring in an NFL guy, like bring in a guy who's going to get you there over the hump. But Harsin doesn't seem like, maybe he was a stopgap, for whatever they're trying to do.
It's like the Bill Belichick coaching staffs. He was a member on some good staffs, so therefore he gets more credibility than he deserves.
Yeah. He had lunch with Sean McVay one day.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. What do you got coming out? You got anything in the works on the channel?
I mean, nothing crazy new. Just continuing, like now that it's off season, signing day was a few days ago, so I'm doing my yearly installment of top 10 recruits from 10 years ago. So
yeah, it's great. I love that series. You forget who those names were that were big, and you're just like, huh?
Well, it's also there's like Jameis Winston was the top quarterback in 2012. And so to listen to like interviews of him talking in like high school and then remembering how his college career went, I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah. Or I saw a tweet the other day that Sean McVay beat out Calvin Johnson for high school player of the year in Georgia, the year that they were seniors. I was like, Sean McVay must have been a beast.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say. Like, he must have been a beast. What was he, a quarterback or?
Probably a quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, quarterbacks tend to get credence, I think.
Yeah, I don't remember, but it's weird that Calvin Johnson went to Georgia Tech of all places. The one place that runs the triple option is where the best receiver of all time goes to.
Right. Do you think we'll ever see someone like him again?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it'll be a while, but it's like, have you seen like the prospects that come into like basketball, like the NBA, and like some of the freak guys that we'll see come out? It's like there's always a freak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, okay, so if DK Metcalf is close, like physically, he's not the same execution-wise as Calvin Johnson. And you're seeing now in the NFL, the receivers are smaller, right? Like Jamar Chase is not the prototypical big guy. Neither is like Devonta Smith or, even Kadarius Toney. Like these are smaller receivers that are getting open. I just don't know.
Well, I just think it goes in waves. Like, the game will evolve. So then all the corners will get smaller. So then coaches will be like, oh, let's get big receivers back in. And so it kind of goes like, if you look at graphs of like the size of the average NFL receiver.
Oh yeah. You did that. Yeah. You did that video on.
Oh yeah. Mid 2000s.
That was so good.
6'5" receiver was like, hail.
Yeah. So it just goes in waves based. Like the RPO will probably like kind of die out and they'll go back to more pro style or whatever in 10 years. So it just evolves.
Yeah. All right. Let's get your official Super Bowl prediction for the game.
Yeah. I mean, everything points to the Rams for me. I think it'd be cool. Even though I'm a Browns fan, I think it would be cool for the Bengals to win it. I guess I'm still going to go Rams. I just think they're just way more well-rounded than
that
the
makes
Bengals.
sense. Final score.
I'd go 31-21.
31-21 Rams. 10-point win for KTO's Rams. Yes. Dude, obviously we can go follow you on KTO. Did you score any goals on Twitter?
Yeah, I was
on hockey.
I was top 3 on my team in points. So
nice. Did you hit any clap bombs or did you fake out the goalie? What was your favorite goal?
Yeah, I was always the like kind of break past everyone and then like a little left to right, put it in the right side of the net. So
a little front backhand forehand.
Yeah, it doesn't look as impressive when you watch it because I have the video of it. I should send it to you so you can check it out.
Yeah, send it to us. I want to see you playing some hockey, man. Like I want to skate. I want to play. It's just finding the time, and it's also expensive.
It is expensive.
Super fun. Yeah. All right, brother. Thanks for coming by. Enjoy the hair. The hair look the drip, man.
You got the hockey mullet, man.
It's there. Yeah.
Got the mullet.
All right, brother.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
No problem, buddy. All right. And now this is a guest I've been looking forward to, but I think he's having some technical issues over here. It's just device. Like I've been looking forward to him all day.
Maybe he's trying to mask. Maybe it's like Deep Throat and he'll have like a little
I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna do a face reveal or not.
I think he's shown his face before. So.
I don't know. Maybe let's bring in. It says device is not connected, so he doesn't have a mic yet. But this was my guy. Like I've been waiting for him all day. It's just now he's gone.
He's
gone. He's gonna try to reconnect.
I feel like you just have an entire like Rolodex of miserable Giants fans.
I do. Male, female, it doesn't matter. Like we're just all miserable. This has been I'm proud of the diversity we've had on the show too. We've had a very diverse lineup of creators, and as soon as our next guest figures out what's going on, he did say he was on his lunch break at work, so maybe he's getting called into a meeting that means absolutely nothing.
We're gonna talk about TPS reports and all that bullshit.
Yeah, talk about TPS reports and all that, but now we're just killing dead air. as we go. Should we interview the chair again?
Yes, I'll interview both chairs. Why not?
Okay. All right. Let's do it. All right. So, what's it like being, urinating trees, best friend?
Real fucking shitty. He doesn't clean me, and I look, and I just like it smells like garlic. It's not good. And you know what? Yeah. I think you've seen better days. I think you need to apply for domestic abuse. I think it's not good. 5. I'm sorry. How did you feel when he punched you?
I took it personally because I've had this guy's back for so long. I've been there for him. He has worn me out, right? Like he's broken my back out. And then for him to just punch me like that, like I get it. I understand that he was angry and that some things are unfair in life, like when your team drafts Kadarius Toney. But for me to take one just right there in the face like that, I thought it was uncalled for.
You got to raise your hand in solidarity. Raise your hand.
All right,
Cheers,
I'm with you there.
Cheers unite the world.
Yeah, cheers unite. Give me a high five. High five, buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
This is peak performance right here.
Comedy right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Comedy. Well, 5-star content. So the guest was Draw Play Dave, but I guess he's having technical issues. Dave Rapocchio of known shit poster, trying to get in on this. He was in the green room, but it just didn't work out. So we'll just have to fill our time here. I've got a plunger here. How about let's get some donations for charity? There, we just got a 50 from Anonymous right there. Another 50 just came in. We're at 3.7 thousand. If we get another 50 here in the next 2 minutes, I'll put this plunger on my head. We're
going Super Bowl.
Double 50 bombs. Let's see. Can we get a 50 here in the next 2 minutes for the chair content? Chair content sells, everyone.
Chair content really sells. I think we're just drawing at strings right now, man.
Yeah, I don't know. But after this slot clears, we got a special guest who will come on afterwards. Do we got a 50 yet? Is it there? No.
I thought I saw a 50.
Who got 50?
We got 2 50 donuts.
One plunger on our head. Yes, there is a link. You can tap that thing that looks like 2 hearts and hands right there, like that, and you can donate to St. Jude's directly through us. YouTube does not take a cut, and it's tax deductible.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, how are y'all know the guest list? Huh? Oh, because I published it.
I did. You idiot. It's like, how do you know the guest?
No. Well, for the most loyal people that know, they would know. But this sucks that Draw Play Dave is not here. Well, maybe he'll come in.
Maybe we should look at his best stuff, like Aaron Rodgers taking the L vaccine and
let's do that.
Fire grinding on a dolphin.
let's do that. Let's share my screen here.
Yeah.
He also drew your profile.
Yes, he did. Mm-hmm. He's been following me for a bit. I remember him doing like an old comic on Days of Our Steelers when AB.
So my thing is I didn't know that he was following me, and then I went and followed him, and it's been just a great.
And then it's like a nice Tinder match.
Dude, we got a 50 bomb. There it is. So now, I'm showing the wrong thing. A 500. From David H. Are you kidding me?
Got a 500. Holy
wow.
Jesus.
I'll put 2 plungers on for that.
I'll applaud that, man. I'll wave them terrible towels because the St. Jude's just got Super Bowl. They are actually. TJ Watt donated 2 tickets to a kid with cancer. So there goes Super Bowl.
There it is. Double plungers. Double plungers for $500. We are now up over $4,200. We are doing it. Thank you so much, David H, for that huge. That's the top donation so far here. There he is. There's Dave.
There it is.
We're just about to go through.
Right. Am I in?
Yes, you're in. You came in with me with 2 plungers. He's repping the Plaxico Burrs jersey. because this
Am I
team
here?
makes me want to shoot myself.
I am still not hearing you somehow. God
Oh,
damn it.
I'm hearing feedback as well. He's not hearing us.
Yeah, like
Can we sign language? Here, I'll just talk to you this way.
Yeah, like I don't know if we can lip read or something, but
he can talk.
I am so sorry for this. I have spent the last
it's okay. We
hour
can
and a half
hear
trying to
you.
figure out the audio.
Yeah,
and
we can
nothing
hear
is
you.
connecting.
Yeah.
I'm on backup headphones and everything, and I still cannot hear
Frustrating.
any of this working. I am not a technical person. This is beyond me.
I think it's hard to set up like it's hard to set up.
I know you can hear me.
Okay, so
I
we
can't
can
hear you.
All right. How about this? Here, you just talk. How about why?
Okay, well,
there he goes.
This is brought to you by
This
Dr.
is
Pepper.
peak performance. This is what peak.
Honestly,
peak
you know what?
performance.
I'll take it over. I'll take it over chair talk.
Okay.
And now it's chair talk with 5 points and trees.
It's chair talk with 5 points and vid. Here, this is actually Dave. This is one of my favorite tweets of all time. Is repping the Burris jersey because the Giants make me want to shoot myself. That's just comedy gold right there. Everyone should be following Dave Rapocchio right now. If you're in this live stream, go follow him, please.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Here's his latest.
Yeah.
He's an illustrator. He's a Renaissance man. All these things. What is this?
It's on the
Oh yeah, I've seen this one. The Washington Commanders jersey here.
Listen, I showed the one of Urban Meyer grinding on a dolphin, which
yeah. Where's that one?
Loves, by the way. I think it's like back in October.
Oh, okay. We're not gonna go back to what the fuck is that?
Wait, what? I
Okay.
don't know what that is.
Let's find the picture of you as urinate. Oh, there's Josh Allen.
There's Josh Allen
as Superman because they beat the Patriots. Let's see here. It's always funny to go to through someone's media tab. You're just like, it's the same GIF over and over again.
Oh yeah,
like
it's
just.
I mean, most of the people, it's the same. Oh, that's a good one.
Yes,
taking the L vaccine.
Funny, so good. Bengals beating the Titans.
Ohio.
I mean, these are all, and he does them like quickly, like they're up like the next day.
Like McCarthy.
I can call a dumber play.
And that's just him drawing on the 14.
Look at it. It's the QB
it's
sneak.
The QB
there.
sneak on 3rd and 9. He's just taking a shit.
I don't know, Dave. We might have to cut you if Mark comes in. Like we're gonna have.
Well, we can bring him in the chaos hour if needed.
Yeah, we can do him in the chaos hour, of course. But we'll see. Here.
Fucking technological shit.
The technological things right now. Fucking tech is terrible. Oh, one thing that can happen. Oh no, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's come and gone. It's come and gone. We are almost halfway through the stream. We're at 3 hours and 56 minutes in. We're not halfway to our goal of 10,000, but really any amount of money is a win for St. Jude's. We're close. We're on pace. We're like the
we got another 20 from Coach Ricks.
Yep, we got a 20 from Coach Ricks. The Rammers line is going to offer his services to the Dumpster Fires IT department. They said they tweeted out the. Okay, try and. Oh, I got to message him. How about this? Well, so.
Oh boy, everybody loves some good old dead air. So today's stream brought to you by Dead Air, because fucking kill us all. And you know that wonderful stuff and all that stuff. It's just Well, we're in the middle of that midtown grind where you're just sitting there. It's like, okay, what do we do? We're doing stuff ish. I mean, 5 Points is sitting around. He's looking at porn. He's gonna do a little wank. We got our next guest in the stream as well. Dead air is always beautiful, man. I mean, everybody loves some good old dead air. That's why.
Yeah, Dead Air is like my favorite. Like he's the best. He's the guest that's
and we had like 2/3
always
That was-
here.
Dead Air is just making a big rant about YouTube's algorithm, or he's talking about baseball lockout. I think that's what Dead Air is doing right
That's
now.
what we're gonna talk
Dead Air
about.
could be anything. It could even be Dead Air.
And speaking of undead air, let's bring in GiraffeNeckMarc, the last one of the only 30-minute slots here. Now, if Dave somehow rejoins us, we'll just have a 4 people. But how's it going, my man? Haven't talked to you in a while.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's been a minute since I've talked to both of you. Glad to be back, though.
I think it was the last media day, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, it was a ton of fun, the last one, for sure, and I'm excited to do it again.
Hold on, my headphones are dying. This is like technical.
Professional YouTuber.
Yeah,
that's how it always goes. It happens at the worst possible time. That's why I'm not wearing my ring.
iPod Pros, they only last 4 hours. All right.
Every day you're about to.
Anyways,
there you go.
Mark, what's going to happen in this baseball season? Like, are we going to have a season? Like, I know we had the guests earlier, Jack. We had Jack Oliver on earlier, and now we have you. Like, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, we're going to play 0 games. No, I think that we're probably going to miss like 2 weeks. I think that's going to be like a pretty fair estimate. Maybe like an 140 game season. I think somewhere around there. I don't think we like drop below 100, but I don't think seeing 162 would be any. I think there's a 0% chance that happens.
Who flinches first, though, under that scenario, right? Like, it makes me wonder who's more desperate.
I just feel like the players are probably going to, just because we've already seen them make concessions thus far. And it will only hurt the owners once the games actually start. Like, the players don't care about spring training or anything like that because they don't actually get paid. But once the games start, that's when it's going to really put the pressure on the owners. So I'm hoping that they're the first to move, but it feels like the players right now are kind of trying to make it happen sooner. And it feels like at some point they're just going to, I hope not, but maybe cave a little bit.
Maybe. I mean, obviously most, like I said, most fans are going to side with the players, but like all we want is baseball, right? Like, isn't that the ultimate goal? So if the players have to cave and take a couple of L's, like, so what? I remember the NBA, like, the players got knocked out like 10 years ago, like just completely walloped because they had to, right? Like, in order to keep the league going. And I don't know. I think the players do eventually cave, but not without a bunch of stubbornness from them.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully they'll get like a few things, like at least if they're going to cave, like maybe like the more playoff teams. So that way there's more revenue for everybody, or like the DH, which looks like it's going to happen. Like, there are little things that they can win on. It just feels like the owners are just like, all right, well, we're going to make you look like the bad guys. We're going to do everything in our possibility, or everything that we possibly can, to like make you guys look bad, like they did with the federal mediator thing and all that.
That's the one thing that I just cannot stand about this process is the games. And I know I tweeted about this. It seems like the owners use the media as their tool because they know nobody likes them to begin with, and they're obviously going to use the media because they're connected well. They run the media. I mean, they have millions of dollars. But it's just like, do this like an adult, please. Like, just negotiate. Like, don't use the media. Don't try to sway public opinion. Nobody gives a fuck. Play baseball.
Well, that's why like they put out that thing with like the AP article about how like, oh, the players said no to the federal mediation. Like, if they really did care about negotiating, they would allow this because it would be in their best interest. And the players are like, but we've been attempting to, and you've made no actual
negotiation.
No negotiation, and that's why they
did have a mediator in '94, and it didn't work.
Yeah, it does nothing. Like, it really doesn't give the players any more power. If anything, it just forces like a deal to have to be done. Whether it's good or bad for them, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 94 happened. Like, a federal judge said you have to play under the previous collective bargaining agreement, or we're just gonna take away your fucking antitrust exemption. Like that's the only thing that got them to move then, because the players really dug in '94. Like it cost baseball.
Yeah, and they had some like legit beef too because the owners were just like, well, we're just gonna make these rules without your opinion whatsoever, so you can deal with it or not. Like, and I feel like that's the thing that gets lost right now with everybody who's like taking sides in the world of social media, is like everyone thinks that the players are almost, or I should say a lot of people think the players are the bad guys, but they don't realize that like this is all the owners doing. They're choosing to lock out the players. Players are ready to play. They're ready to go. The season can continue on even without the CBA being in place, but the owners have decided that there will be no baseball activities. Like this is not the players doing it all.
So the one thing I don't get is like, how is universal DH bad though? Like what is
I have no idea. I'm all for it. Like you think the players would be for it, the owners, like you're protecting your pitching assets that you pay tens of millions of dollars to. The players should be happy too, because like it allows these older players' career to almost get like extended, because a guy like, I mean, Nelson Cruz now has 15 more teams to choose from that can use his services. It feels like a win-win for both sides. But again, no one wants to make any concessions, because if they choose it as a win for them, they're going to have to give something else up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know baseball wants extended playoffs too. Like Major League, the owners want it. I don't agree with it, but like, what are they going to have to concede on? Are they going to have to concede on giving up, like, giving up on the luxury tax or a salary cap or of some kind, or
yeah,
be?
Tucker White brings up a good point. Traditionalist, which I've said many times that I'm a purist, but if that's what it takes to get baseball back, then fine, universal DH. And selfishly, like I don't need Jake DeGrom taking at bats and hurting himself. Like I need him throwing bullets.
Like everyone thinks like, oh, you're going to get Madison Bumgarner. No. You're getting Francisco Liriano, not giving a shit pitches. That's what you're getting.
Right.
Or you get like the Jimmy Nelson thing a couple years ago when he was like really starting to come onto the scene. He slid back into first base on a pickoff attempt, separated his shoulder, and he hasn't been the same pitcher since. Like that shouldn't happen.
No. Like if we can get stunt cocks for in porn, we can have designated hitters in baseball for sure. The thing is like, I want to ask you this question, Mark, is like, who's going to be hurt by a shortened spring training? Because there's like that's a lot of times where job battles happen and guys are looking to move up the ladder. Like I feel like that is just like another diss to minor league players that are on the fringe.
Yeah, so technically I think minor league baseball actually can continue on even though the CBA is like done, because they're technically not under MLBPA, any of those guys. So they can still technically I think continue to train with the team's facilities and stuff when spring training does come along. But the players themselves, like they're doing all their own independent stuff anyway. And like I spoke to Trevor May recently, and he was talking about how like, yeah, whether or not spring training starts, like he doesn't really care because he's doing his own thing. And like basically at this point, if you're a major leaguer and you're not doing your own system, like knowing where they're at, especially like you're just kind of having yourself fall behind.
You're a shitty major leaguer.
Yeah, and like they don't get paid. Like it's strict. Like spring training, as weird as it sounds, is optional. You don't have to be there. It's not like OT or what's it called with the mandatory practices in football with training camp. Like they don't have to be there. It's just everyone chooses to because it's like part of the season thing. But
right. It's like for their personal health.
Yeah, the spring training is really for the owners to just get a little bit more revenue from like, having a few games on TV here and there, having some sponsor stadiums and all that kind of stuff.
I didn't know that. So other than the overhead, everything is profit for them.
Yeah. Like these players, like they should be using spring training as a huge like bargaining chip of like, okay, we'll miss spring training, and then really put the pressure on them. And like, once you start missing games, that's when like the owners really start to sweat, because that's Manfred sweats too. They start missing games, especially if they miss a good chunk. He's out. Like I think there's no way he survives if they miss a good chunk of games.
So what do you feel about Rob Manfred? Because I know, I haven't really commented on it because I'm not going to throw the guy under the bus, but some people vehemently do not like him, and a lot of Stroman comes out and just calls him man clown or whatever, man for whatever he calls him. What do you feel about Manfred, and what do you think he's doing?
Yeah, I mean it's tough because technically for the job that he's supposed to be doing, which is working for the owners, he's probably doing the best that he can based on what they want him to do. But like in terms of what we've seen with other commissioners and other sports, like Adam Silver, a lot of people love him or hate him, but like NBA has like the profits have grown, the revenues have grown, like the contracts have just gone crazy. We're seeing bench guys get $20 million a year. Like there's clearly like success moving forward that league, and they've done a lot of good stuff. So when you compare it to what baseball has done growth wise with Manfred, like I think they're definitely still slacking. I don't think he's necessarily the best guy in charge, but do I think that there's someone that couldn't be worse? No, like there's definitely people who wouldn't know what they're doing. And like at the end of the day, he is just the figurehead. There's a whole group of people. I think the bigger group as a whole of MLB could be more of the issue, because like the promotion of the game, or even just like interacting with fans, or as dumb as like the clip stuff is on YouTube. Like there's such small little things that they could fix that everyone seems to be like having a blind eye to.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the problem I have with Manfred is like it's all the stuff before this, right?
Yeah.
That where he talks about doing things and then just to put him out there as PR bullshit to gauge what the fans feel like. I think he hasn't handled things well. But you look at other commissioners, like Silver has done well. He hasn't had a work stoppage. Salaries have grown. You look at Goodell, like they had one little labor stoppage, but he obviously solved it. The players got completely screwed, but it's like, again, it's like we don't care. It's like we're gonna watch the Super Bowl on Sunday. Like that's what we care about. Even Gary Bettman, I mean, he lost a season 20 years ago, but the last collective bargaining agreement, he commanded that they get it done, and they got it done. I think Rob Manfred's entire career is on this, right?
Yes. Yeah, no, he's fired, I think, or let go. I don't know what the technical term is for the commissioner, but he will be gone, I think, if they miss more than like 25, 30 games this year, just because everybody loses at that point, and he failed as a commissioner if that's something that happens.
And what's crazy is the owners just get pantsed in negotiations. As I remember when the NHL had that season-long lockout, like the players – the NHLPA just like bent over backwards for the owner class, and like Donald Fair,
I mean,
player rep, he got thrown, like he was resigned, and like to me, Rob Manfred, he's Bud Selig 2.0. That's pretty much what he is. Like,
he was handpicked basically by Bud Selig to be the predecessor for literally for this negotiation right here. This was the only reason he's brought in. He's technically like an incredible litigator. He's an incredible attorney. Like he's supposed to be able to win these and come out with the owners on top. So if he does anything less than that, and especially with the missing game where they will be losing money, that's a guarantee, especially for all these owners like Dick Monfort of the Rockies, who's like, I can't afford for security. Like he's gone. There's no way he survives.
Man, Monfort has a lot to say in the owner class too.
Yeah, that guy. Did you see the thing that he screwed up on the other day?
I don't know. I know that dude's a clown. That's all.
So apparently, it depends on what the exact wording was, but apparently he came into the negotiation table all confident, as Dick Monfort does, and he mentioned about how they're having he can't afford to spend more money because of security and COVID and all this kind of stuff. And apparently, when you're doing labor negotiations like that, when you make a claim you can't afford. That's a weakness, and you then have to prove that you can't afford. And he wasn't asked back to any of the meetings that have happened recently because, we all know once the owners open up the books, the players automatically get a huge, huge boost to whatever they're trying to fight for, because the owners, everything's private right now, but we know they're making money hand over fist.
I think 2020, I think a lot of them bled. That's the only thing they're basing on. I think
because of COVID. But
the Rockies lost $150 million in that year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. But the whole idea of them being I can't afford, it's going to be okay, well then you either have to sell or show the books kind of thing. And I think or contract. And there was a attorney who does a lot of union stuff on Twitter who was talking about it, and he was if those words I can't afford were used, the MLBPA 100% has the right to then see his books to prove that he can't afford stuff, which MLB clearly knows that too, because he has not been back at any of the meetings, because they're you screwed up big time. You're not allowed to talk anymore. Shockingly, the Rockies owner's an idiot.
Yeah. Okay, so wait. A while ago, there was another CBA, right? So there was 1995/1, and then there was 2005. I'm trying to break down the history.
I don't remember when the last one technically
there was a CBA though without a labor stoppage, right?
Yes, there has been.
And that was one where everyone understood what was at stake. I don't remember who conceded or who budged, but they hammered it out. They got it done. Baseball started on time. This one seems way bleaker than that one. Like it just seems like this is one of the, like, I guess we were due for a fight now. And it just sucks that this, like, that we're still talking about this. Like, baseball, I think pitchers and catchers should have reported by now.
They should be reporting any day, I think. Yeah.
Right. And it's sad that we're here. But
we've been mentioning too, like 5 and I and a few other guys were supposed to go to Arizona for spring training in March, and I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, no, I same thing. Like, I always plan my trips. Like, I should be getting ready to go in the next couple weeks to Florida, Arizona, go see teams and do the same stuff as you guys. But like, I don't know if that's even going to happen this year. Like, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a real formal spring training right now.
yeah, and you know what, the funny thing is like, okay, once it's like when the internet's down, like it's the worst thing ever, you know, like, oh my gosh, like what am I gonna do? And then when it comes back up, everything's like back to normal. Like, I think once the games start, we'll be going to games, you know, I'm gonna try to review some stadiums and do things that I've been planning on doing. It's just it's uncertain right now, but I think they, you know, obviously I think they get it done, but like you said, 20 games might be missed, and to me that's unacceptable. But it is,
you can't lose any games, especially with the progress that baseball may have made over the past couple of years, especially with the younger crowd. You lose anything, guess what? Basketball is going to try and swoop in. I'd say hockey, but they're running into their own dicks, so I don't think they're going to do anything there. I mean, audiences are fickle, dude. So you can't afford a long stoppage. And I mean, I expected some delay to spring training, but I mean, if you're going into games, I don't know, man.
It's definitely going to be super, super detrimental to the sport to miss any games. It's like, I wish, like, as much as these owners, or if you're against the players, like whatever side you're on, like, it would just be nice if they really could come together and figure something out. Like, no one should win. It should be beneficially, like, the same for everybody, and it seems like we just can't get to that point.
I wonder what, like, the sticking point is because, like, was it so bad to operate under the current agreement? Like, you know, like, I guess the,
like, with players, there was a lot of rumors of collusion with the owner classes.
Yeah.
I mean, like, a lot of rank and file players, like, I mean, your vet salaries dropped dramatically.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too is, like, you know, no one's really, it gets lost too. Like, no one's complaining about, like, the Mike Trouts, the Garrett Coles, all those guys getting paid $35 million. Like, they want the lower guys to get more because the revenues have been going up. And so, like, their pay should match what the league's growth has been, where it just hasn't. Like, I think even what the owners proposed in, like, their, like, newest, like, pay bump was actually that because of inflation and everything, the players would actually be making less than they were under the previous CBA.
Right,
so
right. Inflation goes up 6% and the raise is 5%.
Yeah.
It's actually a screw job to them.
Yeah. So, like, the players are like, you guys aren't even, like, attempting to make any sort of concession for us. Like, this, they literally are not even making an attempt to collectively bargain, which sucks.
Yeah, that's the point of a labor negotiation, is collective bargaining, and they're just not collectively bargaining right now. That's the thing, though. It's like you said that Manfred was brought in to be, you know, to negotiate this and to be a winner. He's already winning. Like, he's already getting the players to bend on stuff. Like, how many more W's do they need to take before this is done?
Strangle them because they feel like the Players Association has too much power in baseball.
Oh yeah, they're like, I don't want to say they're scared of them, because I don't, because they always beat the MLBPA, which, like, is kind of a weird thing to say, but, like, they definitely know that there's stuff that the MLBPA could do. It's just, like, will they do it? And that's, I think, the fear of the biggest fear of theirs.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about the Mets a little bit, because
boy,
both long-suffering Mets. I know we had Jolly Olive on earlier, but I think that you know a few things too. How do you think this lineup is going to be this year? Like, what do you like and what do you hate?
I love the lineup. I mean, I hate the catching situation because we got nobody. I was so high on James McCann, and boy, did he let me down massively. But that was that was a shame on me. Like looking back at all the stuff that happened, like with his, the 2 big years, like there was just clear blind spots that I had. And that's definitely a little bit of my Mets fandom. And just the fact that like, I liked the way that he played, but I think the lineup looks really good, really strong, like top to bottom outside the catcher spot. And especially if we gain a DH, I think the Mets lineup looks really, really good. It's just the pitching scary, which sounds crazy with DeGrom and Scherzer, but like after those 2 guys, it's all question marks. Like as much as Taiwan stepped up last year, like can he do it again? Carrasco is getting older and injured all the time, and we still don't know who's going to be like either our 3rd or 5th starter, depending on who we go after. Like there's a lot of question marks there.
And Diaz is still the closer, which I mean, obviously, like who's better than Edwin Diaz, but like who's worse? You know what I mean? Like,
I used to be so like, I mean, you could probably see the growth of my tweets from Edwin Diaz as the time has gone on with the Mets, but like I've come to appreciate him, which is something I don't think I ever would have been able to do because we all know about what Edwin Diaz has done, but like he really isn't like, he's actually pretty good. He's probably like one of like the top 10 closers maybe in the league, but he just like he was used poorly in the past with the Mets. Like the big thing that screws it up is like when he gets brought in non-save situations, which like, if you are good, you should be able to still get the job done, but clearly there's a mental block there for him. So stop friggin' bringing him in, please. Cause it's not working. Like he's striking out guys. He's still getting the swing and misses. He still has the nasty stuff. He just will also have that one classic blow-up game where the Mets have no business losing and it falls on his shoulders.
Yeah, he reminds me a little bit of like Drew Storen, like a guy that got it done during the regular season. And then, obviously we haven't seen much playoff baseball in Queens, but like he seems like a guy like, the Nationals went and they got rid of Storen and they go out and win a World Series, right?
Yeah. Because
like Storen just didn't have it mentally in those big spots. And to me, Diaz just, yes, he's been great. There's periods of time like early in the season, especially last year, where he's just shut down. Like
especially at home too, when they get the trumpets going, he can't be touched.
Yeah, but then he has a weird, like there was that one weird grand slam that happened
against the Pirates.
Yeah. But he's like, he reminds me of Sid Fernandez. Like something crazy happens and then he just falls apart, right?
Yeah.
So he doesn't instill confidence for sure, but he's a guy that like if he goes out and wins you, if you go out and win a World Series with Edwin Diaz, like you're fine with that. I mean, I think you're fine with anyone, but it's scary. It's like having a really hot girlfriend who likes to hang around like other hot dudes. Please don't cheat on me.
You're literally living on the edge every single moment with Edwin Diaz.
Yeah, you're always wondering when is this the game where old Diaz comes back and it's just gonna suck butt. But obviously Max Scherzer signing was big. We got that done before this lockout happened. I'm really excited. I know he is 37. I'm getting shades of Pedro when he came in. But really, I mean, if we would have won the World Series in 2006, it would have been all worth it for that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Scherzer and is he a 2-year pitcher or is he a 3-year pitcher or is he just 1 year?
I mean, I think right now we'll take it a year by year basis, but like I have no doubt that next year he'll be just as good, if not like slightly worse, which is still really, really good considering he was a Cy Young candidate. Like he hasn't really shown any signs of really slowing down. Like maybe his fastball has lost a little zip recently. We saw it get hit a little bit later in the season last year, but like that's also coming off the weird COVID year where no one had innings. So after a strong year and then like with how good he was, I think he's going to be great with the Mets. I'm excited.
We just got another $200 donation from our key donator, Anonymous.
Nice.
Way to go. Look at Anonymous bringing it. I love that. I can respect donating anonymously because like it's not about you, right? It's about helping St. Jude's out. It's I mean, obviously we love it if you do put your name on it so we can have someone specific to shout out, but if you don't feel comfortable with that, we're fine too, because ultimately it's about the children. I want to just break real quick to say we've had this banner here on the bottom, Bench Warmer Brew. Tree and I have our own coffee. Tree's wearing the shirt.
My shirt.
We got to do a sponsor. Like it's not really sponsored, but we also have shirts for sale that you can go over. That's Brandon's. This is mine in the Giants color. And there's Trees
color.
Yep. The Steelers color. The coffee is actually really good. Like I'm not bullshitting. Anyone who's ordered the coffee has said that it's great. So they've been, the de facto sponsor of this stream this whole time. So if you have a chance to go over and check out benchwarmerbrew.com and order our coffee. Mine is the 5 points blend. Tree, what's yours? Is yours the Captain Fat Fuck blend?
Armchair quarterback blend.
Armchair quarterback. Mark, if you had a coffee, what would you name that shit?
I mean, I got Crohn's disease, so coffee will go through me like water. Yeah, I don't necessarily know if I would have the greatest coffee blend name. Maybe something
the backdoor slider.
Yeah, I like the backdoor slider actually a lot. That's a good one.
There you
It's
go.
a dietary or a diuretic or whatever.
Yes, it is a diuretic for sure. Anyways, let's talk about football because I know you're a football fan. You know what? I want to talk about one thing. Yes. You're now a Commanders fan.
The commies.
Yes. Even though you're from New Jersey and you should, and a Mets fan, and you should be a Giants or a Jets fan. Tell me how you arrived at the Commanders for your fandom.
Yeah, so I was actually originally a Jets fan. And then I don't know if you guys remember this. I think Tree will, but there was a game where the Jets lost to the Steelers in the playoffs where Doug Bryan missed a big field goal. And that was
like early 2000s?
Yeah, I was like 7 or 8, and that was actually my birthday. So that was double crushing. I could not forgive the Jets after that. I said, you lost on my birthday, Doug Bryant, you piece of shit. I'll never forget your name. Missing that chip shot of a field goal to win the game. And I was like, I'm done. My dad was an R-Words fan. And so I just jumped on the bandwagon with him. And I've just been as miserable as a Jets fan would be. So it's not really much better.
Came in at the worst possible
Now,
time.
how's your dad? Now, how was he an R-Word fan?
Okay, so he grew up in Brooklyn, and nobody in his family really cared about football too much. So he wrote letters to all the teams asking for free shit, and the Washington and the Miami Dolphins wrote back and gave him stuff, and the Washington invited him to their Christmas party, like that. I guess they have for like season ticket holders and stuff. He didn't go because it was far. But he liked all the stuff that they sent him, and they were also pretty good when he started to root for football teams. So he jumped on that bandwagon and stuck with it ever since, and made me miserable with them as well.
The disaster that is now the Commanders football.
I don't hate the name as much as I feel like everyone else. I don't think it's good, but I'll learn to love it.
Right. I think it'll get better. I think it's the fact that it's Washington that made it. Like like the Guardians, like they got a lot of shit for what they did, but most people have forgotten about it. It's not a terrible name.
Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of like a tuck for sure to just go from the Indians to the Guardians, but like Commanders, like it's not a terrible name, but I think it's Washington and how they handled the rebrand versus the name itself.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. Like I kind of like the jerseys too. I think they look pretty good. I don't like the black helmet very much, but I think some
with
of the
the
other
W
jerseys,
on the
that's just bad graphical design. It's like that girl from TikTok who does it. Like that's what it felt like.
yeah, it's pretty sus. So what were we gonna talk about? Shit, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours now.
We're already fried, dude. We got 3.5 hours left.
Yeah, I know. Like I'm already soft brain. All right, let's talk about the Super Bowl. Oh no, I remember what I was going to talk about. You filmed one of the greatest clips in the history of the internet.
Yes, I did.
The Philip.
What happened that day? Like explain. So not only do you know Bengal, are you like neighbors, like from the block, or like how?
No. So we actually didn't know each other until like YouTube. That's how we became friendly with each other. But he grew up about like an hour-ish away. So we became friends, and then he would just come hang out, or I'd go hang out there every once in a while. So we had football on. I think it was like the Chargers versus the Ravens, that game in the playoffs. And we wanted to just go outside and throw the football around anyway, like at halftime, just like as guys do. And he was like he's like, look, I could throw it like Phillip Rivers or whatever. And so we're like, we're going to film it and like put it on Twitter. And then like at one point he's like, nah, let's not do it. Whatever. I was like, no, let's do it. It's like going to take 2 seconds. So we film it on my front lawn. And I remember Bengal asked me, he's like, over, under like 100 likes. I'm like, under, it's not going to do well. Little did I know this thing's going to get millions of views and be like one of the most viral like video memes in the football community like ever.
Let's bring it up here. Hold on.
And it's so good. It's so good. I mean, some would say that it wouldn't have gotten as many views without this great cinematography by whoever was behind the camera. We don't know who it was, but
yes, the title has always been "When You See Keenan Allen Downfield." It's been stolen so many times by other places. Like I think Barstool stole it. This is the perfect Phillip Rivers imitation. Look at his face too. Like look at.
What's crazy is like I have friends that like will hit me up every once in a while when they see this. They're like, "Dude, is that like your street?" I'm like, "Yeah, like this is a video I shot. This is me and my friend." Like, and they're like, "I thought so. Like it looks so familiar." I'm like, "That's where Mark lives. It has to be." And they're like, "But that's not Mark. Who is this guy?"
It's so good.
3.6 million views later.
What also blows my mind is where his left hand goes after he throws the ball. Like completely disappears and never returns.
No.
I think Bengal only has one hand. It's crazy too. It's like you and Bengal sound a little bit alike. Like if it was the voice audition for comedy or something, like I would not know the difference between you two.
Which is really funny because everyone tells us that, and then like my like close group of friends like on the YouTube side, like they obviously we talk every day, so like they know the difference between us, and like I hear a huge difference, but everyone else says that we sound pretty similar to each other. Like,
Not alike at all. Like your enunciation's a little different. Like you're leading into the words, but like certain words are almost identical, like how you finish like your cadence, but like no, you're not the same dude. Obviously, people say that I sound like John Boy Media, and I'm like, I do not sound like Jimmy.
Interesting.
I
don't see that at all.
No, like I don't get it either. But like some people have said, I sound like
maybe
him
the dry like presentation, but nothing else. That's the only thing I can.
I'm very dry.
I guess you got to think too that like people only hear you when they like see your stuff. It's not like they hear your voice all day, every day, kind of thing too.
So I asked Jack this. Do you get recognized?
Yes, all the time.
All the time, or at like at Citi Field, or like in the street?
In the street, at the bar. It's not like an everyday thing, like everyday life, but like anytime anything baseball related, like at a game, definitely get recognized. And then the weirdest one ever is when I was outside. So my apartment has like a terrace, like we're on top floor, so we're like have like a big party space area. So we're listening to music or whatever. And I hear someone scream down from the street, like Mark. And I was like, well, I guess that's for me. And I look and it's like an old lady with her like grandkids. And they're like, I've got two of your big fans down here. I was like, oh, okay. Like, please don't tell people where I live. Thank you. Like,
yeah, don't ruin it for me.
But like,
right,
yeah.
Let's get your official Super Bowl prediction, because you do know a little bit about football.
A little bit.
Who do you think's going to win this game?
You know what? I'm rocking Joey B. Let's go, Joe Burrow. Ride it all the way. I think they're going to be the team that wins. I'm going to say it's going to be a bit of a shootout. I like a 31-27 final score. Can that happen? I don't know, but 31-27 is what I'm going with. And I think that also gives the Rams the cover right now if you're a betting fan.
Yeah, I don't know the line. I've stayed away from betting because it's been too hard. Like I made all my money. I cashed out when the regular season ended, because like I'm such a conservative bettor. Like I only go
same.
if I really feel good about it. And then that's what it worked. I was, plus, I was positive for the year.
Oh, yeah.
So like I haven't bet. I don't plan on betting this game. The Super Bowl is interesting enough, right? Like I don't need to put money on it to make it more interesting. Plus I've got to tweet the whole time,
Yeah.
and I don't want to sound biased.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a little degenerate when it comes to the Super Bowl gambling. I love a good coin flip. First play of the game, race to 5 points. Like
Green Gatorade.
What color the Gatorade's going to be, how long the national anthem's going to be. I'm in on all those.
All those things. Okay. How many times they mentioned that Matthew Stafford was a Detroit Lion? Like that's going to come up a bunch of times. What else are they going to get?
Joe Burrow play for his hometown.
Yeah. That's all. Those are all going to be there. Well, thank you for coming. Thanks for helping fill time as well. Like we had you for a longer interview. You were great. Hopefully we get baseball, and maybe someday we'll meet up and go to spring training and have a couple beers for sure.
Yeah, and if not, make your way up to Citi Field this summer. We'll catch a game.
I've definitely got to go up to Citi Field.
YouTube tree.
I'm trying to work out with every ballpark. Like, hey, let me tour and review your stadium. And,
that's good. Yeah,
I'll pay for it on my own dime, but
have them
just
pay
give
for
me
it.
access on that shit. All right, good to see you, Mark.
Peace out, guys.
See you soon.
You got to do the influencer thing, man. You have to do the whole thing where it's like you act entitled to be like, hello, I am a super famous YouTuber. You should give me free shit.
I'm not a super famous YouTuber.
I know none of us are, but that's the whole thing of being an entitled influencer.
It's the clout chase. That's what we do around here,
man. It's all about securing that bag and being corporate whores. You know it, man.
Yes.
You know it from the bottom of your heart.
Speaking of someone who actually is, has some notoriety, it's going to be our next guest here. A fellow we met down in Daytona, and he actually knew who we were, which I was like, what the fuck? Like, how do you know who we are? Because we're nobody. But let's bring in
hello
NASCAR Xfinity driver Ryan Vargas.
How you doing, man?
What is
What's
going
up?
on, brother? Good to see you again, man. How's it going?
Man, it is good. Welcome to my I'm on the phone.
That ain't good. Tried to adjust. He tried to adjust. He went into the wall. Okay.
I went into the wall.
There you
Sorry.
go. Good
My
save.
phone, Apple Pay came up, and I didn't know what the heck happened. But hello, welcome to my messy bedroom. Hope y'all are doing good.
Awesome. Well, good to see you. Last time we saw you in Daytona, you were racing out on the track, having a good time. I think you finished in the top 20 that time.
February Daytona last year. We survived the carnage late, put ourselves in a good spot, and just kind of brought the car home in one piece. And that's kind of the name of the game at super speedway racing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that I was like, when I saw you, and then I was like, I talked to the guys, and they're like, yeah, Ryan, he's got to take care of the car, which was the first thing. So we kind of knew that you wouldn't be going crazy out there, but like, it's true. Like you gotta, like, understand that you understand it's a game. You know what I'm saying? And like, you're the driver, and if to get a ride and enjoy all the great things that come with being a driver, like you can't send that thing into the wall, right?
No. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We got to use these same cars multiple times again. It's this car they're taking to Daytona. We fully expect and plan to take that same car in the exact same condition to Talladega. And then same thing with our Fontana car. We got to use that Fontana car the next week at Vegas. The Phoenix car, we got to have that thing ready for Richmond. So it's like just a constant back and forth of getting these cars ready. And knowing where your limit's at, and also knowing who you're around. That's the big thing as well.
So has there ever been a race where you were like not trying to wreck, and then you got wrecked and you were like, fuck?
Yeah. I think my favorite one to mention that, I wouldn't say I got wrecked. It was just a freak deal. The Roval in 2020 when it rained. I don't know if you guys watched that. That one, it was a downpour. There was a tropical storm that came through Charlotte, and it's a road course, and they raced the NASCAR stock cars in the rain on road courses.
Put the tires
on there. Yeah, so they put that on, and so not only are these cars not made to drive in the rain, my defogger on my windshield, because a lot of people don't think about this, but obviously the race car, like the internal components, all that stuff, they get hot. So when water gets on it, it steams. So inside the car, it gets super steamy, so you can't see out the windshield unless your defogger works. Well, my defogger happened to like fall and like angle away from the windshield. So there's like, I'll pull it up on my iPad right here. I got it locked and loaded. But I couldn't see. And anyways, I'm going down the little short chute through the infield, and I see one car firewall deep into the tire barrier. I'm like, that sucks. And then all of a sudden, I'm just like, spinning out right towards them, and I'm like, well, crap, and I just back into the fence, and the car was fine. I mean, it barely dinged it up at all, but it definitely messed up my mood for that race.
Yeah, like to me, I try to drive too early when I haven't defrosted the window. I can't imagine trying to drive with the best drivers on earth in a race and not be able to see. Like that's got to be
my God,
super frustrating.
Well, not just that, but it's like I said, I couldn't see anything. I remember our spotter was like telling me like, hey, you got some good speed. And I'm like, I know I got speed. We can run top 12, top 10 if we wanted to. I can't see past my windshield. I was following Ryan Sieg, the 39 car through the infield, and I told my spotter, I said, listen, you need to let me know what happens to him. Like, spot for him, not me. Because if he goes off the track, I'm following him.
Right.
Because through the infield section, there's no lights through there. So it was
my
pitch
God.
black dark, and there was nowhere you could really see or go. Yeah, here we go. I got the photo right here. So this is back when we had TikTok on the car, which was crazy. But here's the windshield.
That is crazy.
Oof.
That is not like, how are you seeing in that? Like, you're looking into that little triangle down there. Like,
So we had like a Swiffer. We had like a Swiffer that under yellow, I'd pull up and like do this on the windshield. But by the time I got to like turn 2, it'd be foggy again. So I couldn't see. I mean, literally, I'm not kidding you. I told my spotter, I was like, I'm going to go off the track if the car in front of me goes off the track. I was following his taillights because they run a taillight on the rain when it rains. So yeah, that was probably like, I told myself from the start of the race, I was like, I'm just gonna vibe this entire time. And sure enough, we ended up with a decent run. We finished like 17th, which was like a pretty solid result. So I was like, I'll take it.
all right, I'm sending out some invites for the next section here. How much of the game in NASCAR as a driver is the hustle, like of playing what percentage of being a NASCAR driver is actually driving, and what's the other percent, like, non-related to being in the car? I've always wanted to know, like, how much networking and other things other than just driving, which sounds like the fun part, that you have to do.
I would say it's 90-10. 90% everything else, 10% actually driving the car.
Wow.
If you were to ask me that 2 years ago, I probably would have said 75-25. But now that I've done, everything that we've done to this point, now that I've raced in how many races that I've had, which is crazy to even think about that I'm even at this level. But now that I've experienced all this, I've kind of learned, like, okay, it's legitimately all about the business. Like, we chest signed Swan last week. I have 2 partners that I'm working on. I have one coming up tomorrow where it's a meeting at 3. I have another meeting on Friday about locking in other races in a different region. So it's all about finding these different brands, finding these different groups, and building upon what we've already built. Because at the end of the day, and that's one thing that's like I've been able to ingrain in my head, is that without these people, I wouldn't drive. I don't get to drive race cars without people who've helped me stay in them. So it makes you work a lot harder. Is it definitely tiring? Absolutely. Today was the first day I've slept in, and that was 8 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, that's called waking up, sleeping in until 8. Like Tree over here, the YouTuber, he gets up at 10 and complains about it.
Dude, come on. I was up till like 2:30, 3 a.m. working on stuff, man. Don't give me that BS.
So was I.
Oh yeah, man. But I did want to say, for those, most people don't know how much it actually takes to get a car onto the track. So for those of you, in the audience that don't know, like, the cost, like, what is the minimum that it takes for, like, in terms of cost to put a car out on the track any given Saturday or Sunday?
Any given Saturday, you're looking at, this is just in general for like the Xfinity series, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars to get these cars on track. That goes for travel, that goes for buying cars, buying equipment, tire money, fuel, all the other components that goes into it. There's so many different things that you don't even think about. Like I said, I just named off hotels and travel. Like, when I sell sponsorships, half the time it's just to try and fill those gaps in the tire money. The tire bill for the Xfinity series every single week is over $12,000 every single week if you're buying sticker tires.
Yeah, the funny thing is when I saw you in Daytona, when you pulled up, like you pulled up in a rental car, like, the cheapest rental car like that. And I was like, yeah, I guess, being a NASCAR driver isn't as glamorous as, like when we go and we were like around Kyle Larson and obviously someone like Kevin Harvick or Denny Hamlin, these guys have private jets, but you don't realize the struggle and the sacrifice that, a lot of them had to make before, which is what you're going through right now, which is like, yeah, you're not flying in private jets, but that can change like that I think in NASCAR. So in that vein, like, what is it, for you, like, what's the end goal, and what's the next level for you? Is it moving up within Xfinity? Like, how do things like change for you, and is that path, are you seeing more of that path right now?
I'm starting to see more of a defined path as time goes on. I mean, when I first made my first start in Xfinity back in 2019, which wild how quick time has gone since then. But when I did that first start was really like, okay, this is make or break. I'm a washed up ARCA driver and I don't have anything going for me. Let me try and do a race and see if I don't suck. And we didn't suck, thankfully. So now I'm at a point where, okay, now I understand where my place is in the sport. I have a lot of amazing people at the team at JD Motorsports. Like, this is another thing that I'll mention is, like, you mentioned the struggle and stuff like that. Like, it's hard. Don't get me wrong, it's hard, but it's so much better when you have people around you that work together, have the same common goal, and all want to work with you. That's another thing, but people want to be there, want to work with each other, want to grow. And that's what these guys at JD do. Like, everyone there, my team, I have Case Kallenbach, who's my crew chief, Alex Bird, and Gabe Wood, and I'm good friends with every single one of them. And that's what makes things better. But it's all about just trying to figure out where you want to be. For me, I want to try and just be established. I want to establish myself in a good place in Xfinity, continue trying to learn, grow, get better behind the wheel. And then hopefully, 5 years down the line, maybe we'll talk about me racing in Cup. But, it's all a long process.
What are your goals for the upcoming year? I mean, in terms of like placement, sponsorship, funding, personal goals, like what do you feel like would be a successful year for Ryan Vargas and J&D Motorsports in 2022?
I think success will be measured in how many races we have where there is a sponsor on the quarter panel, as well as how many races we have where we finish in the top half of the field. The top half being that 19th, 18th, and above range. I'd say even above 20. How many races we spend in that area. If we're running up inside the top 20 and we finish inside the top 20 or just outside of it, it's like, okay, we have the speed we need. We're getting closer. We're growing. We're getting better. There's a lot of great things going on within the organization, and I think that's going to be the key thing there. Is like I said, it's just a group of people that believe in each other, believe in what we're putting together. And I'm very fortunate just to be a small part of that.
Yeah, I mean, I always wonder, like, you seem like on Twitter, you seem extremely grateful for every opportunity. Like, how often do you pinch yourself and just think, oh my gosh, I'm a NASCAR driver. Like, this is my job. Like, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, you don't look like a person that takes anything for granted, for sure.
No, I mean, I moved across country when I was 17, and I lived on my own for two and a half years. Now I have roommates. Now I live in a house with a couple of my buddies and one of my competitors downstairs, Myatt Snyder. So it's like, it's funny how that dynamic works, but it's crazy to really think about it. Like, just the other night, I was hanging out at the race shop, working on the cars, getting ready for Daytona. Then I came home, and then I had to go help shoot some photos and video for Pietro Fittipaldi, who started F1 races. And it's like, I'm hanging out with F1 drivers. I'm hanging out with Cup Series drivers. I'm hanging out with Xfinity drivers. I'm an Xfinity driver, and I'm getting ready to go send it into Turn 1 at Daytona in next week. That's just crazy to think about, and I forget that sometimes. I forget how crazy that is sometimes. But I am very fortunate to do that.
Yeah, which is your favorite track out of all of them? Like, which is, like, I know it's like, saying which is your favorite toy, but like, which is the one where you're like, you circle the calendar, like, that's the race that I'm looking forward to.
So I like all the bigger tracks. I love 1.5 miles. I love the 2 mile tracks. I loved Michigan last year. That one jumped up my list pretty high. Michigan was really fun. Homestead, I have a bone to pick with that place. We were running in the top well inside the top 20 before we had a late race issue on the green white checkered. So that's another one. I wish it was still on the schedule, but Iowa Speedway is still like my favorite track I've ever raced at. It's just such a fun little track. It's a 7/8 mile oval, so it technically counts as a short track. but it races like an intermediate 1.5-mile track, and that's what I really enjoy about it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, the bigger tracks look just way more fun. Like you probably get full throttle, right? Like, and just are the G's like just different? Like, are there tracks where you just like are painful to race around, where you're just like, oh my gosh, like are there exhausting tracks?
It's not painful, but one track I could really attest to, like speed, is Texas. And I'll say this: I know Texas gets a lot of flack for kind of putting out, on track product wise, not very great, apparently, but it's fun to drive. Texas is a very fun track to drive. I personally really enjoy it. And I remember my very first start at Texas in the fall of 2020. We started way deep in the field. We had a mechanical failure the prior race. And because they didn't have practice qualifying, you kind of started the next race pretty much where you finished. So we lined up like 34th or something like that, drove through the field, finished 8th. But I remember my first few times going through turn 3 and 4, because that corner is really banked. Pavement's pretty fresh. They obviously had the PJ1 down at the time, so it had just a monumental amount of grip. And I remember we finished stage 1, and my crew chief comes on the radio. He says, all right, so what do we need here? And I said, honestly, the car's a little loose, feels fine though. I mean, it feels like as the run goes on, it gets better. Honestly, and I quote, I said this, honestly, the driver just needs to grow a pair. And sure enough, by the end of the race, I got comfortable. We finished 8th, which for our organization, huge day.
Amazing. Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's huge.
I hang my hat on that one a lot.
Now, do you follow other racing? Like, did you follow Formula One this past season?
Yes, I did.
Was that one of the greatest Formula One seasons maybe ever?
I mean, this was the year to watch Formula One, for sure. I think the new car is also going to be a really telltale as to how some of these drivers are individually. I know that each team is still going to be their own individual, group. Some are still going to be better than others. But in terms of parity, I think this will be the best year for that so far in Formula One.
Right. Like, I just found it so amazing. The drama, the last, because this was the year, like Formula One is so awesome for me because it's on at 9 a.m. on a Sunday, like right before football. Like it's perfect. I don't have to get up and I don't have to wait for it. The ESPN did a great job of providing access, to every race was on the air. And so, and then, if you're like me, I'm one of these Netflix babies that, watched Drive to Survive. And, I guess, it's kind of a cheap way to get into it, but I followed the history before, like I know who Ayrton Senna is. Like I know who all these people are. I probably mispronounced his name, but then to watch this season unfold the way it was just amazing. As a new fan to Formula One. Now, what do you think that Formula One is doing better or than NASCAR right now? Because obviously, like no one talked about Formula One, 4 or 5 years ago, and they're just all of a sudden on the map. Like, what do you think that they're doing? I don't know if it's better or just different.
I mean, I think the biggest thing that F1 has going for it versus NASCAR is that it's a global motorsport. It's one of the only motorsports that really does have a global audience. Drivers representing different nations, race teams from different nations. It's not like NASCAR. While it does have global influence, a lot of people know about NASCAR. NASCAR is still one of the biggest sports, not just in America, but in the world. However, Formula One does reign above it, just because of its influence everywhere. They race internationally. So that's one big thing. And then their marketing is very impressive. From my perspective as a driver, seeing how they market the drivers, seeing how they market the personalities, and everyone from first all the way to the back of the pack, they're marketing them. They're pushing them because like, I like how they show like, hey, these guys are in the field. They are the 20 best drivers in the world. And that's how they market it. That's how they push it. And that's one thing I wish NASCAR could kind of try and take in. I know that there's double the car count in NASCAR.
Right.
I know we have 40 car fields. Xfinity has 38. Trucks have 36. But at the end of the day, I feel like it's like you got to kind of almost tell that story. Like, even if it's just like, even if there's a race where there is that one random kid making his debut in Xfinity, like, pump it up. Talk about that. Like, talk about the kid. Like, even if it's in a car that's not, going to run up front, they're going to run outside the top 25, top 30. Talk about them. Talk about, like, hey, this kid, this young kid who's making his debut, like, he's like, they're having like this, he's earned his way to this point, or talk about like his past and stuff like that. Like, everyone knows everything about all these drivers from the front of the grid to the back. So I think that's really impressive.
Yeah, and I think Netflix really helped bridge that gap between getting to know these people and getting to know their personality. Some of the drivers are dull, in Formula One, like they're not as exciting, like but then you get these personalities like Lando Norris, like these big, or just the Verstappen Hamilton dynamic. Like it really just played out in a way that emotionally attaches you to the product, and which I think happens in NASCAR for sure. Like, people fight over fucking NASCAR. Like, oh my God. Yeah. like I don't think that they'll ever, like, the passion of American fans is really high when it comes to NASCAR, but like it seems like Formula One entered the American psyche at like a time when NASCAR should be still on top, which they are, don't get me wrong, but like they're losing ground to just a different product. But to me, the cars are just so sexy in Formula One. Like, they look just amazing. Like, and I get NASCAR, like the new car. So I want to ask you this. So for this year with Xfinity, they're rolling with the Gen 6 package, right? Is that correct? So you're basically you're getting their old cars.
We're doing essentially, it's basically the same thing as last year. There's nothing changing. There are a few underbody changes. I know the front pan is a little bigger, which will put a little bit of like downforce, I guess, into the nose. But other than that, nothing crazy. The cars are still going to drive the same. It's still going to be the wild and crazy action you've seen every Saturday in Xfinity. I will always say the Xfinity series, that on-track product is one of the best. I'm excited to see what the next gen does, but as of right now, the Xfinity is the best on-track product.
Yeah, I mean, the racing is great. I mean, what we saw in Daytona, we saw a close, tight race. We saw, a couple wrecks right there, and then we saw the finish, that was much more exciting than the Cup Series race, which was also fun, don't get me wrong, but it was a blast just going down there. I think we got a little bit of different experience than a lot of other, typical fans get. We got to see it from the pit, which I think is amazing. Like the roar of the cars is just something else. Like it's just something that can't be
right now by lap 10, but I mean, unfortunately that happens.
Yeah. So when you're driving out there, like, what's your favorite part about, where are the moments where you're just like, yes, this is awesome, and where's the moments where you're like, I don't think this is as fun. I know I'm sure you love it all, but I'm sure there's moments where you're just like, this isn't fun.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's one of those things when you're racing in the middle of the pack. Like, one of the cool things about Daytona is the super speedways, I would say. So Daytona, Talladega. Obviously, it's super speed racing. It's full throttle, wide open, restrictor plates. So you're not having to really do a lot to drive the car. You're essentially pretty much wide open, turning it. Obviously, when you're in a pack, you have to be very smart about your moves, but when you're riding in a single file line, just kind of driving, you kind of jump out of that like subconscious mind of driving, like, because when you drive a race car, you don't think about driving a race car, you just drive a race car, kind of like riding a bike. You don't think about riding a bike, you just ride it. But super speed racing, it gives you time to start thinking about things. So I'll be going down the backstretch to Talladega, and I'll just be chilling in line, and then I'm like, I'll look off to the right and look off to the infield and see the campers like zooming by, and it's like, we are going 190 something right now.
Right.
Like, and if I just twitch this wheel a little too much, I really could ruin a lot of days. Like, that's one of those things that's just, you think about it. It's like, wow, like, that's so crazy to really comprehend. And then the other thing you mentioned, the bad part, that trip to the medical center when you have an accident, the worst feeling in the world by far.
What do they do? They have to probe you? Like what happened? Through like, because like, are you number one hurt, or is it just the protocol where you have to go
It's
through
protocol.
like, so they check you for everything, don't they?
Yeah, if you are in an accident, whether you're able to drive the car back to the garage or not, you must go to the infield care center, which is a great. At the time you hate it. At the time you're like, why do I have to do this? This is stupid.
I'm fine, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, what it does is it helps us. It helps the medical people within the sport and within NASCAR kind of understand. Okay, does this driver have signs of a concussion? Because you could take a hit and feel like you're fine and still have a concussion, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Scary, yeah.
Yeah, it's a crazy and scary thought. I mean, the most bright example of that is Dale Jr. He had a couple major hits and had a concussion and raced with it, not knowing it. So,
and now he gets vertigo, right? Yeah, he has vertigo.
He struggles a lot.
Yeah.
So now NASCAR is doing everything they can to prevent that. So we'll go in there, and the first thing is they'll like put the thing on your arm, like test your blood pressure, take your temperature, all the stuff. Which is funny when they take your temperature because you just got out of a really hot race car, so the temps
So it's like 98. Yeah.
No, it comes back at like 102, and it's like I wonder why.
Right.
But so there's like a tablet thing, and you have to do a pattern, and that pattern it's timed, and it goes to a time that you set in the off season. You go in the off season and set a time and stuff like that. So then when you go back into the medical center after a crash, if your time is like way off of that, like it's like 5-10 seconds, that's normal. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna be tired, there's fatigue. But if you're like struggling, like you can't do this, then they're gonna say, okay, his bell's rung. We need to do some tests. It's simple,
And
but
then they bust out the probe. Yep, and then they bust out the probe.
They have not done
And
that
you're
yet.
just like, oh my gosh! All right, let's get Ryan Vargas his official Super Bowl prediction. I know you're a fan of other things besides just going around in circles and driving super fast. Who do you think is going to win this game on Sunday, and what's the final score?
So I'm gonna say hometown boy. Hometown is LA, so I'm gonna go with the Rams. I didn't get to experience them when I lived out there. I moved out, and then they left. Did all So, definitely the Rams. I would say the score is going to be 48-49 to
48.
like 48-49 to like 30 something, 37.
All right, I'll go 48 to 36.
Yeah,
random ass score. There you go.
Random score. Random
ass score right there. Absolute chaos.
Chaos.
Well, Ryan, drop your socials. Tell everyone where they can follow you, and if you want to plug anything, J&D Motorsports or your sponsor that's coming up for the race on upcoming. Go ahead, and this is your time to plug.
No, absolutely. First of all, thank you to all the people that are watching. My socials, Ryan Vargas _23 for Twitter and TikTok. TikTok, you'll see me just post random crap. And then Instagram, that's RTRV23. I've been trying to change that username, and Instagram will not let me. Check out these guys, Swan Security. They're one of our big partners this year, and got plenty of partners on the way, and we're looking for new ones. So, hey, come on in.
Hold up.
Come on in.
How much to get a dumpster fire sticker on the ride? Is that
man.
a couple $100?
Buy me a set of tires and we'll talk.
Okay, a set of tires.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's think about that. Let's go find an ATM and we'll see if we can sponsor. How much? Listen, I don't know if this is fair economically, or just before we let you go, how much to get the hood graphic? Is that a lot of money for that?
It's a good amount. It's a good amount. It's a number I cannot disclose until we do meetings and stuff. But it's a decent amount. But I mean, one of the things is, there's a lot of opportunity with us. So we're able to do a lot of things reasonably.
Gotcha. Well, Ryan, thanks for coming by. Thanks for everything you do. We'll look forward to seeing you race on Saturdays and then hopefully in the future Sundays.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you guys for having me.
See you, buddy.
Hope
Thanks
y'all
for
have fun.
coming in.
See ya.
Take care, brother.
All right, we have made it to the Chaos Hour. By the way, a $50 donation from the Flying Knight 38. We're up to 4.6 thousand. We've got two special guests that I'm gonna bring in now, and then I'm gonna go to the little boys' room for a little bit. I'll let you guys carry the show for that.
Right.
But
One of
we're
you-
about to add some serious NFL clout to the stream here. We have former Texas Longhorn, former Atlanta Falcon, Justin Blalock here, part of the Observant Lineman team, and Uche Nwaneri, former
coming to you from
Purdue
heaven.
Boiler.
Yeah.
Yes, look at the background there. What is going on? Did you just hit a hot sesh before, and that's the cloud in the background?
This is the metaphorical clouds in the sky. I'm in the sky
Yes.
right now.
What is up, guys? We do a show with y'all every Wednesday. The Observant Lineman on Uche's channel, and we do a tier maker, and we talk about the NFL. We talk a lot of shit. We talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars and the failure that is the Atlanta Falcons. I'm just fucking with you. But we have fun every Wednesday night. Hopefully, more guests are going to come in, and we're going to just make these next 2 hours just insane, completely. Anything goes between these next 2 hours. So I'm going to go take a leak, and you guys sort of take over.
All right. Well, how
Yes,
you
yes.
doing today?
We're
Guys,
doing good, and we are the Lineman Life squad. We're Lineman Life because we linemen.
straight.
Definitely,
Damn
man.
straight.
I'm proud of yourselves. Like, I know there are a couple people that haven't watched the podcast on Wednesday. So, what are you guys about? Like, what do you do? What do you guys talk about?
Well, Mondays, and Justin, you can chime in whenever, dude. But
yeah,
Mondays we kind of do our little review. We kind of look at some of the top headlines in the NFL during the season, and we kind of give our perspective on it. I think obviously we got a unique perspective simply because we played in the league. Funny thing about it is we're from the same area of Texas. We got drafted the same year, and we played the same years in the league. So we have a lot of commonality, obviously, because we're linemen, and we kind of all linemen across the league do the same things. But we also we understand nuance. They say that the linemen is the smartest group on the field, and it's absolutely freaking true.
This is 100% true.
But yeah, Mondays is our day to kind of go through the headlines. Wednesday we got the tier maker, and Fridays Fridays is. For me, it's just like a casual day, so I'll just play some video games, do some gaming while I'm talking to people on a live stream. But no, Justin has been huge for me because it's like kind of all came together once me and him grouped up, because then we started we can just bounce off each other. Yeah. And it makes it way more fun and makes it way more interesting for the audience. And so, we've been running with it. And,
I'm not there with the gaming yet. I'm still getting murked. I'm still getting murked by like 8-year-olds talking shit to me.
He's still in them Call of Duty lobbies.
Do they still teabag? Is that still a thing?
I think they're still teabagging folks.
Oh yeah, teabag.
Yeah,
hell yeah. Halo's back too.
Halo, the little needle gun. Hell yeah.
Oh,
fucking do that shit.
And plasma sword, that was where it was at. And then just stabbing them in the back, and you sneak behind him, man. That felt so satisfying back in the day, dude.
Yeah,
Hell
I think people have like a setting where they can hear me sneaking up on them, because it never really played out like that for me.
Well, a lot of people, they get those really super expensive headphones, and they set them up really sensitive so that you can
hear that
the
surround
sound
sound kind of audio.
Footprints coming in, and then you're like,
Yep.
Okay.
And they might have a mouse too. If they're on a PC, they're definitely going to have an advantage.
Okay.
Now, what is your favorite video game of all time, Uche, in the history of all games, like all the way history?
I mean, that's hard, dude. That's way too hard.
You're looking at every. You can't pick a favorite.
I'm about to say I've been in the game since
pick
1994.
I know, man. It's been a long time. You asking me to pick from thousands of games.
Thousands of games. Like, which game has provided you the most?
32.
I would
Like-
say if there was a game I had to pick that I would say actually kind of like changed, like it was like a part of my like young, you know, my youth, my teens going into being an adult, and that kind of like shaped my perspective. If it was just from an action standpoint, the first Halo game. If you're a sports standpoint, it's NFL 2K5. And if you're talking about like RPG type stuff, it's this game on Dreamcast called Shenmue. That game like those are the games that kind of like molded my tastes in video games.
I guess maybe we could go by system. Like we could be here all day, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But
Right.
Justin,
Oh, yeah.
pick your one greatest show across all platforms.
If I had to be buried with one game on the off chance that I somehow came back, probably Red Dead. I love those.
Ooh, Red Dead was That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
I really enjoyed those, even like after the campaign's finished, going around just doing.
Ooh, if we're gonna call it like that, ooh, Witcher 3
in general. So just the
me,
aesthetic
Witcher
is
3.
really pleasing to me. That is a tough one, but I think that'd be my top. Followed closely by Mass Effect, because I also love space.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mass
too.
Effect.
That's a good
Damn.
one. For me, like the most
that's why you
life
can't have
changing.
just one.
Right.
Right. The game that I could just play the most is obviously GTA 5. Like there's never been a game like that in the world, you know, before, especially GTA 3 when that game came out. Like that just completely changed. Yeah. That changed the game. An open world 3D concept. Like no one had ever seen something like that. But for me, even going way back, like playing Baseball Stars, because that was the first game that actually saved statistical data. Like, and I thought that this was the greatest thing. I was like, I can track my stats. Like before, what I used to do, I would play baseball games and I would make my own spreadsheets on paper and then track my own stats.
Okay.
And then tabulate the data and put together averages and stuff. Like I was such a nerd when it came to things like that. So like when it did it for me, I was like, oh, this is the greatest. But that, you know, but GTA.
Shoot, I see somebody put Metal Gear Solid in there. Metal Gear Solid was one too.
Game.
Oh my goodness.
That's a great game right there.
That shit changed my whole outlook on how cold a video game could be.
Chiseled, come on, man! You're supposed to be on the show, Chiseled. You can't be in the chat.
Yeah, be over there in the chat.
You can't be in the chat. Go to your Twitter, Chiseled, and get your ass in here so that we can get the. He's probably like, I don't have time for this. Like, nah, come on, yo, Chiseled, yo. I sent the link everyone to Twitter if you haven't checked it yet. So obviously, Justin and Uche were paying attention for sure. I had to email Justin. You know, he checks his email. Now the game that made you a man, the game, you know, Uche, you say the game that made you a man is called
game that made me a man.
Modern Warfare 2. That's when you became a man. In those lobbies, that's when you
those lobbies were ruthless.
Those lobbies were like everybody would get canceled. If they had audio on that shit, everybody would get canceled now.
Thought about running for office.
No,
we dig this shit up. Everyone did.
You were not a man until you were called an F-bomb, dude.
That was Xbox Live too. That's when everybody kind of got online. That was like the beginning of it.
And you
when
didn't
the
get
Xboxes
punished.
had the headset with it, and you would just be on there, just open lobby, talking all kinds of filth. Xbox Live.
And I'm hearing a little feedback. And you didn't get punished either for
Oh no, there was no such thing as there was no such thing as
no
reporting
strike.
somebody.
Yeah.
People didn't have feelings then.
That's
right.
Total War series, like Total War Shogun, Total War 2, like those were some good games. Command and Conquer Red Alert. That was a good one if you ever played like RTS. It was like a mid-90s game. That was some good
I
shit.
didn't do Command and Conquer. I did online. I did World of Warcraft when it first came on.
Yeah.
That was
like
that was my introduction into like computer like hacking. Like motherfuckers used to cheat and steal all my shit, and I'd be like, "What the fuck? Like, what's going on? Why is this happening?" But this dude come out of nowhere and obliterate my whole team, and we all just screaming like, "Help! How is he doing this? He's one-shotting everybody.
Chiseled Adonis has joined us. Chiseled.
How's it going? How's it going? How's it going, fellas?
Tell me what your favorite game was. Like, what's your defining game for your life? Like,
oh, defining game for my life. Okay, so my favorite game series is Metal Gear Solid, but if I had to say defining game for my life, probably Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time on the N64. Classic. It took me 12 years to beat that game. It's brutal.
Dude, fuck the water temple. That is the most annoying level.
That's where I got lost.
Yes,
That's exactly where I got lost.
You have to you have to go to the pause menu, put on the walking the ocean boots, and then undo them, and then just check it. It's like even with the strategy guy, it's like, why am I doing this?
And the brutal part about the game was if you ever put it down and you didn't play it for a while and you came back to it, there was no way to remember where you were.
Right.
Because I remember it was in like the year 2000. I'm like 6 years old. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this game. I'm not playing it anymore. I'm lost in the water temple, whatever. I come back in 2002 completely confused. I was in the water temple for about 5 years. Never made any progress.
He's just content with this. Okay, that's it.
I was stuck there. It wasn't until I graduated high school. Like, wait a minute, I figured it out. This is where I'm supposed to go. I felt like an idiot.
Now
that's how it was with Legacy of Kain. Legacy of Kain had me so messed up. I mean, and back then it was like the graphics were like unreal, but I'm like, dang, like I don't know where to go, and I just stopped playing the game, and that was like it.
I guess that's
and
it.
I liked it, and I was like, God dang, I mean, I just can't figure it out.
You got to start making peace with yourself. Like, you know what? Maybe maybe I can't figure it out. Your friends telling you I got and you're like, I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's not meant
like,
to be.
all right, this is as good as I'm gonna be. Like, I'm never gonna be, like that's it. I've reached the highest level that I can go. It's like baseball when you're 12 and you're like, all right, I'm not making a major.
I get PTSD from that, thinking about that now. I'm like, damn, that was a sad day, wasn't it? I was like, I give up.
That's when I gave up. That's when I just gave up.
It broke
now. Chisel, did you participate in Modern Warfare 2 lobbies? Were you one of those?
Oh no, I didn't really play the game. I didn't really play the game like that. I would watch my friends play, but I didn't have the Xbox 360 or window. I think it was a PS3 that it came out on as well. Yeah, I didn't have it at the time when the craze was going, wild. So I wasn't one of those guys in the lobby. But man, I wish I was.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Bro, it was unreal.
Yeah, I mean every racial slur possible, like it was
multiple times over.
Yeah, multiple times. Like someone would just say the N-bomb like over and over. And I was like,
or they play
right, and I'm just
and it's like, dude, what the fuck?
Right, and then like once people started recording the shit, like it started to get a little better, but like it was awful, and like I would just listen to people just go at it. I'm just like, this is how wars start. Like this. I remember there was a case of someone like figured out somebody else's IP and like drove to their house and like burned their house down or something. Over a Call of Duty shit. I was like, damn, I wish I could do that.
Stuck the police at him, and then he got shot in a SWAT raid. I remember that.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was insane. Like how much hate and visceral was in there.
Who was messing with Left Eye? They got their house burned down. That's crazy.
Andre Rison on the game.
That's ridiculous.
And the crazy thing about it would be, the crazy thing is like, if you're like playing, Call of Duty on there, right? Everybody's kind of getting along. People are just working together, doing their thing, right? At the end, whoever wins, the first person to talk shit is like setting off a nuclear fucking reaction. The first person that says, "Oh, you pussies," and then you just start hearing N-word, 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 N-word,
right?
You freaking cornbread eating N-word. Like it just
I remember I was at my close friend's house and there was a huge argument going on while he was playing, and then for whatever reason the guy said, "That's why I slept with your mother," and my friend's father turned around and said, "What?" Because he wasn't tech savvy, so he went to go talk to his wife. I'm like, this is just a conversation.
Right. This is your mama jokes. Like
it was getting crazy back then.
I'd hit. Don't get me wrong. What's up, DeQwan?
What's up, guys?
What is going on? We've got the chaos hour. It's already chaos.
I see.
It's going crazy. We got Chiseled in here, Uche, Justin, and Tree. What's going on, man? How you been?
I've been good. Been doing some game. I moved into the gambling world, so I'm losing money and
I'm actually under an underpass right now. Like,
hey, I mean, that really goes down by the river.
Yeah, man, it's a tough world to understand, but I'm like a year in, so I'm not completely homeless yet.
Got you, man. Got you. I'm glad that you found your area. We are going to talk about this Super Bowl. We are going to talk about football. Uche, I saw a question in the chat. Like, what do you think about Doug Peterson as a Jaguars fan? Like, it just seemed just.
All right. So look, Doug Peterson being hired is not like it's a good hire. On the surface, it's a good hire. That's not the problem. The problem is what happens when Doug Peterson, seeing the success that he's building for that franchise, what happens when he's like, yo, I want to be able to control more of the personnel like he did in Philly. I got you a Super Bowl. You know, we need to get this quarterback thing figured out. We need to get this defensive thing figured out. What's up? Well, I mean, shoot, Trent Baalke's right there, and we know what he likes to do. He likes to slide that nice 10-inch dagger in between your spine. Damn, no. That's what he does to coaches.
Kamikoto knife, right? Yeah,
he gets that nice Kamikoto and just slip it in between your vertebrae, and that's what he's been known to do. So that's going to be where issues I think could potentially come up. But I mean, I think it's a fine hire. And another thing, like me and Justin were talking about yesterday. If you watch that press conference, you can tell they didn't know what the fuck they was doing. They asked Shad Khan, hey, did you at any time before this, did you offer anyone else the job and maybe not, it just didn't work out? First thing he says is, well, we have a process. We went through our process. It's like, motherfucker, yes, you offered Byron Leftwich the job. He said, not with Trent Baalke. You said, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, they weren't going to start off.
Doug Peterson's the first guy that you interview, but you don't hire him for 41 days.
I don't think it's a bad hire. Like, Doug Peterson was going to get a job somewhere for sure. It just happened to be Jacksonville. Hire. Yeah. It goes back to what you said, like Baalke, and who's Baalke? Who's he going to fuck up? Like, how's he going to ruin this for Doug Peterson, a guy that's obviously competent as a coach? At least it's not Urban Meyer.
Office situation before though, so at least he has some practice with a bad front office.
I mean,
at odds with.
So what if Doug Peterson takes you to the playoffs? Like, do you keep Baalke? Like,
I mean, look, there is a chance in the world that he could that Baalke could do some good.
Playoffs.
There is a chance. It's not a great chance.
Where's Jim Mora when you need him?
It's not a great chance, but there's a chance. So you can never say never.
2024.
Yeah, that is true. You can never say never. We've seen bizarre things happen. We've seen bizarre things happen.
Yeah, there's been worse to first, and vice versa.
I mean, look who's in the Super Bowl now. Speaking of that, DeQwan, I got to talk to you.
Let's talk.
Let us talk. What does it feel like watching your ex-girlfriend who went out and got titties and she got all hot? She went to the gym. She started doing squats.
Went down to the DR.
Now she on TV.
I denounced my Detroit Lions fandom at the beginning of the season. It's been well publicized. Sometimes I think one lesson that I learned last year is that you have to stop liking losers. Team loyalty is no longer a thing. I'm officially I'm entering fan free agency after every season. We're going to test the market. I'm probably going to renew my Rams fandom, depending upon what Stafford does on Sunday. Boy. But yes, absolutely.
So you're going year to year on this contract.
I'm picking whoever comes out of the championship weekend.
There's got to be some sort of fan-free agency.
Listen, if I have to fight like the number one fan of each team each year, I will do it. But I will never cheer for the Lions as long as the Fords are in charge or I am mentally sane. So, it's going to be one of those two things.
Until they're good. Once they're good, I'm back on, baby.
No.
Right.
You got to check in with Dan Campbell. Get him some knee pads. But
As
you
soon
can't.
as I heard the kneecapping press conference, I said, "Oh no, not 100%, absolutely not."
They were in about 13 of their 17 games. Who knows? If things go a little different, they could mess around and be a playoff team. Lord knows what happened.
The culture is
You never know.
changing there. The culture is
No,
changing.
it's
You
the
can see
same.
that.
It's the same. They keep doing these culture hires where they're trying to get all these I need some thugs. I need some athletes.
That's what the head coach is. He a thug.
Call up Alvin Kamara.
Yeah, that's what I need. I need the longest yard team. I need Kamara. We gotta see what Ruggs does when he gets out of
biting
jail.
ankles and breaking kneecaps.
No,
I mean,
Ruggs
shit,
gonna
that's
be
what else
about-
you want.
He's the head coach of sluggery. I've never heard a head coach in my life ever start a press guy. Hey, you knock us down. We're gonna come up and we're gonna eat a kneecap. Whoa, hold on. That's the guy I want to play for.
You punch me in my face, I'm gonna smile and swallow my tooth.
No, we punch him back. There will never be any positivity coming from me about the Detroit Lions. It's all negative energy from here on out. It's watching this is what would have happened if Barry Sanders left in '98 and he went to another team, or if Megatron got traded. This is all the Lions fans' dreams come true. We have somebody to actually represent us, and it's everybody's making the Detroit Rams joke, but I don't think anybody
LA.
I don't think anybody cares, man. There's no Lions fan that's really out there saying, we don't want Stafford to win, and
yeah, you got to be happy for him.
Yeah, you have to be.
It just proves that it wasn't him.
Right.
Exactly.
It's never him. Mm-hmm. Never been him. And Quan, I know this. You've done this a million. You've been tweeting for years that Stafford. You put him on a good team, he's gonna do this, and you're absolutely right. You've been saying this for years because you saw what a lot of people didn't see.
We're gonna clip that, and I'm gonna pin that to my Twitter. Quan, you're absolutely right. A lot more people need to come around and say those types of things.
Well, I mean, he went out and proved it. He had a defense, and he played he didn't play great in the NFC Championship game. I mean, he threw an awful ball that could have cost them the run. And that's Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, that's the.
Oh, but there also was a drop though.
I mean?
There was a drop. There were a lot of different extracurricular activities that happened for Stafford that made things go, the opposite way. So, I mean, the first half of the season looked great for him. And then the second half, those 50-50 balls didn't go in his favor.
But he also pulled it. Go ahead.
I think the Odell trade kind of really turned things around because he kept trying. You saw he tried to force him the ball, and that's what I think Chisel was talking about, trying to force the chemistry when it wasn't there. But I think once they got into the playoffs, things started to settle down, and you see Odell, career rejuvenation because he's going to win those one-on-one battles all the time, and I think Stafford trusts him now, and look what he's done with Cooper Kupp. So. Just
Kupp is just amazing.
What a season! What a season! Honestly, he should be the MVP. I mean, they didn't give it to Rice in '88. They didn't give it to Moss. Well, fairly enough, they didn't give it to Moss in '07. But I mean, in the case of Rice never got the MVP. But if there was ever a wide receiver season that should get the MVP, it's this year.
100.
Yeah, for sure.
And they're gonna give it to the cat who flamed out in the divisional.
Yeah, and I said this earlier. It's Kupp's the guy, you can't leave him alone. You can't let him burn you. And he has burned people. Him and Chase all year. The two of them, they're cover us. Do what you got to do because someone else will get open. And then when you have to put attention on him, I'm going to burn you. And they've done it all year. That's the one thing. That's the sign of a dominant player is when that's the guy you have to stop and he still gets it done.
Yeah, the consistency he's had the whole year is ridiculous. I think it's 16 games over 90 yards, about 14 games over 100. It's ridiculous. He's in the slot. He's outside. It doesn't matter who's trying to cover him. They can't cover
him anywhere.
They put him in line at times and let him fucking block in.
I mean, because he just be making cats just trip, just fall over their own shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And imagine if Robert Woods never got hurt.
Oh my God,
his numbers would have probably been even
right there.
Yeah. I mean, how would Odell look if they had Robert Woods still?
Yeah, because you wouldn't have to try to force the football to Odell. Yeah. Woods is there, and you have that veteran leadership that's there as well. So then now Odell's he's the third option.
third
when it comes
option,
throwing the foot,
and then
like
Van
you
Jefferson
put him in the
is just
nickel
some
against
bullshit.
somebody. It's
Jefferson's a
crazy.
beast, too. Jefferson's
It's
a
like,
beast.
hold up, who let y'all have this cat?
Right?
Get him for like
for
700,000 too, 1.5.
Yeah, them getting Odell was truly a blessing in disguise because I think it was the same day or the next day that Robert
next
Woods
day
was
when
called
Woods
to
got
the,
injured.
yeah, it was the
Yeah,
very
he
next
hurt
day.
him
So
in practice. Like,
yeah,
it just seemed very curious and weird that, I mean, obviously bad luck happens and that's football, but like it seemed like an odd thing for that to happen, you know, like, but that's football.
and
for
I think
sure.
3 years ago,
That's the script they wrote.
Wasn't it 3 years ago when Cup didn't play in the Super Bowl, and then now Woods isn't going to play in the Super Bowl? So, you know, we'll see how things play out. But
they got enough receivers.
All right, so Chiseled, you're a Steelers fan. We got Tree up the middle. I wonder what's going to happen with this team in the offseason. I know. I mean, I'm sure people want to. I want to hear what your thoughts are, Chiseled, about this team, the season, and where they're headed.
Well, I mean, we were frauds all year. There was no denying. There was absolutely no denying. I mean, you could be optimistic all year. But
it was pain to watch all year. It was pain.
Oh yeah, because it wasn't like, because last year Pittsburgh had a championship defense. If only, like, you had the injuries to Bud Dupree and Devin Bush. Had those not happened, you're probably looking at a different season. But the offense was abysmal this year and last year. If it was any other quarterback, of course not in the Steelers, quarterback room, because I'll never believe in whack-a-mole Mason Rudolph. But if this was the 2017, maybe even a 2018 Ben, I would have had much more confidence in the team, but that wasn't the case. So moving forward, I can only hope they make a move for a veteran quarterback. I'm not too sure how to feel about bringing in a rookie, drafting and all the other stuff at this point with this particular team. I think they need a veteran quarterback to, lead them to the promised land, but I don't know.
I'd rather bolster the offensive line than I would a quarterback.
Oh yeah, that as well. That's a big one as well.
That's the reason why I didn't really like the pick at the time, because like, who's blocking for him? I mean, most of the time when Najee was making those runs, he was carrying like 2-3 guys for like 4 or 5 extra yards. I'm like,
that's not sustainable. That's not sustainable.
He averaged like 2 stiff arms a game, some behind the line of
a couple jumps behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
like,
right.
There's a stat. He has the most jumps, leaps behind the line of scrimmage of any player in the league.
Like, you would have thought somebody was glitching on the controller that they're playing in real life. He was hurdling people 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. I'm sitting there watching. How'd they get back there? Like, the center just snapped the football. Maybe get Pouncey back out there. It is ridiculous.
How did they park? Where did they park? Like,
you can't start the play and the defender's already in the backfield.
No, my favorite play was, remember the first game against Kansas City? It was like they tried this triple reverse and nobody bothered to block Chris Jones and Ben just fumbles. I'm like, what?
He took the snap and he turned and Jones was right there. I thought this was like 2007 again, and Ben was under duress every play.
How many guard miscommunications were there this year? I mean, there were at least 2 in Minnesota. There was 1 against Kansas City. There was probably a couple others as well. I think maybe against Baltimore too. I'm like, dear God.
I don't know.
What you think about Aaron Rodgers? You think they'd make a run for that cat?
I don't think they have the capital.
Doesn't seem very Steeler. That just doesn't seem like a Steeler thing.
That'd almost be like getting another
Steeler
Antonio
move
Brown
would be
at this
like
point.
Jimmy G, or maybe.
Yeah, that's what I fear them going after.
Jimmy G,
I don't mind Jimmy G, but
Jimmy G's not going to take you anywhere, though, man.
He's not. Like, he's not the guy who's going to be the reason why you win. He usually wins. You win in spite of Jimmy G.
Yeah.
So and Ben was already having those questionable turnovers here and there. Jimmy G's going to put the ball in the opponent's hand. It's a guarantee. That's what goes. He goes and he cooks apple turnovers every single game he could. So I'd rather anybody.
Gardner Minshew. I think
Gardner Minshew. Yeah, I mean, it just goes back.
That gives you time to get your O-line right, because he can move around in the pocket.
I feel like the Steelers are going to try a QB competition. I think they're really high on Dwayne Haskins. I don't know how he's going to be.
I don't know why
they
even
think
think that's
think there could be something. They'll probably bring in like either a rookie in the draft. I mean, they're really high on Malik Willis. I love Malik Willis. I don't know if
he's not going to be there.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett, dude. Kenny Pickett is like my dream because I'm a Pitt fan. I've seen him ball out this past senior year. I don't know if he's going to fall. So, I mean, do you trust Matt Corral or Carson Strong? Don't
Or does Pittsburgh trade up? Now that's I don't know.
What
if that's
kind of
a
capital
possibility.
do you have? You're
trade
picking
what?
at 20. You're picking
Well, you
at
have
20.
future first. You have a couple seconds. They have a couple thirds this year. You have one
Jacksonville will take those. We take
Morgan's-
those. You can have that number one overall. We got a whole roster to fix.
but
Let us get 3 picks from you.
Okay, we'll trade you. We'll trade the 20th and maybe a 5th for it. How's that sound?
Yeah, we're gonna need your first round next year. We're gonna need your first round the year after that. We're gonna need your 20th pick this year. And
Or Herschel Walker trade.
I want your
and what you and what we got to do to get Watt.
What? No, we can't do that. We can't do that. No, we can't do that. We formed the circle around Watt.
The only reason
have
we
the
won
other
2 of
Watt.
those games this year, right? You're
You
kidding?
have the other one.
Oh,
So
man.
Derek
the
Watt.
other Watt?
Derek Watt.
Yeah,
Okay.
Derek
Hey,
Watt.
but you got a younger
Who's
cat
Derek
who's
Watt?
supposed to be generational at number 1. Y'all can get him. Y'all get him in number 1.
I'm just looking at the draft order. Like I don't see I see the Lions picking Willis at 2. Like I don't think they see Jared Goff.
Oh, they've already sold the soul on Goff. Damn.
I think they're going. I think they're going late
That
round.
cat
Yeah,
jersey
they're
off the
probably
website
going
already.
Boy.
They took his tackle.
I mean,
Jersey off.
it just seems like definitely a lot of skill positions are going to go, but I don't see Kenny Pickett falling to 20 at all. Like, you know, maybe the Commanders will take him at 11 because they don't see Taylor Heineke as a solution. But, you know, I mean, you could get lucky. There's a lot of teams that, you know, don't have needs at quarterback ahead of them. It could be one of those just lucky shit happens to the Steelers, but I see y'all going out and just getting some stopgap until you can tank or luck your way into.
Steelers aren't going to tank. They don't tank.
Yeah, they don't tank.
Steelers will find
You say
a
that.
replacement.
You say
and
that.
motherfuckers will have a winning
It's the
season
Steeler
next
way.
year.
The
That's
Steelers
how it's
don't
gonna work.
tank.
Yeah, they do because
They don't do
a
that
tanking
shit.
season is 500 for Pittsburgh. Like,
They're not going to be
they
below
cannot-
500.
I think it's
Their way to like 3 or 4 wins, and you're like, how the hell did you
yeah.
do
Yeah,
that?
like even when it was Mason Rudolph and Devlin Hodges, they had no business being 500 that year.
For
Somehow,
real?
I feel like
How
Mike
are they-
Tomlin sold his soul to never have a losing season. I think it's incapable that we're going to see Pittsburgh, you know, mess around and tank. But since we're having a conversation about quarterback, I think yesterday the news was Kyler Murray unfollowing and deleting all Cardinal stuff. So now
Hey,
I'm curious,
there you go.
what is going to
There you
happen
go.
there?
Dude, I'll believe it when I hear a formal trade request. That's when I'll believe it.
Why though? Why would he want out of that situation? Like they're doing everything for him. Like it just
Unless
seems
he hates
dumb.
Kingsbury and
Like,
thinks
yeah, unless Kingsbury he just has no faith in.
Either
Well,
that
I mean,
or
you got to think.
Clemens situation where he's getting dunked on and he can't take it. That's the only
He's
other
witnessed the last 2 seasons, a fucking 7-0 start and then a 10-1
off a
start.
cliff.
End up with
Yeah.
like we ain't even like we lose the last half of the season.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah,
whole
but
last
how
half
much
of
is
the
that?
season.
How much of that is on him though? Like he's the one sitting here, like you're
He's the
Kyler
one
Murray,
who's
you're the
getting asked all
starting
the
QB.
questions though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
because
one
he's
getting
the
asked all the
quarterback,
questions.
he's the leader. But then at the same time, I think that
All the blame,
they're
all the
having the
credit.
same issue that I think the when San Diego Chargers had in the mid 2010s, where you get destroyed by injury in prominent positions, where you're losing certain players, and then now going down the stretch, you look at the quarterback like Carius, and you're looking at who you have around.
He's like, with
what
what?
you want me to do?
I'm only little.
You know?
Right. But my thing is like, what kind of leverage does Kyler Murray have? Like
all of it. I think he has all of it.
You think he has all of it? You think he
Because look,
a league that's not even playing right
if he pulls a
now?
Deshaun Watson, if he pulls a Deshaun Watson, they're gonna have to trade him.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna have to trade him. And you know who might be sitting right there like, hey, Pittsburgh. We'll take him.
Would Pittsburgh take Kyler Murray?
We would, but
Hell
only with
yeah.
the capital. You're gonna have
How much money do we have? I think we're like in the top 5 of the most money. I
40
think.
million in cap space. But I would say like once
give
again,
up
I don't know
a
if you-
first
no,
overall.
I'm talking about draft capital. I don't know if you
Oh,
have that.
draft
You're gonna have to
capital.
give up 3 firsts.
Yeah, because you don't tank. You don't have many
not
draft
3
picks.
firsts.
And you traded
The
for
simple
Minkah
fact that that
Fitzpatrick.
motherfucker lost like
Right.
15, like 8 or 9 games.
It was a good
at the
trade.
end of both seasons. Nah, you're not gonna need to give up more than one.
And I think Tomlin had said something about wanting, possibly a mobile quarterback or something. So if you were to get somebody like Kyler, that would work perfectly. But of course, the offensive line still got to get fixed up because
It'll be
that
like
little kid's going to get
Arizona
back there.
Yeah,
He already
Arizona
needs a step
wasn't
stool to see
protecting
over
that
the
well.
offensive line. You give him no protection, he's not going to have a good time.
He's on stilts out there.
He's pegging line in the back of the head.
Yeah, I think if Kyler Murray demands a trade, all of a sudden allegations of sexual impropriety just come out. 30 accusers. They're like, they're just
They gonna
like
call that the
short
D-Watt special.
That short man tried to lick my butthole, and then that's it. That's
Well,
what
given his
happened.
height, what is he able to
shoot,
reach?
Hey, also
I'm just
think
saying.
about Pittsburgh, and I'm just, maybe I'm advocating a little bit hard for Pittsburgh here, but think about Houston. There could be, they could make a move on Deshaun Watson. There's not going to be a criminal thing there. That's what it's showing up with.
He's gonna play. I think some desperate team
that
will take
really
his
needs a
ass.
quarterback. I mean, that's an instant
Honestly,
another 10 years for Pittsburgh if they
Don't
go
look
get
for
him.
Deshaun Watson. I think Cleveland might take a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Trade Baker Mayfield in the
Get
first.
rid of
or maybe
Baker
another
Mayfield.
pick. I might get it done.
I think he would fit in Detroit for sure. Like that, would that win you back, DeQuan?
Absolutely not. I don't think. I think Goff's eating up too much cap space.
I
Yeah,
think
Goff
he's
got
still
that whole payroll.
Golf was
Yeah.
Yeah, but then once he's cleared, he's like the perfect tank commander. Like he's the guy to lead you to 3-4 wins and get you another top draft pick. Like that's Jared Goff all day for you.
Listen,
right there,
man.
buddy.
I watched the Lions go through Scott Mitchell, Charlie Batch, John Kitten, and Joey Harrington. I think it's going to be a long time until they find their actual quarterback that's going to lead them to anything more than what Stafford has done. And I think, man, they have a great running game, which they can't do two things at once. Either they have a great running game, horrible quarterback situation, horrible defense, or great defense, great quarterback, horrible running game. So it's like nothing's going to lead me back.
They were a penalty away from a playoff victory in that game years ago against Dallas.
Oh, the phantom fucking pass interference.
Yeah.
I just love the logic of just don't root for losers. Don't associate with losers. Don't hang around. Like you're like the grandma telling you, stop hanging around those kids.
I've seen too much in my life. You don't want to be there.
Right.
All the toxicity.
They were losers. Right. Well, you know what they're gonna be in 20 years? Losers. That's what grandma said. She said it, and she was right. She was right.
Oh,
You
man.
finally took her advice.
Finally.
All right. Let's talk about Joe Burrow a little bit. Do y'all we talked about this earlier?
Shiesty.
Yeah. How do y'all feel about his drip? That's what we asked the important questions here. Do you like his style? Is it too much? Is he too confident? Or is it just right on? Like
that's the kind of swagger you need for your quarterback, man. Like what he's done in just 2 seasons, coming off the ACL injury. I mean, he looks the part, he fits the part, he's playing the part, and to get to the Super Bowl this early, I mean, he has the right to get the fits off.
Yeah. Yeah.
If this is really him,
Yeah, I mean,
great for him. He has the Joe Willie Namath thing going on. Probably going to show up in a mink on the sideline at some point.
Synthetic fur, though, because he's liberal, like a little bit. He's not going to go with the full.
This motherfucker will come out there in goddamn cheetah skin.
Yeah. No, he's not going to use a real animal. He's like, this was ethically sourced. Don't worry about it. Like we're
He just
good.
died of old age.
It's a farm-growing cheetah.
I think that his swag, his whole drip it's appropriate because it works for him. That don't work for every QB who feels like they can be that way. So I mean, for him, it works. So I would assume it is him. But I've seen quarterbacks who've had that kind of swag, but it didn't really match up on the field.
Like Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew has it, and he hasn't had enough opportunity to play, but when he's been in there, he's gotten mauled. But yeah, he has the swag. But I think you kind of have to think that way. has there ever been a weak-minded quarterback that doesn't believe in himself? No, he's a quarterback. Like, they've been hyping you up since you were in the 3rd grade. Like, you're the shit. Like, you throw the ball. Like, you're the most important person. But I do like his swag. I do like his style for sure.
And the NFL has a way of like creating a little jadedness. So soon it'll get rougher. He'll get a little rougher around the edges with it.
Yeah. You think he'll go Cam Newton in the future someday and just start wearing looking like his
shit. Like
auntie?
That seemed like to me like that was like manufactured. It felt like from Cam. I'm like, bro, you in one season you were like normalish. And then the next season you started looking like fucking Doctor Who when you come in this way.
Once he won the MVP and he was having that season, nobody could tell him anything.
You can't tell him nothing.
Like he had his hair going through hats in ways I've never seen opening in hats before. I thought he was a tree one time. What was that?
Wow.
That shit. The silver part.
Like he got a cactus on his hat. What is that?
Satellite reception. It's having
exactly
terrestrial species from a different dimension. Like he's getting telepathically shown the plays.
Wow. He's hanging out with them.
He's got the Pixar lamp on the top of his head. It's ludicrous. I've never seen hair like this before.
Bash his head in and just like, whoop, there goes your career, Cam. Sorry.
He was wearing this shit. Like, you ever like watch like a couple seconds of a fashion show and you're like, they're just doing it for the show? He was like, I'll take that. I'll wear that at the next press conference.
This cat look like something out of a Dr. Seuss book,
right?
Yeah, that shit though with the
concept outfits from the fashion show.
Like
that'll never get made in production.
Yeah. We only sewed this once, but we're gonna sew it for a 6'4" giant athlete. For sure. That one though, when he had the scarf, the Pashmina Afghan, I was like,
wow.
Only Cam Newton could pull that off, and he didn't really pull it off. So let's be honest about that.
I don't know why he put that on. Like he looked himself in the mirror and said,
he was like, he wanted to
swag
go.
right there. That's
right. That's good.
Remember when
I'm gonna kill him tomorrow.
Right?
Yeah.
He probably laid it out. He put it on the bed. He put it on the bed. Like, oh, I can't wait to go out. His kids came and what you wearing, Daddy? Don't worry about that. You can see it.
Man, ain't gonna be ready for this one.
Dude, he just wanted to look like a citizen from the Hunger Games. Let's be real.
Listen,
that cat came in
all the way.
He walked into one parking lot looking like the mask. He had a whole yellow suit on, big ass wide brim hat. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Yes, you're good.
Listen, I get that you can wear whatever you want. Like this is 2022. Like you can wear whatever. But could you imagine like you're in that locker room and he lays that out? He takes that out of his locker and you're getting dressed in your regular clothes and you're just like, whoa, Cam.
I went to his restaurant. I went to his restaurant in Atlanta, and I thought that was gonna be like the way everybody dresses. I was going over there like, man, this is gonna get ridiculous. I went inside, people look regular. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
They're all wearing that German schoolboy outfit that he wore. Remember that one with the hat?
Oh, with the hat. Yeah, the hat on.
The short set. I was like, okay, but hey, we're talking about him.
He pushes the envelope for sure.
Yeah, before the Super Bowl for sure.
You could easily have a fashion line in the coming years.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if he already got that in the works.
Oh, at least a hat line or something.
Yeah, because I know he's partnered with hats. He's been producing his own.
I feel like he's doing something with hats.
He's doing something with hats. I think probably soon enough he's gonna have cigars going and everything. So it's only a matter of time.
Joe Burrow needs to come out with a cigar line for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
He would rip on that.
That's like the signature, like it's got. Should it be menthol though? Like the coolest
cigar.
Cigar,
man.
No,
we're talking like bring in the Cuban cigars, baby. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Ocho Cinco got a couple cigars out there.
Yeah,
Ocho Cinco got some cigars. Yeah, I think I had one or two. Can't remember.
Now. You guys, Justin and Uche, have you ever run into Ocho Cinco? Is he actually cool or is he kind of?
I ain't never run into him like personally.
No,
all accounts I've heard people that have seems pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems like he's straight up legit, cool dude.
All right.
I mean, obviously, a lot of folks are gonna be a little different with the camera on them.
Yeah,
But
yeah, we're not like this at all. We're
Right.
fucking dickheads. It's
Oh,
like a
okay.
Call of Duty lobby with us.
Oh, dude,
No.
I'm definitely this guy's a definite dick right here.
Yeah, I'm an asshole. Like,
Oh, you're a total asshole, man.
like,
Come on. That's why I throw it back at you. You know that.
Tree calls me yesterday. We were talking about the stream. I'm like, thanks for showing up, you fucking fat fuck. Like, and that's how I talk to people.
This is how he does.
That's how I talk to people.
You know, speaking of Tree, I saw a video that was trending on YouTube where I think you were at a baseball game.
Oh, I don't know how that's trending.
I saw in the comments that you're like, I'm aware I'm a massive fat ass. I was rolling.
It's his official account. Too,
Put
right?
the camera on Tree at the game, just trying to enjoy himself.
Because like I was literally taking a picture with her at the same time, and all I'm saying like after, because like she likes the angles of certain parts, and I'm just like, I bet you any money we end up on TV because of that shit. Because we're the only Pirates fan in attendance. There was like 8 of them. And then the whole 10 minutes later, I'm looking at my damn. Hey, you were on TV in Pittsburgh. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
It was like your stomach was slipping out of your shirt. It was wild.
Well, the problem was like I had a shirt underneath it because I thought it was going to get too hot, so I took out the pirate shirt underneath. So that's what it was. And it's just like, oh shit, that's what that was, man.
That was the weirdest recommended video I had
But
gotten.
the algorithm knows you. It knows you. You watched that shit. You watched that shit, did you not?
Oh yeah, I did. They got me for
you
sure.
watched it,
Like, yeah, look at you. Like, urinating Tree he was caught where?
Caught in a Pirates game. Hey, I don't know. It's like he's fucking just standing. He's sitting there. What the fuck?
Look at him enjoying the game. How dare he?
All right, let's welcome in. Let's welcome in Fitzy, aka Nick Stevens. Everyone, are you going to the Super Bowl this year? Are you out in LA, or are they not sending you? What's going on? Like, you're like the closest actual media person we know.
Yeah, I apologize for missing out on that hilarious story. It sounds as though like I missed out on being regaled of a story where Tree's gunt hung out during a game. Is that what we're?
It wasn't a gunt. I think it was like something else. I don't.
I mean, listen, guys.
I call it a bunt.
Guys, when it comes to talking like an unprecedented Super Bowl, like the Rams and Bengals have never played before, this could be one of the closest games, the most gambled on game in football history. Nothing warms up the crowd like a good gunt story. So I'm super.
I'm saying.
Well, that's how it is with every conference championship. You get the dude with the biggest gut and like just put him topless, and then you put him on there. I just like, look at that man and his dedication. Remember those Packers fans that were just like putting their shirts out, dude. That's what people root for, man.
I need an actual definition of what a gunt is.
It's a
through
gut.
context, I can get it, but I
have a feeling you look smart enough to me that you could probably figure.
Maybe our viewers need to know.
No, it's on Urban Dictionary. You know what a fupa is, right?
It's out there. It's out there.
Okay. You know what a fupa is.
It's available information.
To answer your question, Adam, yeah, exactly. Like, who's the coach that refuses to gunt? What's that guy in Arkansas? The guy that you say he quit after he coached Presbyterian this year. To answer your question, Adam, no, I will not be going to the Super Bowl. I almost went out there to actually work Radio Row this week, but I decided to stay back in the Northeast. And I got to be honest, like I'm missing it. I love it, whether it's like being a full homer and like hanging out with Pats fans out there, boo, you suck, or just like plugging into the energy of other fans during that week, because there's nothing like it. There's nothing like, oh my God, we have hope for 14 days. Like, I think we might actually win the Super Bowl, up until either you get your dreams crushed or you lose at the last minute or whatever it is. Like, that 14 days of hope is the absolute best. It is such a high. You just want it to never end.
Yeah, it's the anticipation. Like you're like, as a fan that I know DeQwan and has never experienced this. Maybe he will with Matt Stafford. But that anticipation of the game, like you're reading articles, you're worrying about matchups, like you're immersed as a fan. Like you believe that you're on the team because you've been so emotionally invested with them. And there's such a lull. There's nothing in between when Championship Sunday ends to the Super Bowl, like to fill that void, other than thinking about the fucking game, like
little flag football game.
It's amazing. Yeah. Thoughts on the Pro Bowl, guys? Like, if we haven't talked about this, what do we do? Can we just delete it? Like, I don't understand why we keep doing this.
We
Alvin
stopped
Kamara,
committing felonies before.
Yeah. Alvin Kamara thought so little of it that he just went out and beat the
Who
shit
had
out
any
of
idea
somebody.
the only person making full contact at the Pro Bowl would be Alvin Kamara?
All right.
Like, good night, everybody.
Right.
It's like,
You're all week.
I don't know. What do we do? Like we talk about this every year.
We got to bring back
Wrap the
Rocking
game.
Time.
Mm-hmm.
We got to
And do like the cut the game, just wide world of sports, like just
Rocket
get
Jock
competitions
flag
and shit.
football. Yeah, bring out some old
do
vets.
the little special events, but the game is useless. I mean,
Honestly,
why would I play hard in that game if I got a contract on the line?
Yeah,
unless name the team so you can get bonuses and all that shit.
Yeah,
but,
unless they bring back like they do some sort of highly incentivized individual kind of rewarding the players on their play in that game. I don't see it ever becoming competitive.
Well,
it's
not
team
like
that wins
baseball.
gets $1 million.
When the highlight,
players, then they go.
highlight of the Pro
Honestly,
Bowl,
dude, make it like a battle royale instead of like and have different games and like that sort of stuff, and then maybe like make it like Guts and have the aggro crag at the end of the segment, or Legends of the Hidden Temple. Maybe like they got to put together the Shrine of the Silver Monkey, or piece together some puzzles and find like. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
so you want to turn the Pro Bowl
game.
Game night.
True, you're right.
You want to turn the Pro Bowl into
or maybe even have it like you have legends of the game play, like you bring out a Joe Montana or Jerry Rice takes the field. You kind of just mix a bunch of people together. They play flag football or something.
Copper Pit commercial.
Because like I can't, pretty much get Brett Favre out there with the
entire game. The entire game would just be ads for things that either like regrow hair or help you take a piss without pain.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, prostate.
In the middle of it, somebody advertised Viagra or something. Get the old people
the
out.
saddest indictment of how far the Pro Bowl has fallen is when Mac Jones runs 60 yards free and does the gritty in the end zone. Mac Jones, literally the human reason why we have the Rooney Rule. That's the entire. Like, that's all we're laughing. That's why. That's the highlight of the Pro Bowl. Like what? As Kylo Ren said, "Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. Start fresh because this is a joke. Like there's not even a slap and tickle at this point. It's barely two-hand touch. Like come up with a whole different game." Entirely, or a difference. Like let's go back to the 70s when they're like ripping butts and rowing boats, Tony Dorsett and everybody else just like doing tug of war and all that shit. Like that was fun. I'd be into that all over again.
I would love it if they just, like you said, urinating street, like if they just played like mental games. Like let's see who the smartest NFL player is. Like just go
now.
Play chess at the yard line.
Yeah, have Aaron
somebody in my
Rodgers
chat.
Even then, the Pro Bowl still got like 8.6 million viewers and a 5.3 rating. Like it's still
it's
down,
amazing.
Like
it's much higher than most baseball games.
Somebody in the chat yesterday. People have that little to do. Somebody in my chat, somebody in our chat yesterday said, and I thought this was actually kind of a good idea. They said, instead of the Pro Bowl, you should have the two worst teams play one game. The winner gets the number one overall pick.
Yeah, but the players wouldn't
be a tank.
The NFL PM.
Yeah, it's 4 weeks later. Like you got motherfuckers come back a month later, 30 pounds overweight. I'm about to say, motherfuckers 400 pounds. Still got a goddamn pina colada in their hand.
Still wide receivers has a hangover from like
crushing beers between plays.
I'm totally watching. Yeah, either you have to do it like a beer mile, and everyone has to like chug like a
the beer Olympics
every quarter, or we do like this year. You're telling me we wouldn't get real ratings if it was like a 30-minute football game, Jags versus Lions for the right to the number 1 pick or something like that, you know, plus $100,000 per player. I'd watch that.
I'd watch that. Honestly, though, like the real thing to fix it, I think 7-on-7, like flag football, crazy plays, like just athletic, like call it what it is, which is just an athletic display. Like that way, at least you would get some athleticism out there. But from the opening snap this year, when was it, whoever went to the line and then they blew the whistle immediately, I was like, this is bullshit. Like that was my first thought. I was like, what bullshit am I watching?
Yeah, people were barely getting touched and they blew stuff down.
Yeah.
Like I never. Hunter Renfrow was the first person to get tackled, and it happened with less than 2 minutes left to go in the first half. Like that's ludicrous.
Did
it doesn't make sense.
Fall over?
Yeah, he fell over. I think Micah Parsons. It's always a rookie. Micah Parsons hit him, and then he went down, and then all of a sudden, I think it was Louis Riddick who was on commentary. He said, "Oh, things are finally getting chippy here." Chippy, it's a regular tackle. You'll never say this during the regular season.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me. There's no kind of competitiveness that's there. Like before, it was a matter of seeing like who's the best. If you were a first-team All-Pro and there was a second-team All-Pro that was there, the first-team All-Pro would show you why you're not first-team. You know, but now it's just, we're here, we're enjoying our vacation.
Love seeing Sean Taylor come downhill.
Yeah, they punt my ass.
Did you guys ever hear the story about years ago, Bill Belichick was coaching the Pro Bowl in Hawaii back when it used to be the week after the Super Bowl. And Tony Gonzalez took a very contemporary attitude towards the Pro Bowl and got out there and didn't block someone. And it may have either been like a pick six he could have gotten in the way of, or he didn't block well on a screen pass. And he said he went to the sideline and Belichick tore him a new asshole on the sideline and was like, listen, you're out there playing real football. Come on there. I can get somebody from Bronx Tech High who can make a better block than that, Gonzalez. Get out. And Gonzalez was just like, what the fuck? What is going on? Yeah. None of them expect that. But then there's like the hardos that just like never check out. And that's the dark hooded one. I mean, that's the way it should be. Where's the pride? Come on.
Yeah,
you shouldn't get hurt in an all-star game, though.
Yeah, I think once I believe it was Tyler Eifert when he broke his foot, like maybe 7-8 years ago in the Pro Bowl. That must have been when the complete shift happened. Because before you had a number of players who would play. There was a lot of people who just kind of take it easy. But after he broke his foot, I don't think anybody goes out there and actually puts in an effort.
Was Tyler Eifert lacing up his shoe when that happened?
Well, maybe.
It could have been. No, I think it happened on the field. I think it happened on the field. I remember.
It was like somebody, I believe he broke his foot in the midst of the game, and then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, we're not going hard anymore.
But I think honestly, like 7v7 would be the way to go to fix this fucking Pro Bowl.
But then what happens with the linemen? What do they do? Like a bench press competition or something?
They just drink.
Donut eating.
After every score, they drink and do push-ups. That's what they do. And then like, who's that lineman that from the Packers that was at the game and he just Bakhtiari. Like that was some impressive chugging. Like he made that look like it was like Kool-Aid. You know, like just,
the only guy whose last name is actually a swear in Dothraki, Bakhtiari.
Really? What does it mean?
Go fuck
He's
yourself.
on fire.
Oh, it means go fuck yourself. This is Joey. Go fuck yourself. And I'm here live. All right, we need to get some Super Bowl predictions out of the way here. I need some individual Super Bowl predictions. I know this is the chaos hour. I'm going to call on you individually while you're here. So, DeQwan, you go first. Who's going to win this game?
You already know where I'm going. I think 28-17 Rams.
All right, Rams 28-17. Let's go Justin. Who do you think is going to win?
I'll second that. I'll go Rams. I don't have the score, but I think it'll be closer than 11.
Okay.
I'm going to say one score game.
One score game. That's his only caveat. Like everyone asks for a score, but Justin has to be different. One score game.
I love that show on the WB.
Yes. Uche.
I'll have a score by the time this is over.
Okay.
You know what? I got a gut feeling here. Joe Shiesty, year 2, 27-24 off the kicker's foot to win the game.
A lot
No
of
time
confidence
left.
in Evan McPherson.
Hey, that man has a leg, and it'll probably be like 55, 60 yards. Just you watch.
Possibly.
Doesn't he call his
Chiseled.
shots before his kicks? He, like told the
Yeah,
holder,
he
like,
called
oh,
it.
can you believe we're going to the Super Bowl? Like before he fucking trots out there.
Yeah, he's like, hey, book your
God
ticket.
dang, the
you know,
stones on
like-
this guy.
I'd be losing my mind. What did you just say? We didn't even take the step. Why would you jinx us like that? No, where's the other kicker? I wouldn't be able to do it.
I'm definitely gonna fuck up the hold now, like Tony
Yeah,
Romo.
right?
This
Yeah.
shit. Oh goddamn.
Fitzy. Who's winning? this game?
I got to tell you, the line is killing me. The fact that it's a 4, like I'm mad that I didn't get in at 4.5 because I don't see the Rams winning by a full touchdown. I thought I got it at a 3 or 4 point game. I'm rooting Bengals all the way. I love this team. They're so much fun. They got three receivers that would be a number 1 on just about any other team. And Money Mac is the real deal. I love that kid's swag. But I think this is kind of the Rams. The Rams are all in. Like they are just like straight up like this is it. And Stafford will be America's darling. Cooper Kupp is unstoppable. Let me go Rams 26, Bengals 23. So there's my bet right there. I'm going to go Bengals and the over because it's 48.
Go play that at DraftKings.com after this, official betting partner of the NFL. Use code ClickBait at checkout. Chiseled Adonis.
Oh, man.
I am a whore.
Smooth.
I will always whore it up. That's what I do. This is
Well,
how you make it in this industry is
Nothing
whoring
like
it up.
being a corporate whore, baby. Nothing like
Yeah, that's what I was recording before I came on here. But you can't bet against Evan McPherson and those Bengals, man. You know they got a whole lot of swagger, and I think McPherson's going to probably bang in like maybe about a 55-yarder, but he's only going to cut the deficit down to 17. Give me the Rams 34, Bengals 17. I think if both teams play their best game, the Rams should roll. I think the Rams win this in a blowout.
Yeah, I'm not going to give my prediction until the end
Super
of the
Bowl
show,
blowout?
but- yeah, but
wait, after
we saw
the
one
tightest
last year.
playoffs in history? No, we can't go. No, we can't. It can't be like
I feel
that.
like that's how the script writers are going to get us. They're going to get you all
gotta
bought
have
in,
an
and
OT,
all of a
right?
sudden, wham! It doesn't end the way you want it to.
Oh, it's a
I don't want the
Shyamalan
final
Lemmy
episode of
twist.
The
Nobody
Sopranos.
Yeah, it's like Super Bowl 48, where you had 2 amazing championship games, and then you get to the Super Bowl and whoop, snap goes over the head. Peyton Manning forgets he's on the field, and the game's over.
Wait, he was dead the whole time?
Weekend of burnings, baby.
All right. It's going to be pain.
All right. If Denver can drag a corpse in Peyton Manning to a Super Bowl when he's withering into ash, anybody can. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day. Now, Fitzy, you mentioned you miss Radio Row. Like, what's a real Radio Row like? Is it just dull? Is it like terrible? Is it fun? Is it just like a joke? Like, what is it really like? Because we're doing the simulation here, which is a fuck ton of fun. I could imagine what it's like in real life.
Yeah, this is really fun. This is what you wish Radio Row would be like, which would just be, unfiltered, unbridled, uncensored guys that love sports and especially worship at the altar of football, just having fun, mixing it up in celebration of football Mardi Gras in the final game of the season. And instead it's like, hey, I'm host guy, and I'm possibly concussed former player, and we're going to have on another guy. Here's their lawn care product we have to talk about. Who's going to win the game? The team that scores the most points. Where am I? Thanks. Here's a commercial. It's ridiculous. It's just nothing more than a bunch of guys in fucking Under Armour quarter zip pullovers, ball sweat and khakis the entire time, vitamin waters, and then just like 25-year-old producers who are just like, oh, I hope I don't get anything wrong. Oh, wow, there's Charles Daly. Oh, God.
Why does nobody go rogue?
The NFL will take you out and ban you. That's why they don't.
Oh, damn.
Everything follows the exact same
Barstool is never allowed to do anything with the NFL anymore.
Exactly. Barstool was the ones that released the Goodell clown shirt. They're never going to get anything there.
No. Banned.
It's just
I'm surprised the cease and desist hasn't hit us yet.
It's just like a constant repetitive, it's like it's sports radio amplified on location. And Adonis, everyone's on one of your microphones, so you don't get even like the decent you get like okay gamer quality, broadcast, and then it's just like golf, expense account dinners, and then like, oh man, I'm hungover today. Let's talk about the game. But first, here's Tony Romo or Chris Collinsworth. Hey, how about this game, you guys? I mean, just it is such a grab ass parade. You'd be glad.
Right. And let me tell you about Titan Security, like, some ointment or some type of product, like jock itch cream is in between all of that.
Cincinnati is going to have a hard time blocking Aaron Donald. However, the Sloman Shield can block your home better.
Like when you, as someone, a longtime sports fan who hears it on the radio, it's like that sounds how I imagine it being, just a total shit show. Guys going from booth to booth saying the exact same thing each time. It's like, oh, I'm here to talk about mental health awareness in this town, and then they just keep going down the line. And there's some guys that are there for magnanimous reasons, and they're doing good. They're talking about charities, and then there's the other guy that's selling the grill set that everybody wants. But
12 plan.
And I'm sure, there's anytime there's money, there's thirst around, and guys probably go out and get drunk and say dumb shit to young waitresses, and they're just like, hey, you fucking pig, like fuck off, but I'll take your $80
you get a number
tip.
and you have a night. So
yeah, and then you end up on YouTube urinating tree spotted at Pittsburgh Pirates ball game, and then Chiseled Adonis is watching every second of it.
Yes,
or you end up in Tijuana
like I'm an athlete hitting on a woman. I'm going to a Pirates game at Citi Field in New York. Okay,
that's where you were. You were at Citi Field in New York.
My sister is in Scranton. She wanted to be in New York for her birthday. That's why we were there.
He's like, I wasn't supposed to be there.
We were. It's just the problem was like it was the girl's idea to be like, hey, let's put on some Pirates gear, and it's like, do I really want to put on Pirates gear? And then
what's
it's like,
so weird is like,
gotcha.
They never film fans in the upper deck either. It's like always people down. And
you have to remember, it's Pittsburgh and it's Pirates. There's only like 8 fans that are wearing Pirates gear willingly at that place.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Hey Dan, scan the field for some Pirates fans. Do it quick. We're about to go to commercial.
We got some.
Hey,
we
got. Yeah, put it on him. Put it on him.
It's like.
He's moving. He's moving.
We've got some breaking news from Adam Schefter. Titans announced contract extensions for GM John Robinson and head coach Mike Vrabel. So Vrabel could be cutting off his penis someday. It could happen. Not anytime soon.
He did say that years ago.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
I can't even remember the context of the conversation.
Yeah, try to cut off his penis to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Oh, but there it is. You just keep looking at
his He cited the fact that he had been married for so long that was the reason.
Like I haven't kicked in years anyways.
Yeah.
Right. The extension meeting was as simple as this. They sat down with Titans ownership and they were like, all right, guys, we're thinking of extending you. What are you going to do about Ryan Tannehill? Kill him. Okay, great. Excellent.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I don't see Tannehill as being the solution.
We extend
there,
you
what
as
do
long
you
as
do
he's
now?
out the door.
What do you do now, though?
Cap or dead?
How much is left on Tannehill's deal? Like, hold on, Ryan Tannehill cap friendly.
2 years, maybe 1 year.
They give 2 shits. He's done.
Well, he's got like 1 year, and then it's like a $10 million cap.
Yeah.
But like,
doesn't he have doesn't he have land holdings or like doesn't he own places in Nashville? Isn't that where he's building up his base?
I guess it says that he has a $38 million cap hit in 2022. Holy shit! For a guy to throw 3 picks in the divisional round, the guy
3 terrible picks.
Terrible
picks.
That's why I will never give shit to Jared Goff. Those men secured a bag. Jared Goff's getting over $100 million guaranteed. His girlfriend is a smoke show. Ryan Tannehill getting a lot of money guaranteed. He probably has a really nice mansion in Nashville. His
The
girl
wife
is
is a
probably a
smoke show.
smoke show.
These guys
It
have
doesn't
one
matter
life.
who wins the Super
Yep.
Bowl. Whenever we
They
all saw that
win in
video,
life. They win in
Yeah.
life.
like, oh, Jared won a game. Did you see that video where she like got handed
Oh,
the
yeah.
phone during an
Yes,
SRS
yes.
Smoke show, dude.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, that's what I get. That's when we lose, I go home to that, you know.
Right? Everybody was in the comments section like, it should have been me, not him.
That's what I wish like, if we were doing like internet shit. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, my audience is 98% male. Yeah, the women are really getting wet from me yelling at a microphone about football, right? It's so bad.
Yeah,
we did not.
Checking those stats and analytics about having an all male fandom is not. It's really humbling.
Oh yeah,
it is.
Unfortunately, it's sports, and I don't think I appeal to the 31 to 50-year-old female demographic. So, SOL.
Yeah, but you were on TV at a Pirates game.
Once.
So look
And
at
they
you.
didn't
Look
know.
at you earning your 15 minutes
Dude,
of
even worse, if
fame.
you knew who I was, it's like, look at this fucking asshole. He's talking about
Top of the seventh inning. Looks like the Mets are really letting tonight's game go. Speaking of letting yourself go, check out that Pirates.
Check out that thing up there in the upper
Check out
deck.
this asshole right here.
Apparently, it's bring your homeless out of work friend night here at the stadium. Here he is. That poor gentleman is really wow.
It's our new
He must be down on his luck. You know, it's been a bubble year. You know,
He's
coming
wearing
off that bubble year, it's gonna be rough.
And unfortunately, we are hunting whales later. We are hunting that man.
Oh, he's got 5 to 100,000 subscribers, but at what cost?
We call him Moby Dick.
What cost? Cruel. You guys are mean.
Very mean.
I love that you're my friend.
I don't give a shit. I throw it out. I take
You guys are my friend. All right, let's talk about some more coaching hires. So the NFL has been rounded out with Dennis Allen as the last coach to be hired. He was hired from within for the Saints job. And it was funny because they said that they really wanted him because of his head coaching experience. I cannot count his time with the Raiders as head
When he was 8 and 28.
Yeah, like I don't count that as experience. That's like saying Joe Judge has experience.
Oh Lord.
How are you guys ranking? Like which hire do you think was the like the best hire of the offseason, and which one do you think was just the worst?
All of them.
All of them.
Honestly, I'd say the Doug
Dable.
Peterson hire was probably the best hire for the situation that the team was in. Yeah, I would say that one probably was
But
the best.
isn't it weird, though?
But it's not very impressive hires though, like across the board.
Yeah, isn't it weird though that like Doug Peterson gets no credit for the 5 years he was in Philadelphia? All the credit basically goes to Frank Reich.
Right.
Even though Peterson was like it's just odd that he like he gets no credit. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was the one that busted out the Philly, the balls out play. Like he took down the mighty Patriots.
He
I mean,
took
you look
down
at these
the Patriots
hires.
more convincingly than anybody since the Giants did it.
Matt Patricia defense. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I watched the Super Bowl 46, the final drive. That game is so funny to watch as a fan.
Not really.
5 years later or 10 years later, because like
He's like,
in the first throw when Manning connects to Manningham, Aaron Hernandez is standing there watching the whole thing. And so that's like alarm one, right? Like you're just like, oh shit, that's Aaron Hernandez. Then they pan down the sideline. Matt Patricia's there with a pencil behind his ear, just like saying shit. And then later, like you see Josh McDaniels on the sidelines too. Like you see all these names, 10 years later that are actual, coaches and things like that. And it's
who would have known that
hard
one of them would have been
to
a
think-
serial killer?
Yeah. One of them was a serial killer, and it's not Matt Patricia, which I'm so shocked about.
That money would have been on him. I told you one of these guys.
No, Matt Patricia's a serial killer, but it's just like Lucky Charms and Cookie Crisp.
Oh God!
Pretty much. They kill in their own ways.
At least he gave us the black ATV of death in Detroit. That's his only
I mean, come on, Tree. Could you just at least, sit up, at least respect the process? Have a little respect. You come in here. Like
I'm sorry. I don't care about the posture. Whatever. I don't give a shit.
No, that press con.
Like a middle
This is a
school
Matt
gym
Patricia
teacher.
press
I don't give a shit.
The Matt Patricia routine, like when he did that in Detroit, like even everyone back home in New England was just like, oh my God, this guy, what an absolute hardo. Like, what are you doing? Like, don't do a Belichick impersonation wherever you go. Go be your own self. Maybe McDaniels learned from that.
He tried to blame the players. He tried to blame the players for why they weren't ready to play.
The thing I remember him saying in his final year is saying, like, you shouldn't doubt my defense. I was responsible for one of the greatest defensive plays in Super Bowl history. When that was Malcolm Butler making the play.
I'd be like, oh, I thought you said you were responsible for one of the greatest defensive teams in NFL history. Nobody knows about just one play.
It's just one play out of a ton of plays. And he's like, yeah, I did that. I did that.
After they scoured 70 yards down the field before that, right?
I'm surprised nobody rushed the podium with like a steel chair to attack him during his tenure in Detroit. I turned it into like a WWE angle or something.
It's going on my headstone. I already have it made.
The point that you brought up, your Tree, with him riding an ATV. If I'm a player, like, how am I going to respect some guy rolling up to practice on a rascal scooter? Like, come on, dude, walk your fucking ass from station to station.
Well, he did.
You're telling me
I would expect to see him walk in.
Right, you're telling me to be more physical, and you're riding an ATV around practice. Like, fuck
Look
you.
at you. Look at how
Fuck
physically you got off that ATV. It's your fucking ball sweat hanging out the side of your fucking shorts.
Lions Instagram account.
No way, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people like celebrated apparently.
Yeah. There was a much celebration
he was a
in
bad
Detroit.
coach. He was so
where is
bad.
he now? Where is he?
He's with the
coaching at now?
Patriots. He's back with Belichick.
Oh, he's back with the Patriots.
So Joe Judge is back
like
too.
walking back in the building, like,
Come back, hat in hand, pockets turned out, kiss the ring. You always got a home here.
Kiss the ring.
He got a hanging chip in his hand, blowing his nose.
Saying, like, I'm sorry, Bill. I thought I could do it.
Adams, Belichick's eye in the sky is the one who called for the Butler play because he had them run it in practice and then identified the defense. And he was also the one who came down at halftime and dressed down Belichick and everybody at Super Bowl 52 and was like, what the fuck are we doing? I guess the line that was in the Wickersham book was, what the fuck are we doing in light personnel? The Eagles are shredding us. Man up at the line. And the Patriots actually started to try to play some defense the rest of the way. And it was because Patricia, and then sadly, I believe the word was that idea bled into Belichick's thinking that there was no way Nick Folk could do anything. Excuse me, Nick Folk. That guy's got a 10-foot dick.
Yeah.
Nick Foles could do anything.
Dick Nick.
Big kick Nick. That's right. No way that Foles could do anything. And, hubris got the best of them. Well, and also some questionable calls, but that's fine. I'm over it totally.
Yeah, we see that.
Yeah. I mean, you watch your team win 6 Super Bowls, okay? Like you're
I know.
You're fucking
I hate
fine.
me too.
It's an embarrassment of riches. All right, let's run through these head coaches here. Matt Eberflus, can't even pronounce his name. Nathaniel Hackett, Brian Dable, Josh McDaniels kind of stands out to me as like, why are they giving him a job?
Another chance.
Kevin O'Connell, Doug Peterson, Mike McDaniel, Lovie Smith, and Dennis Allen. Like it just
Mike
seems
McDaniels
like this...
and Lovie Smith, completely random.
Yeah.
I didn't see Lovie Smith coming at all. I did not see that one coming at all.
Did you see what happened to him in Illinois? I mean, shit.
Hey, he's got an epic beard. I guess that's enough to get a job. He's got a great beard.
Maybe it's a package deal. Maybe he comes with prime Devin Hester.
Well, if only that was the case.
No, they thought he was part white.
Multicultural.
They wanted to hire Josh McCown so bad. They
did, and the
entire city of Houston would have burned to the ground.
Oh, they would have burned the Reliance Stadium would have went up in flames.
Exactly. That's why they couldn't hire him.
Like, dude, the guy doesn't even have a coaching experience. You're telling me that I can go get Henry Joe Schmo whatever off the street, and he can be the head coach of the Texans?
Well, he was a high school consultant. Let's not act like he was just out here panhandling.
Good point.
There's some change, governor.
Ladies and gentlemen, from State Farm Insurance, our comptroller, now head coach of the Texans, David Culley. David?
I've never seen a team roll to public pressure as much as the Texans. Like,
Yeah.
who cares? Like, they're a team that has never cared about public pressure until now, right? Like, they've got a quarterback that's marred in a scandal, and they go out and fire David Culley for basically no reason, and then they want to hire a McCown. It's like, all right, you make terrible moves, just go all the way.
Well, here's I know the exact reason why that they're caving to public pressure. You know why? Their attendance is plummeting. If you look at some of the attendance figures in the seats that are empty during Texans home games, that's why they're caving to public pressure. They have no choice.
There should be empty.
Yeah. It's sad.
It was empty. It was empty.
Stadium.
Yeah, it was like, even though they opened the doors back up, they still had certain sections that was just like when they were playing in the pandemic with like cardboard cutouts in the seats. It was bad. Like, it's not even a real person.
Now, were the cardboard
cutouts?
Did they have a section for Deshaun Watson's accusers? Was there a whole section there? Like, I think it was like the upper deck.
I would fill out one whole.
Make matters worse, Deshaun was sitting with one of them. I could have sworn I seen him.
Sad part is they probably got better seats than Jordan Love and his mom in Kansas City.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Well, I thought they were on something that was suspending them in the air, because he said, "Oh, look at Jordan Love's family," and the camera kept panning further and further. They couldn't get them on the 50-yard line. They were on the furthest. They were literally on the back. They had back support.
They was on the back of the stadium.
They were borderline restricted seating. It was like
they had to screw a new lens on the camera.
Here, when you go up there, take these light bulbs with you, and please change out some of these.
I could have sworn they probably gave his mom like binoculars or something. Like, yeah, your son's somewhere down there.
No, they're gonna give you like one of those old school theater binoculars where you have like one eye and just like.
They said,
I think I could
enhance image by 100, enhanced by 5 million.
Ludicrous.
Jesus Christ! Enhanced by
Did you get our
2,000.
tickets for the game? Oh, they're in an envelope. It says, "Enjoy the game, Mrs. Love, from your friend Aaron." Oh, that was so nice of him to give us 2 tickets to Jordan's first game. That was so sweet.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. All right, let's. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, it's time to start playing that game. Where does he go?
You can see my feet.
I don't think anybody really wants that cat. To be honest. Not like you think. I don't think anybody really wants him like you think.
I'm a Giants fan. I'd take him 27
You'll
days.
take him because y'all motherfuckers don't even know what a quarterback is at this point.
That's true. That's true. I'm just saying.
A team like, I mean, look, outside of Denver, where is he really fit?
Who doesn't?
Who's going to put up with that
I
shit?
think everybody.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
Honestly, just watch Chicago.
I feel you, but you got to rebuild chemistry. You got to rebuild all kinds of timing. Like, is he going to try and do a Tom Brady and just install his offense over yours? Like,
that's fine.
What are all these things?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take it. Come to Pittsburgh, make it happen.
But but how about San Francisco? Why San Francisco?
That's
a Super Bowl ready team.
Yeah.
Super Bowl ready team right there.
Do you think they punt Trey Lance?
But then they like fuck with your pride a little bit. They're the motherfuckers that keep putting you out.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Trey Lance, it's like you invested all this draft capital in a first round pick, and then you're just like, fuck you, Aaron Rodgers, the guy that we snubbed 20 years ago.
So why would you?
You have a chance for a guy like that, you take it.
Yeah.
Tennessee, Tennessee's out on him, though. That seems like the dumbest move ever. Like, why would you be out on Aaron Rodgers when you have Ryan Tannehill just
stuck? You're stuck.
Yeah. Well, yeah, $38 million cap hit. But, the Giants, they trade Daniel Jones for him or something, but I don't know. He's going to not be a Packer.
I could see him in New York. Yeah. But he's not going to win a Super Bowl. That's guaranteed if he goes.
No. But he just makes a team so much. But he's carried those fucking Packers. Okay, that Packers team has no business being 13, having 13 wins.
But at the same time, they gave up 0 points. Their defense gave up 0 points, and yet somehow they found a way to lose that game.
They did, but the special team gave up.
Yeah, special team screwed them.
Gave up 10.
Yeah, when
So,
when it takes the
like,
special team scoring one time and that changes the game completely, you haven't done your job on offense.
Yeah, and then to make matters worse, he started playing hero ball on that last drive.
He threw the ball to one player the entire game.
Two players. It was Aaron
Two
Jones
guys.
with 9 receptions, Devontae with 9 receptions, and then I think Lazard only had 1. And
Lazard
that
was
was
so
it.
open.
And he was so open.
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
so
because he
open.
when he launched it in double coverage down the field to Devontae Adams,
Bruh,
if he
I
just waited
believe that-
a half second longer, Lazard was wide open over the middle of the field.
I believe he only threw 2 passes to anyone who wasn't
players.
Devontae Adams the entire game. He only threw the ball to Devontae Adams, and then he threw it 2 times to 2 other guys. Mercedes Lewis,
Yeah,
and
the other
somebody
wide.
else.
Yeah,
Other than that,
it was Lazard.
he did not throw the ball to
it was
anybody
a pretty
else.
inept game.
Yeah, it was just
offensively for
Aaron
them.
Jones and 1 pass down the field, a ton of checkdowns, and then Devontae Adams. Like I didn't understand the game plan at all because Rodgers doesn't
It was
usually
like they
play
didn't
like
have
that.
a game
It's so
plan. It felt
confusing.
like I was like, "What are they doing?" I was
And
like,
then
the
to give
longer this
up,
shit goes on, San Francisco is about to win this game.
Yep.
And they did. They did.
Yep.
And the
3rd
weather.
and 7. They played great defense all day. 3rd and 7. Debo picks up a first down on the ground. I was like, all right, you guys deserve to lose.
That name to me is like he's my favorite player outside of the Patriots organization. I love that guy so much, and his name to me is Payne because that's the wide receiver the Patriots were supposed to draft. I mean, he went in, interviewed with Belichick, then went on his Instagram stories and said, "Just finished my interview with the Patriots. I'll see you in a month, Billy." I mean, he was so ready to go be the next star for the Patriots, and they passed him over and took the human cylinder block with N'Keal Harry, and that just like absolutely destroyed them. And now he's become a star. Exactly.
Yeah. That dude's so disappointing.
$5 in my N'Keal Harry jar for saying his name out loud. Guys, the worst.
Candyman, when you say N'Keal Harry 3 times in front of a mirror, he's going to drop 5 passes in a row.
I was just going to say that a drop pass and a holding penalty appears out of nowhere.
Or is that Jalen Rager? Jalen Rager might be that.
I know Dante Moncrief is there for sure.
Dante Moncrief.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, man.
19 Dante Moncrief. That was a special cat.
Oh, yeah. I nearly booked a flight. I'm like, maybe I should fight this guy. I don't know. I should not feel the way that I feel. Like, I've never had a player because I'm a fan. I stay in my fans' place. But Dante Moncrief, man, the anger, the indignation that was invigorating inside of my soul watching this man play football.
That was me with Mike Mitchell. That was me with Mike Mitchell.
Oh, man. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
For me, it was Eric Flowers. Like, as a Giants fan, just watching this guy turnstile and then hold. Like, it was just
he has
one of the
more
two.
low lights
Like,
in his career than highlights. It's crazy.
For me,
He's still in the league, isn't he? In
Taylor Lewan.
He's
Every
in
time I watch
Washington.
Taylor Lewan play,
Yeah.
I get fucking pissed off.
Taylor
I'm
Lewan.
like, this guy is terrible. He's getting worked. Buda Baker just destroyed him. Like, I cannot watch Taylor Lewan play football. I get so mad. I'd be like, how is this guy? Why did they hype him up? Why? He's terrible. He's garbage. He's
Chandler
like
Jones
really
got
garbage.
5.5 sacks. Chandler Jones got hung 5 sacks on him in the openers this year. Yeah.
And Buda Baker literally flat-backed him. You let a DB flat-back you on the O-line. You get made fun of in the meeting room for that.
You had a fake an injury or something.
Yeah,
that's
you gotta
Taylor
get up
Lewan.
there and hold your
That's
own.
on
Somehow
brand.
he's scheming his way to Pro Bowls, something like that.
That's on brand for Taylor Lewan. Is to
Sometimes
as soon
it's
as he
game,
gets
man. I
beat,
mean,
is grab his ankle.
Look at Marquise Pouncey. Like, he didn't deserve to make the Pro Bowl his last couple years. He was going on name recognition alone.
Yeah.
But it's like sometimes it's the name. That's what does it.
At that position, that's half the battle.
Yeah, he might sneak his way into the Hall
name
of Fame,
recognition
probably.
or play for the Cowboys.
I'll be damned. I'll protest.
Protest. I'll give it up.
When you could vote for somebody to go to the hall, you vote again. They would have put in our ballot. We don't want this guy.
You only got one name checked on your ballot, and it's a no-go for that person.
Be the
What's going
Baseball
on?
Hall of Fame. Just vote for nobody or like try and gatekeep as hard as you can. That's what they should do with the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's like, nope, morality clause for Ben. We can't bring him in. Nope, Tom Brady. He was good for too long. We can't put him in. That's pretty much what it's going to be.
Yeah. Everybody welcome Brandon Perna, who has a monkey tail beard on his face. If you see that, it's a J
shit, I see it.
on his
Oh, damn.
face.
Okay.
Let me zoom
He
this.
raised $20,000 for
Nice.
Alzheimer's.
Wow.
the Alzheimer's Association, and that was the punishment, was him
Beautiful.
shaving that beard.
Punish-
Nobody
Yes.
forget, we're still raising money for St. Jude's. We're at 4,700. If we could get to 5,000, I would be very happy. So please don't forget to.
Oh, you said you're gonna do the beard?
No, I'm not gonna. Look at how ridiculous this motherfucker looks. Like, I mean, come on.
You heard it here first.
Looks like a villain, and like a Batman.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah.
I look like
Brandon,
a-
you were.
I look like
Go
a
ahead.
villain who has a meth problem. It's like, I can never
You're
get
like
my
the-
shit together.
You're the new Riddler.
That's the first thing that came to mind.
Listen, I'm-
It's the Riddler out here.
I'm gonna pull off this
Trying to reach
securities
you,
heist.
Batman.
But not before I break this meth addiction. Brandon, how's it going out there? Are you just counting the days until Aaron Rodgers is a Bronco? Is that what? Because we were talking about him earlier. He seems that's.
You know
Go
what's
ahead.
sad? Like, what's really sad is I had dreams last night that he was going to be a Broncos quarterback, and I'm not even making that shit up. Like, I was legitimately woke up, was like, oh no, that was just a dream that he was a Bronco, and then I had to get back to living in like the media world as a Broncos fan. That's how sad I am.
Dude, I told you, you're not getting Aaron Rodgers. You're getting Kirk Cousins, and you're
I
gonna
know.
like it.
He's gonna Scooby Doo.
Oh,
He's just gonna pull off his Aaron Rodgers mask, and it's gonna be Kirk Cousins. I know.
Hey,
You
wanted
meddling
Kirk
kids.
Cousins In 2018, George Payton was the assistant GM in Minnesota. There's a connection there. He's coming cheap. You can afford him with the cap, and you need a quarterback that can put up some stats. So you know what? It's probably Kirk Cousins.
Could be.
Kevin O'Connell and Kirk Cousins have a thing too, though, don't they?
Yeah, that could be another stretch.
Dating back to
connection.
Washington, right?
Right. That's exactly. Yeah, that's right, Perna. That they worked together back in Washington in the grand McVayification of the NFL now.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
if you have lunch with McVay, like you're
O'Connell,
in.
quarterback coach though? I thought he was a position coach. So no, your quarterback coach I thought was Matt LaFleur.
Right. He was some other offensive assistant, whatever Joe Judge just got hired to do.
The Patriots are so good at that. They're like, yes, go out and be a head coach somewhere else, and then we will bring you back after you've been broken as a man. And
Right.
we'll get the best out of you.
I wouldn't be surprised if Belichick sends out his assistants to destabilize other organizations. Like, there's no way that Matt Patricia is that bad. Like, we were talking about him earlier.
Listen up, Manchurian candidates.
Yes.
A job well done. Welcome
Yes,
back,
and you
my
just bring-
child.
Like the Raiders,
yeah.
they're about to go through 3 years of hell with Josh McDaniels, and he's
Right.
going to come back to New England, a changed man, and he's going to wait for Belichick to leave, and he's not going to leave, and they're going to send somebody else out to destabilize another organization. Like, this is his master plan. Like, even the thing with Brian Flores, like sending that text. It's like, man, you don't want to think that Belichick is that smart, but him signing BB, it's like, man, I think he really just fucked the Giants.
Right, like who texts like that?
Yeah.
Who signs their text?
Yeah.
He said, "Oh man,
I don't have your contact."
Only like your aunts and uncles that you hear from on your birthday.
Right.
And you can see they had messaged each other before.
Yeah.
So why would you? Hey, just in case you forgot, I'm Bill Belichick. Like why? It's so weird.
You telling me you just got two Bryans in your phone with no like last initial at all?
It probably one of those names. It doesn't even put names. It's probably just numbers.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like that meme where the person's staring at two buttons. So he's got Brian and Brian.
This
He
is the
doesn't know
crapshoot every
which
time.
one.
Every time. Who knows?
Like,
We'll all
who
be
from,
surprised.
who from his tree is actually, like, I think probably the winningest coach under his tree is like Bill O'Brien, right?
Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, most likely Bill O'Brien.
LaFleur is a little bit, but yeah, Bill O'Brien. And I mean, that's not good because like he was pretty bad, especially as a GM de facto.
Yeah.
You know, the funny thing is Belichick recommended Joe Judge, like gave him a sterling recommendation, and it's like your theory holds water, DeQwan. It holds a lot of water.
Dude, he
Like,
helped.
you want
It was a charity. He helped Joe Judge secure a big bag.
Yeah, he did. He got his boy some money,
Brian
and now
Flores
he's an
goes
offensive
back
assistant.
to the Patriots, then we know what really fucking happened.
Right.
Oh yeah.
It
Oh
was
yeah,
a
for
game.
sure.
It's like, we need you to destabilize the entire league right now.
We need you to just kind of, fuck
Right.
everything up.
Right.
Well, I mean, the Flores
somehow
thing,
with
like,
all these with these text messages, nobody's even really talking about Belichick. They're like, oh,
No, that he was congratulating Daboll, thinking it was Brian Flores. Like, he's immune to this type of criticism because he's just such a mastermind of evil.
Well, if you remember correctly, the NFL came out and said they fudged a lot of evidence about Deflategate, so it actually that sided with the Patriots. So the NFL kind of hosed them. So maybe that's why they're not going after Belichick.
I don't know. Why would the NFL make up Deflategate? It just
they need to cover for others.
Why would they do that?
We saw that happen in real time.
Okay.
That's why they had.
I forgot who's in the room.
We're like,
I forgot to read the room.
Entity into a 24/7
linebacker from
365
Titans
media
is squeezing the
juggernaut.
ball like flat with his hands.
Was that the same year as Ray Rice? Were they trying to bury a story? Like,
I think it was the same year as
we
Ray
had
Rice,
to make y'all forget about
the fucking right hook heard round the fucking world.
Right?
Yeah. Let's make you forget about that.
Number 2, bam! Oh no!
Oh wait, it actually came out. Never mind, indefinite suspension. Right? That was the greatest round I've ever.
They probably worked it out with Tom. Like, Tom Brady, how many games do you want off this year? I know you're tired of playing full seasons. Like, you're coming off an injury. Like,
they probably conspired with Giselle
This
and
is like
kept Brady out of the
integrity of the game.
negotiation.
Yeah. It's like you can just be at home banging Giselle, like, and just.
And the worst part is, like, if the Patriots wanted to get back after like the fines that the league levied on them and get the draft picks back from the fake news of Deflategate, like the first of that in 2016 and the fourth in 2017, they can't, because Article 46, Commissioner Douche Whistle's like emperor clause basically says like, no trades is back, whatever I say goes. It's just unbelievable that he has allowed the absolute power. Like, why? How did the Emperor Palpatine call absolute power?
Unlimited power.
Is Article 46 anything like Rule 43? That's what I want to know.
For that, unlimited.
No,
Unlimited.
what you're missing is that Jerry Jones, Stan Kroenke, and a bunch of other guys have their hands right up Roger Goodell's ass and having him like do every single thing that they do. Like, that's the only thing Roger Goodell is responsible for, is taking care of the owners. And if we're talking about that, he's a generational talent. In terms of football, he's fucking terrible. But in terms of Roselle, I don't think he's losing it anytime soon.
No. Fucking Star Wars.
Power. You guys are having way too much fun with this shit. Like, you guys are just. This is chaos. This is what we're. Brandon Perna. I'm gonna
on that note, I got
absolute.
Oh, you're gonna peace out.
I hate to have to do it. I hate to have to casino hands because this is way too much fun. But I have to go shoot some mediocre hashtag content. So,
all right,
guys, it was great seeing you.
Great to see you too.
See you, man. Thank you. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you for the chat, guys. Let's do it again soon and have a great Super Bowl, everybody.
All right. See you.
All right.
Yeah, my Uber Eats is here. I'm pretty much done.
Unlimited. Oh, did we just get a $200? I think we just we're up to $5,000 here from our key donor Anonymous, dropping $50 or $200. We are there to $5,000 raised for St. Jude. I hope you guys are having fun, and we're doing it for a good cause. We're gonna have our Denver affiliates here. Here comes Will Keys. Brandon,
what's up, fellas? Good to be here.
Personal whore, our little fuck toy right here.
Oh, it ain't mine.
We finger cuff him daily.
That was graphic.
I don't care about being graphic when it comes to Will Keys. By the way, neither of our channels, Brandon or I's, really exist without Will. He's been a great contributor to both of our channels. He writes genius prose, and he allows us to take breaks and do other things besides write all the time. So thank you, Will, for joining us. Sad Sacramento Kings fan.
I would not be able to pay rent without either of you guys. So thank you.
Yeah, so the trade works out. You know, it's kind of like a marriage. You know, sex for security, and you know, it's payment. You know, you write the videos, and we pay you. Brandon, I'm gonna need a Super Bowl prediction from you. I want to know who you think's going to win this game and why.
Oh God, man, it's hard because I really want both teams to win. There's so much to root for, but I'll say the Rams just because I'm a Von Miller home teamer.
Okay. That's a good reason. Yeah. That's a legit reason.
Von Miller's one, he's so good. He's been so good through his entire career. But after like Peyton Manning left, he became like the voice of the Broncos. He was the guy who hyped up every single quarterback the Broncos had. No matter how hard the media tried to shit on him, he was like, dude, Trevor Simeon's like Spider-Man. He's like, Case Keenum's my guy. Joe Flacco's my guy. He was just always like so positive. And then he gets traded to the Rams. He didn't really want to be traded. Talks about how he loves the Broncos. And now he's on his way to a Super Bowl. So I want to see him get another ring. And I think... I mean, it's hard, though, because Joe Burrow, it's like the more you hit him, the stronger he gets. So
he's going to have unlimited power.
We can't kill it.
Yeah. The Rams defensive front, I think, could be the game changer, but against Burrow, I don't know. I'll say the Rams.
Yeah, and you can't blitz Burrow
Final
either.
Score? Yeah.
Maybe like a 30-27 type game.
30-27.
We're gonna have a good Super Bowl. I feel like.
Very popular. The 30-27 score.
Okay, fine. 30-26.
Okay, a scoreagami, perhaps.
Yeah,
in the
give me
Super
something
Bowl. I would nut so hard if there was a scoreagami in the Super Bowl. I would just unleash all over the place.
We've got a scoreagami. Check on 5-point wins.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even matter who won. Yeah,
was it a scary movie when the kid like blew over the ceiling and shit?
Right?
Yeah. That
wasn't a response I was expecting.
No, that was the parody. No, that was a scary movie.
You go to his channel, you just see dripping falling from the top of the screen and his legs suspending from the top. Like, what am I tuned into?
Hectic.
That was Don't Drink for
Randy Marsh. Doing anything good with it.
Will, who do you think is going to win the game?
I've got, like Brandon, I've got a 3-point game. Rams out on top. I think it's going to be 27-24. Rams win it on a Matt Gay field goal from 35 yards that barely clears the uprights.
It has to be fucking, that 47-yarder was crazy, man.
Yeah. I've never seen that.
Never in my life.
Yeah, it was so confusing because everybody looked at the television. All right, it was good. Wait, what? Because even the spotter turned around like, yeah. The Gay was like, what happened? Why did they say no? Like, it was so weird. How do you short that? In 2022, every kicker it's got a cannon for a foot. That doesn't make sense.
No one's been short on a 47-yarder since like Lou Groza toe kicked it back in the 50s.
Yeah, or barefoot. What is it?
With the square shoe.
League would play random like kickers from like the 80s. That's pretty much it.
It must have been some weird situation where he just didn't catch it right, like just or a bad hold or something.
Yeah, when I saw him mix, I thought the fix was in. When he missed the kick and shorted, I was like, oh man, maybe this thing is rigged because I've never seen. You can't even do that in Madden.
Yeah,
Barry
was talking about something about Brady's luck.
Yeah.
That whole game, they were talking about how Matt Gay like tweaked his leg a little bit in warmups. They're like, well, he made a weird move with his thigh kicking in warmups, so you never know what could happen. And then it was short on 47 yards.
And then everybody started to fumble, and it's like, all right, this getting kind of insane here.
Yeah.
Because when the Falcons choked, that was clear. All right, this team forgot how to play football. But the Rams, it didn't make any sense. Like this, he fumbled. Whoopi was out there telling people to fumble. It's ridiculous.
Oprah Winfrey pretty much said, "You get a fumble, you get a fumble, you get a fumble, you get a fumble."
That was like one of the most just bizarre games
was like, I'm just
I've ever seen. Like,
I just used the Aisha Curry copy pasta.
They're catching on. Brady's got to lose. Turn it.
The script writers just they came up with another gem. Like, they're just like, all right,
We got another twist. We got another twist coming up.
And then finally, Cooper Kupp was all right. Enough of this shit. Let's go home. I'll just get open back-to-back times. I'll take one man's ankles. We're in field goal range.
The season's writer is M. Night Shyamalan. It's just getting predictable,
right? So I'm the only one predicting a blowout in this Super Bowl. I'm the only one.
I'm the only one who's picked the fucking Bengals. Now, Uche Nwaneri will come. The prophecy shall come true. Watch. Joe Shiesty. That's what they're gonna make his jersey next year. Shiesty on the back.
He's that guy, man. Like, I've said it from the beginning. Like, this dude Burrow, like, he won a natty at LSU. Like, he took down Alabama. They crushed Clemson. Was it Clemson in the natty?
Yeah,
they fucking shit on them. He threw 60 touchdowns. Like, this guy's a legend. He won a Heisman. And he's good in the NFL. Usually Heisman Trophy winners are trash. He goes out, wins a Heisman. He's just excelled at everything. And if he could play in the NBA too, like, he could drop 30 a night, not 30 a night, but he could be an average, like 15 points a night. 15 points a night.
I think the Sacramento Kings just got to trade for him. Actually,
He could win snowboard half pipe in the Olympics if he wanted.
Yes. And
it's gonna be
he could. If he just put his mind to it.
Like ripped open by like a a pole.
He can probably land a kickflip in skateboarding. Like, Joe Burrow is just the coolest dude ever. Like, he's probably one of those kids that was great at everything. Yep. When he was a kid.
My only hope for him is that it doesn't end up kind of like what happened with Marino, where you go to one and then you're like, surely they'll be back, and never make their way back. Like, looking back in retrospect to a ton of players that only went to one Super Bowl, it's brutal when you really look at everything. It's like, man, you never got back. It really sucks. It's saddening.
The thing
they're
with
doing
Marino
it for Harambe too. Don't forget about that. Harambe.
Dicks out for Harambe. The thing with Marino. The thing with Marino is, if you go back and just watch the tape of him playing, he was so good. Like, the throws that he made, the tight windows, like, he does what the modern.
If he never
NFL
got back
QB
to a Super Bowl,
does.
it's because of management.
Yeah, and him being
around him, they waited too long.
Right, and him being loyal to a fault. Like, he could have demanded a trade, but he loved being in Miami. And it's just sad that he didn't get back there, but they should have given the 85 Bears a run for their money, but they just lost in the most bizarre game in the AFC Championship. Like, it was just weird that they lost, but you just go back and look at Dan Marino and what he did on the football field. You'll just be like, holy shit, this guy was really good, really fucking good. And it's just sad that, being good and winning a Super Bowl doesn't always equate to
like now when they talk about the top quarterbacks of all time, they almost leave Marino out of the conversation.
Remember him.
Like, if you don't got a championship, you're like, forget this guy. He must have been trash. Like, what? Did you not watch the sport?
Yeah, Marino had one of the best releases in the history of the NFL. That boy's release was so fast.
So quick.
That's why he's non-athletic ass rarely got sacked.
Yeah. I mean, nowadays when you talk about the greatest quarterbacks, you get Brady, obviously. Joe Montana is going to be in there. Elway is going to be brought up, and Marino's like, down the road, We
got another 200, by the way.
Nice. Where are we now? 5,200. Nice, from NPR. From National Public Radio.
Government's helping us out. Let's go.
Let's go, government.
Give away money.
Fair enough shit for the IRS.
Well, they gave us $2,000 like a couple years ago. So and that made me forget about COVID. So luckily.
Well, did you get a PPP loan? Did you?
I did because feds
are coming for that shit
at the time. No, it's already been forgiven and everything. Like, it's all good.
Locking motherfuckers up.
I want to take a poll. Who here has had COVID? Just raise your hand.
I think I have.
Wow. And I know Uche was either heavily exposed or had it. Like, remember when it first started? It was like, who do you know? Like, it was, do you know anyone that has COVID? Now it's like, do you know anyone that
who hasn't
had? Yeah, who has not had the icky? It's gonna come for you eventually. That shit is fucking no joke. But it's amazing how in the NFL we haven't had a single positive in weeks.
In a month, they stopped testing.
We're done with that COVID shit, yo. It's playoff time.
I was fully prepared for the playoffs to get unraveled by COVID. I was expecting, like, in the game where Pittsburgh was playing against Kansas City and going into the game, I'm like, they got no shot. I was fully expected. On like a Thursday, Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill, and Patrick Mahomes have COVID. Oh, wait a minute. So everybody who may have placed their bets just get screwed, and then it's upset of the playoff history. And Pittsburgh schemes their way to a Super Bowl. Then I woke up.
I had the same dream too.
Yeah.
What's funny, this is really bizarre, but Brandon, you said you had a dream that Aaron Rodgers was your quarterback. I had a dream last night that I was forced to hit the gritty. Like I was
Let's
like
see
Mac
it.
Jones. Like literally, I was having that. Oh, you want to see?
Let's see
I
it.
don't even
Don't
know
do
if I
it.
can-
Don't do it. You might tear your ACL. Don't be a Shefty. It's worse than we thought. Oh God. Oh no. Good Lord, that chair is destroyed. Who's been eating your furniture?
That is the oldest chair ever.
You abused that chair,
You
man.
look
We
like you
tell
already
you.
blew a load on that chair.
I did. The entire chair is a load. Look at it.
Good Lord.
Oh my God.
That's the Randy Marsh chair.
Oh Lord.
It's the Randy Marsh chair. That's what I heard.
It looks like a Timberland advertisement.
This chair, it's like a toast just came.
What's funny?
Your chair looks like Lovey Smith's beard.
What's funny is I have this bitch right here, and it's the most uncomfortable chair ever. Like it's not comfortable at all. It's a gaming chair, but it's like it's off.
Is that like the
for
built-in
some
speakers
reason.
and shit?
Yeah, no, it has a massager in the back and shit. Like
Massage
you
your
can
butthole.
plug it in.
They got built-in speakers and chairs.
And this
That's
chair is
above
like
my
no
pay grade.
good. Like I
Oh
spent
my Lord! I don't
spent all
got
this money on
They
this
got
chair.
speakers and chairs. What will they think of next? Oh,
Got a
toilet
vibrator
system.
in it.
Listen. I want to give that
Idiocracy.
gritty. That gritty was like a 5.5 out of 10.
5.5. It wasn't a
Yeah,
good
it's not
gritty. It was.
It was. Look, you got to get points for the effort, though.
Yeah, you
okay.
had some,
I'll
but
take
you
the
had like
effort.
the knock knees. That
I didn't
Kenny
have
Smith
time
got.
to practice. Was it better than Mac Jones's gritty?
No, that was
No.
that was a pretty sturdy gritty Mac Jones hit.
Yeah, you were better than Adam Scheffler though. You were better than Shefty.
I didn't have
You
time.
didn't injure
to
yourself,
practice.
so that's good.
Yeah. He
No
did the
torn
jazz
ACL.
hands when Shefty did it. I
Yeah, I
Hey,
never
am I
do the
gritty,
jazz
guys?
hands, but-
He's like, hey, all right, oh my
Spare
knee.
fingers.
What's funny is if I had time to practice, I would have hit it. I would have hit the gritty.
You
Come on
gotta
now.
loosen up. You know.
Yeah, I gotta loosen up. Wind up a little bit.
But that's a
get going.
hilarious dream or a nightmare. Like,
Yeah, I was like,
some
I had
people
a
dream
dream.
about death. Other people dream about others. Say, hey, I might have to do the gritty. Will somebody wake me up?
And then it came true. The next day, and I embarrassed
America's
myself,
number one
and I
fear.
I embarrassed my family. It's all
No
good.
longer public speaking. It's hitting
Someone's
the
gonna click that. Oh, we just got a hundo. We got a hundo right here. We're up to $5,300 for St. Jude's, everyone. It's gonna be great for them to receive that donation. You guys can help children with cancer. All right, we're winding up. We're coming up at the end of the chaos hour. Some guests didn't show up. It's all good,
It's
you know.
fine. We had a good
It's
time.
fine. We had so
Let's
much
call them all
fun
out by
as
name
well.
and shame them.
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
I will call them out individually by name.
Let's
Bring
get
them
out
in.
of
Yeah.
Jude's Children's
And
Hospital.
dox their addresses. Put it on the dark net. We'll raid their houses with tomatoes.
Do they not
We'll
want
go burn their house down like a Call of Duty fucking
They're gonna
beef.
call a SWAT team. They're gonna swat them.
Right? Why are
Yeah.
you at my house? You didn't come on the dumpster fire. What?
What are you guys looking forward to seeing in this game? Like, what would make this game I said a scoregami would be perfect. Like, what do you guys think would make this just a perfect game? Like a titty at halftime, like something like that. Like, what?
Listen, that halftime line,
like something non-related.
I want to see Dr. Dre's nipple for sure.
And we need I'm trying to think, like Aaron Donald just clothesline him 6 feet into the ground. That would make it an ultimate Super Bowl.
I think if there's like a streaker during the halftime show.
Remember when James Harrison like body slammed?
Oh, yeah, he suplexed the fan.
Yeah, that's what I want.
That's what you want.
That's what I mean. Just let us show us it. So like every time he shows his grandkids, like, oh, I'll go to football field, and it's like you literally got wrecked to next week.
I like this one. Snoop smoking a fat blunt at the halftime. That would be perfect.
With a bag of money, because Snoop, it's like,
listen,
we're saying what would make this a perfect Super Bowl?
What's that?
Or what would make it an interesting Super Bowl?
Or just interesting, perfect, whatever.
Something wild
I don't think a fan will ever rush the field at the Super Bowl because they're not giving
power
$6,000. Oh, you want a power outage in LA?
Ooh, it could happen.
I could see
they had a lightning delay earlier this year.
Yeah,
oh, that's right. Because it's open air.
I could see protesters like
power outage caused by a fucking a pet brought in from PETA for a fucking advertisement of some sort.
A raccoon
that gets caught in a transformer and puts the whole stadium down. Like maybe
this is quite the apocalyptic
wild stork or something.
Has anyone been to SoFi? Has anyone here been to SoFi yet?
Yeah.
I've been outside. I haven't got inside.
You haven't gotten inside?
No, I haven't gotten inside.
I'll be there Saturday.
I'm seeing.
What was the highest scoring Super Bowl?
The highest scoring.
I feel like you or Will would know.
Yeah, it might have been the Patriots and
Eagles.
Eagles.
Patriots.
Yeah, it might have been
Yeah.
Patriots.
Highest
another
scoring
one of
Super
those
Bowl.
would be
Google it.
40,
Super Bowl
38.
Super
Yeah,
Bowl
47.
29.
Mm.
Super Bowl 29.
Eminem to hit the gritty at half.
Oh, that was the Niners and the Chargers, I think.
There's
No, that
29
doesn't
to
count.
26. 75 total. Now, that's the highest one.
That's I know the 49ers, they had blown out the Broncos like 55-10.
Hey, we don't
that's the highest by one team.
Oh,
we know.
That was it was Elway's 3 and 4 years. That was brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, 55-10 is the one here. Golly, that was ugly. The Bills got blown out that one year by the Cowboys. Like,
that was bad
the worst Super Bowl for me was watching the Giants get absolutely murdered by the appropriate word by the Ravens. Like that game was over before it started. Like that game was so bad. Like when your team, it's not one thing to watch a loss. When your team gets destroyed, everyone says like, yeah, I'd rather lose like in the opening, but in the Super Bowl, that's different.
Yes.
Like you don't want to see your team just get humiliated like that. Like you'd rather it be because you have no recourse. You're like, we should not have been there.
People are like, hey, maybe you guys didn't even deserve to be there.
Yeah. They question your whole reason for being, and you're just
they
like,
revoke your conference championship ring. They take that away.
They're like,
we'll just give it to the other team.
Right. They take away your fandom. Like they're not allowed to be a fan of this team for a whole year.
What's your confidence level going into a Super Bowl with Kerry Collins as your starting quarterback?
0.
Like, seriously.
But here's the thing: we bid into the illusion. So like we got to the NFC Championship game against the most counterfeit playoff team ever, which was the Minnesota Vikings of the 2000 Minnesota Vikings. So we go out and beat them like 42-0 in the NFC Championship game. So we're smelling our own shit. Like we're just like, yes, we're gonna fucking at least hang with Baltimore. And they showed us like, no, like not even.
We are
don't
not
even
the same.
fucking
Smelling your own
Yeah.
shit's a good thing.
I mean, if it smells, yeah, you eat pieces of shit for breakfast. Yeah.
What a stench. I
Yes.
love it.
Yeah. As I said before, success is like a fart. It only smells good if it's your own. You know what I'm saying? And
That one
we've
I've
all
heard.
been there.
That one I've
Yes,
heard.
we've all been there where we've cleared a room all by ourselves and just been like, look what I have done. look at what I have accomplished. In my short time here. Unlimited power. All right. It's time to wrap up Chaos Hour. It was so much fun to do this. I think Tree, now I gotta take another leak. And you guys got anything you want to shout out or plug while you're here? And then we're gonna close up the show. We've been streaming for 7 hours now. We're in the final hour. We're gonna probably talk shit about all of you when you leave the stream. Man, I didn't think Will was all that funny. What do you guys got? You guys got anything to shout out before we send y'all on your merry way?
31-24 Rams.
Okay.
You
got it. You got it. All right. 31-24. It's not just a one-score game. 31-24. Okay. Anybody else?
Not 7 points?
That's a one-score game. That's math. Quick math. I know.
I only went to Texas.
They say the linemen are the smartest guys on the field. I
only went to Texas.
Not trying to dispute it. Not trying to dispute it.
Hey man, appreciate you guys doing this. This is the
appreciate
second time I've been a part.
Yeah,
of it.
it's so much fun.
Awesome.
It was great. We'll do it next year. I'll probably start asking for guests a little bit earlier next year.
Next year, I feel like we should do it from a location. You think that'd be wise?
Ooh, an actual live Super Bowl.
Where's the
media
game?
day?
Is it Las Vegas?
I think it is in Vegas.
Ooh, we should go to Vegas.
I gotta go about that. That'd be
Let's
nice.
check into a hotel.
I'm down for that shit.
Yeah,
all
let's
the
do
way.
it live from a
Oh, yeah.
hotel
and
just
not beat anybody up.
Right, and then
I'm gonna start
maybe
fight just
felons
like
drunk.
Alvin Kamara, but I'm gonna be the one who gets beat up. So you guys are gonna have to
Bye, Alvin
come
Kamara.
get me out of the hospital.
Like Alvin
We're
Kamara.
looking for Brandon. Why? I saw his mustache.
He keeps
and the
getting beat
accommodation.
up for
Where's he
some
at?
reason.
Yeah, it's fucking Brandon Perna. Like
This guy was trying to sell me meth, and then he tried to fight me. And
all right, y'all. Thanks for coming. Love y'all.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you all next week or whatever
guys.
with the various shows, and we'll collab again. Thank you.
Yes,
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Snort some cocaine off a hooker's
Well, it's
ass. That's what it
Arizona.
says.
Next year's in Arizona.
All right. So Brandon and Will are just gonna stay when I told you guys that you were cut. Like,
I thought you kicked us out.
Yeah.
I thought you had to kick
yeah,
us
you were
out.
kicking you out. Get out of here. Come on.
So I
I'm
clicked
literally
your
staying
video.
until I'm kicked
So
out.
like when I start the
Okay.
show on clickbait, I got to click the button here. Is that what you're saying?
No, you just got to do this. Look at that. All right, Will. I'll
See you,
talk
fellas.
to you later, bro.
Have a
buddy.
good one.
All right, Tree, talk to the chair. I gotta go take a leak, and then let's have a chill out time for about 15 minutes, and then we'll bring in the dumpster fire regulars, and we'll close up the show.
Taking
All
too
right?
many damn leaks, man. We're taking too many leaks. Let's put
me during a work day. Like, oh my god.
I mean, dude, that's me too. The problem is we drink too many goddamn fluids, and it's not liquor. Taking all them leaks. It's all just that shit going on right there. I'll throw this guy on here while he's on break. This is Mr. Bengal. How are you, sir?
As soon as he comes back, I'm leaving. I won't talk to him.
Yeah, do what you gotta do, man. How you been, man?
I've been good. I feel bad because as soon as you joined on Perna's thing the other day, I'm leaving. But
don't worry, we had a good time, man.
No, it was funny timing. It was like literally as soon as you showed up, we were saying our goodbyes.
Yeah, and then
Worked
Five's
perfect.
just like, I'm just thinking, it's like, okay, he's just being a dick, so whatever.
No, I was there for a while, like too long, like 2 hours.
Why does Loan Depot keep calling me? I don't give a shit. You know, you fill out one thing and they keep spamming you with calls. It's like, whatever. Sorry about my rambling there, man. But
You better shut your mouth next time.
Right. What have you been up to on the YouTube front, man?
You know what? It's not a sigh as usual because I'm not stuck playing Madden. I do the mock drafts and stuff too, but I've been playing NCAA 14, college football revamped. So it's like the old school, like last NCAA football game that got made, and it's like just these modders completely redid everything, and it feels brand new. And I'm addicted to recruiting. I feel like Nick Saban. I'm handing out like $50,000 cash bags in parking lots. I'm getting 5 stars.
Virtual $50,000 bags.
Oh yeah.
Way to show up on time too, by the way.
Is this late?
Yes, you are, but I don't care. We interviewed your counterpart, or the guy that sounds like you, GiraffeNeckMarc, earlier, so we can do an interview with you. That's fine. We can kill a little time.
I thought it was 3 to 5. Jump in whenever.
Yeah, it is 5:03. Like that hour just literally ended. But,
Central Time. That's my bad.
Central Time. I did say EST, but it's all good, man. You're here, dude.
I can't even spell EST.
How long has it been since you've lived on the East Coast? It's gotta be a while, huh?
A few years.
You know what? I think I could live in Texas for sure if that's where you live, or I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
But I like the vibe of, I like the idea of no income tax. That seems really
it isn't bad. It isn't bad. The Northeast was crazy. I had moved to Texas like halfway through the year, and I still had to pay New Jersey state income tax in like 2018 or 19, and that wasn't fun.
And Jersey tax too. That's
yeah, pretty awful.
Yeah,
pretty awful.
They bent you over. Now we talked a little bit on Perna stream, like about like how your channel has evolved over the years, but you're still doing like rebuilds. Like it's still interesting that you're doing that. Like, how have you just seen like your journey on YouTube like unfold? Like, what do you think is like? I don't know what the question is that I'm really asking, because I've been streaming for 7 hours
somewhere.
Yeah, like
I feel bad. I didn't intentionally come late and just said, "Oh, I'm the YouTube star."
You're showing up to the party where
I want.
like right, everyone's asleep on the couches, everyone's coked out, and you're just like, "Oh shit, Bengals here!" Like, hey, here's a bong. Like, fucking sit down and let's have a sesh. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what? How's your YouTube journey been, and like at this point, what do you think is like the next thing that you're going to be doing?
I don't know. I feel like my dad kind of tries to talk to me about, oh man, like all this potential. It's like you could do whatever you want. I'm like, I'm doing whatever I want right now.
And you're probably making a decent bit of coin too with the YouTube. If you're partnered, you should be doing okay there.
It's not too bad. But what's funny is like you'll see these people comment. Like I had to come out with a video the other day, just kind of trashing Madden franchise mode because it's just horrible. Like nothing even is functioning. It's not even like a lack of like features and things like that, which is a problem. But so you'll like try to simulate a week, and it'll just disconnect you from the servers, and then it takes a few minutes to get back up every time, and that happens every single year. So when I do these rebuilds, like 5 Points talked about, I'm doing sometimes as many as 20 seasons. And that I calculated it up. It's like, between 1 and 3 to 4 minutes every time you disconnect. It's like, that's an hour of doing nothing when I'm trying to record, just trying to get on the game.
Right.
That's pretty awful.
You got to splice that out in editing too, so it takes even longer.
Yeah, I've figured out like a foolproof, easy system around that, which is I only talk when I want it to be in the video. That's why they're so long, because I'm lazy. So I'll just straight record. I'll have Netflix on in the background or something, and I'll pause it. Sometimes I won't even. I'm a psycho. I'll have like, Danny Tanner in my ear. Not that I'm watching Full House, but like, any one of those shows, and I'll just be, oh yeah, here we are in the draft picking, some guy.
I'm just impressed by that level of talent, because I tried that when I started in YouTube, and I'm not that. I don't have the flow like that. Like I say, and I say and it's too choppy.
I do that as well. It's hard not to, because like naturally you want to fill that space. I think people are naturally uncomfortable with silence. I like silence. I think it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's what works for you too. But like for me, like I went back and looked at my videos early in my channel, and I couldn't figure out why nobody was watching them. And then like I watched them again. I was like, oh, now I know why nobody watched these. These are not interesting videos. And like for me, I have to be scripted, and I got to know what I'm saying before I get to the point. Like I kind of envy you that you can just shotgun and go. Like I would never, like I would not be successful if that was my livelihood.
To be fair, like a lot of it was trial and error. And I basically have built a template now. So like it isn't really too difficult for me because I've done so many of them. That's just, I'm doing the same thing every time. I know what to say. I have certain things that I say every time. I don't mix it up. It's just a different team. It's just basically a new logo slapped over the same video.
Who do you get? I think you answered this. Like, who do you get asked to rebuild the most now? Like, I know the Lions one is a popular series. Like, do you see yourself doing a different team? And who do you get asked to do the most on?
I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty wide stretch of team. I haven't noticed that one kind of stands out more than the next. I do a new like main franchise every year. I'll never do the Cowboys. I'll never do the Eagles. I'll probably never do the Commanders now. Are you guys still trying to get used to saying that? It's so unnatural.
When Mark was on, I was like, oh, hey there, like, listen, look, a Commander fan, you know what I mean? Or Jackson, J&D was on, and I was like, oh, look, a Commander fan. It just sounds wrong. It just sounds not.
Sounds so, like, sterile. Sounds just
I would have been
a team name in Madden. That's
commie.
I would have preferred the Admirals to that, and I don't even think that's that good of a name. I like the Red Tails or the Red Wolves, like pay homage to like the military,
the Tuskegee Airmen.
Yeah. I thought that would have been cool, and then I thought Red Wolves was a pretty good option. I liked how it kind of sounded familiar. I don't think that would have been a big transition, but apparently they couldn't get a trademark going.
Really?
I mean, just
they could have saved "Hail to the Red." They could have been "Hail to the Red Wolves." Like they could have done something stupid. But now, did you see that awful cringe video of them doing the Commanders? Like some guy was like live streaming, like he was just like, "Yeah, we are the Commanders."
I was like, it's like it's bad.
It's like I wish we could laugh at them as Giants fans, but I mean.
We can't laugh at it.
If you're gonna be nicknamed the commies, I would just go full bore.
Just have legions of people walking in,
a hammer and sickle across the front.
Yes, like I have like Soviet marching music, have like the Red Book of Dan Zedong in the background, what Stan Snyder's just looking on from the center stage, and every football player and executive's just doing a salute to him while they're walking down the field at halftime, and it's just like just go all out. Call your rebuild.
Embrace it.
Just do that.
That halftime, you get like a Rasputin impersonator out on the field just dancing.
I think it would be cool.
Propaganda. That's what you get.
Is if they wheeled around missile trucks through the as a show of force, like just all the ICBMs on mobile.
Actually, not even that. Just drive around pieces of FedEx Field just to show your superiority. It's like, we're gonna hit you with this fucking thing if you don't support us at all. That's
Can you believe that was life in the world 60 years ago, where they would just parade a bunch of dudes with guns as like, listen, motherfuckers, like this is
they're on the Ukrainian border doing it right now.
But I'm just saying, like, that was their show of force. Like, hey, let's drop this, let's leak this tape so these motherfuckers get scared of us and shit. Like,
that's strategy.
Yeah, it is. That's Bill Belichick. As you weren't here earlier, but DeQwan Young theorized that Bill Belichick sends his assistants out into the league to destabilize the entire NFL as like a power move. He's like, all right, I'm going to fucking let Matt Patricia coach the Detroit Lions to fuck them up, Joe Judge to coach the Giants. Speaking of that, we didn't get time to talk on Brandon's stream about Daboll. Like, what do you think of this guy? Like, is he going to be the guy?
I think he was one of the better head coaching candidates last year, and he didn't get a job and stayed the OC in Buffalo. I think it kind of goes to show how successful and creative that offense has been. The only thing that kind of concerns me would be Saquon's role in the offense, because Buffalo, they don't really run the ball that much. They do run with the quarterback a lot, but I don't know. The Giants don't have a Stephon Diggs. The Giants don't have a Josh Allen at this point. So I don't know what the offense will look like. It's tough because you want to say, oh, he was successful with this team. It's the same guy, same system. Surely it's going to be great here. I mean, how many times have we been excited about potential and then let down horribly?
Right, and then you get like Adam Gase battered syndrome, where this guy is an offensive genius, and and he comes in and doesn't do a damn thing, and I'm excited, I guess, because he's not Joe Judge, but at the same time, I'm like, you better win some fucking games. Like we don't have
all we can say is kind of we'll see. Although I will say with Adam Gase, we saw major red flags in his presser when he was introduced. He was like, I'm happy to be the Jets head coach.
right.
I murdered someone before I came here
and ate an entire bottle of Adderall. That whole thing was the most bizarre hour and a half the world has ever seen.
So weird.
It was just
they created a nice meme of Adam Gase trying to look at a taco.
That was brilliant. Whoever did that was so brilliant. All right, Bengal, before we let you go, let me know who you got winning the Super Bowl. I need a winner and final score.
Rams 27-17.
Wow. 10-point winners. Okay. What makes you say that?
I mean, no real particular reason. I think the Rams are going to come out and dominate over the top. But I do think they have better receiving threats versus the Bengals secondary, which has played fairly well. But I mean, I think Odell's kind of been a big difference maker there. And I mean, they already have a number of really good players on offense, and they just kind of tick. And I'm looking for Matt Stafford to do something. I hate to pick against my Bengals, right? But
massive Bengals fan. I mean, it's in your name. It's in your channel name. Like everyone should know that you're a Bengals fan. Like it's not a trope. It's not an act. It's real. It's real. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by. A little late, but
I didn't realize. But yeah, sorry about that.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Thanks for coming by, man. We'll be working on other stuff in the future sometime.
Sounds good. You guys take it easy.
All right, brother. See you later. That was Bengal, everyone. Known Bengals fan. Bengal Designs, everyone. All right, we're down the home stretch. The last 45 minutes. Let's check and see the amount that we have raised. We just got another $15 from Bastian Shaw. We're at $5.3 thousand raised for St. Jude's. Let's go ahead and anyways, bring Dodger in.
Yep, I'll bring Miss Dodge in. The Dumpster Fire crew, the Sultress of Philadelphia, Dodger of Zion. How you doing?
Yo. Doing all right. It's very. I actually just had a research interview with Twitch. That was they wanted my opinions on various things, and I gave it. That was interesting.
So,
and I'm also
like a random survey, or is it just like they selected you?
That you applied for it, and then they informed you if they've selected you or not. And I got lucky enough that they selected me, and for my opinions, which I can't exactly talk about it because I had to sign an NDA.
Oh, that's fine.
They're giving me $150 of Amazon credit, so that's pretty nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I just finished that up.
I've been curious. I know you talk about the Afterburn a lot. How's your channel been going for you on Twitch? I know you've been getting like a little bit there, but for most part, I'd rather hear from the source on that.
Well, because college football risk is happening right now, I've actually got quite a bit of a bump from that. So I'm actually peaking in the 70s and 80s in terms of my viewers, which that is what I'm looking for. Because if I could consistently average 75 viewers over my stream over 30 days, then I can apply to be a Twitch partner, and that will lead to a lot more opportunities. So y'all have been a big help in helping me boost that, and I greatly appreciate it. And I can't thank you guys enough for helping me boost my channel like that. I really appreciate it.
We got a 20 and a 50. We're at 5.4 thousand.
Yep, I saw you donated $250 earlier, Dodge. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. K Strike Barry's sick, so we can't bring in Barry because he wanted to come. I invited him. Unfortunately, he's not feeling well, so he would have been. Hey, what's up? This is the official Dumpster Fire crew. The Tuesday night. Everyone, I don't know if Alex will make it, as he's probably working, but it's good to see y'all. We got 40 minutes left of 8-hour stream where we've just been grinding all day. Both of us are a little whipped right now. Yeah, no, we were having so much fun, dude. What do you think of Eberflus there?
Well, I want to believe. I really do want to believe, but it's still Ted Phillips and it's still George McCaskey, and Virginia is still around, and it just make me believe that you're building a competent football front office to manage the football and teach the football and manage the people and teach the people. Because we have a bunch of people who have been in that position above the football so long who are strictly managing the money. But the people who manage the money don't know how to manage the football.
Mm-hmm. It's a vicious cycle. Dan Young just donated 50, David Lim for 5, and then another anonymous for 50. We're at 5.5K. Let's go.
Thank you, kind stranger.
Yes.
We're over halfway.
Yeah, I think Eberflus is gonna I don't know much about him. Like he's trying to fit the mold of the young, McVay type. What kind of coach is this guy, and what's his resume? I know jack shit about him.
Colts. So some decent defenses, but they did fall apart against Jacksonville the last week. So I think he's okay. I think he'll do a decent job. I don't know how he's going to convert to head coaching role right now. This Eberflus, he is 51. He's older than I thought.
So he's not a young guy. I don't know anything about him.
He's been a linebackers coach for the Cowboys for 6 years. Linebackers coach. He was defensive coordinator in Missouri for 7 years. So he's built his way up. This is his first coaching gig. But at the same time, you don't know what you're getting out of him.
Okay. What do you think, EA? Are you like me and Dable? I just shut the fuck up and go out and get some win. Wow, 200 from some guy named HEA2K7. Who does? Yeah, that guy's a giant asshole. That is great. We're at 5.7K. Thank you, EA, for donating. We appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you've talked to this to death, or you don't really have an opinion. It could be one of two things.
Well, it's like this. 5 points. I just don't have any appetite to give the NFL any of my money, so why not give it to a children's hospital?
There you go.
That's the real honest truth, man. Eberflus is a defensive coordinator. Yes. He's had success in Indianapolis and got his players to buy in. That's a positive. Can I trust him to not be a senior defensive coordinator? Because that's ultimately what drove Lovey out of the building back in 2010, is that from the time of the Super Bowl loss to the time he was fired, Lovie Smith was a senior defensive coordinator for the Bears. He was not the head coach. Ron Rivera was a defensive coordinator, and he got fired after the Super Bowl, and it wasn't his fucking fault that we lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah. He went on to become a great head coach that made a Super Bowl on his own, for sure.
Yeah, and we go through this rotato of offensive coordinators, and I know that everyone was talking up how Pep Hamilton, managed to get the Houston offense to try to look respectable at times this year. Pep Hamilton was our quarterbacks coach under Lovey, and I don't seem to recall our offense looking all that great. I joke a lot, and I say, whenever that, we had Rex Grossman and Jay Cutler, but every second that ball was in the air going down the field 500 yards, every Bears fan had hope in their hearts that something was going to happen, and then it was intercepted, and we're back to drinking the Malort. God fucking damn it.
Instructions unclear. Drunk on Malort.
Instructions unclear. Dick stuck in Malort bottle.
We kind of answered this earlier. David wants to know about thoughts on Judge returning to the pass. Again, it goes back to what DeQwan said. It's like he was sent out to fuck up the Giants, and now he's back with the home base and learning for the next gig that he's gonna fuck up. Like he's an offensive assistant or some shit, and it's sad.
I can see that the Belichick deep state theory made an appearance on this podcast today.
Yes, many times actually.
Belichick is going to deep state every NFL team, but unfortunately, he keeps sending his assistants off to teams that were already sucking. Unfortunately, he couldn't send Matt Patricia to the Packers or something like that.
Yeah, he wasn't that. He didn't have that 4D chess the way that you expected him to. It was yeah. Who do you think who's going to be the OC in Chicago?
We have Luke Getsy. He was the quarterback's coach at Green Bay for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So, do you think he can fix Fields? That's right,
I don't
Nick.
think Fields
I am
needs
pretty tired.
fixing. Fixing Fields implies that Fields was broken when we drafted him.
Well, you did break him when this rookie.
We tried to break him. We certainly tried to. By giving him fucking, no run pass option plays, making him do 7-step drops. I was like, who in the hell is our offensive coordinator? Are we back to the lovey days with Rex Grossman and every pass is a 7-step drop? And depending on who wide receiver was called in the play, which one's going to be giving up the interception? I mean, you can't sit there and be rigid with a system in the NFL. It don't work like that. The reason that 2018 works so damn well is A, every team had to respect Jordan Howard because he's Jordan Howard. And B, you have to keep mixing up the plays. Even if you throw in the trick plays, and even if you throw in fucking wide receiver stunts to the right or wide receiver stunts to the left, or, the play with 10 linemen and Mitchell out there, Santa Slay. Yes. They're never going to see that shit coming. All 10 all the linemen out there. Get them all out there right now. Tackle eligible in all directions. Fat man touchdown liveth, cometh, and breatheth.
God bless the fat guy.
I need to see more fat man touchdowns. Like it needs to be made a thing. Like I think it should be worth, like I said, anyone over. That's what I'm saying. If anyone over 270 scores, 300 scores a touchdown, it should be worth an extra point. So that would encourage them. Like how the Rooney Rule gets you a draft pick. The love for a fat man scoring a touchdown should be there. I'm just saying. I'm putting it out there. Roger, if you're listening,
wait for more scoregami.
Yeah, that way there would be more scoregamis. I wonder. Hold on, I want to look at the NFL scoregami again. What the most likely scoregami for this Super Bowl would be based off of the predictions.
It's probably something ridiculous. Probably 5-2 or something crazy.
Yeah. I mean, so in the middle, over 20. You could have 25-8 for a close game. 32-15 is available. 25-18. That would be a nice one. Did anyone predict a scoregami? No, 32-26 is probably the closest. 32-26.
I see that someone in the chat has suggested it to be a thick 6 instead of a pick 6 for a defensive lineman touch.
Thick 6.
The thick 6.
We got a hundo.
Or
nice.
Oh, there you go.
Hundo.
Run impendent.
We're at 5.8K. We're right there at 6,000 for
with a 10, Cam R with a 5.
Can we get 1.1 more? Can we get 6.9K? Can it be nice? Can it be nice?
Can we get a thick 6? A thick 6,000.
Bastian Shaw 15.
Close out the show. Man, we had a great day today. I mean, we had so many great guests. I thought Ryan Vargas was great. Just talking to, that guy's a rock star, man. Like he gets to drive a fucking jet plane for a job.
On the internet. He's a commercial pilot? I didn't know that.
No, he's a NASCAR driver. Like it's fucking his job. Like it's basically the same thing. I just thought it was interesting to hear like what about like the inside of NASCAR, like from the driver's perspective, because it's a pretty cool sport, you know. Like I mean, I don't know. Most of us would just shit our pants. Like everyone thinks it's driving, right?
Oh, too many G's.
Yeah. Like you would puke if it was me or you. Like it. I mean,
I died of heart attacks in driving school.
Yeah. Like my cousin, he did the NASCAR experience where you pay like $4,000 to drive around the Richmond Raceway or whatever. And he said it was really disappointing because you never actually get up to like a really high speed. You know,
I think
like,
those cars are limited to like 140.
My mother actually bought that for her boss as a birthday gift for him, where he got to do that at Pocono, and he absolutely loved it. From what she told me.
Wow. Yeah, because
like it'd be an
and apparently they do it at Darlington too, which I hope to do that at Darlington one day.
So my dream is whenever I get some money is there's this thing called Mets Fantasy Camp where you go down to Florida during spring training and you get to wear a uniform and you play baseball for 60. It's like a vacation, like it's like a cosplay where you pretend to be a Major League Baseball player, and all the Mets from back in the day come and hang out with you and eat dinner with you, and like your family.
Welcome to Mets Fan Camp, where you get to camp under the big tent with all the Mets players.
That's right. And enjoy another successful
You get to dress up as
meeting.
one of the clowns.
Yeah, and it's like $5,000 for the week, and you just hang out, and like Mookie Wilson like shows up, and you get to sign autographs. Like a uniform is included, and so is like room and board, and you just show up with a bat and a glove, and you just have a good old time. And every night you play a baseball game against the other rich fucking asshole fantasy camp participants, and like that's like my dad's like ultimate dream, and to me it's like I share it because it seems like so fucking cool. Like who wouldn't do that? Wouldn't you do that, Tree? Like go to Pirates fantasy?
Oh yeah, I'd do that. I mean, I'd probably be like, you fucking suck, but whatever. I mean, I do it.
Oh, dude, I when I was in Cooperstown, I saw Orioles fantasy camp there, and the people were awful. Like the player, you could tell they were like .com millionaires or like just.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You're living out a dream,
right.
dude.
You could tell they just had too much money and not enough sense.
Or maybe a few too many beers.
Yeah. Nick, I would probably play catcher or pitch, just for the fun of it, and then maybe play left field. That would be
Bring your
fun.
baseball, bring your glove. Also bring your own face clown paint.
I played outfield in high school, but that's because our catcher was a D1 catcher. Like he was going to go play he ended up playing for, I forget where he went to go play, and then behind him was another D1 catcher. Like he played for UVA. Wow. And then there was shitty ass me, and so I was like, let's just go to left field, how about that? And so I can get into at least 1 or 2 games in my senior year in baseball. But yeah, I was good enough to play high school varsity baseball in a school with almost 1,700 kids, but not much better, not even good enough to start. So
I like soccer. I never played baseball, but like.
Was there anyone else who's kind of had a story of someone who went on to some manner of sports success at their high school?
What do you mean? Like that I played with?
Either played with or like went to classes with.
Well, just before my freshman year, Ron Dane played for my high school.
Nice.
There you
go. And when he won the Heisman, he actually came back to high school with his Heisman, and they actually put a replica Heisman in the trophy case at my high school.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you couldn't get anywhere in the hallways. You couldn't get anywhere to class that day because ESPN and Channel 6 and all the local fucking media were there just swarming him, so you could not get anywhere on time that day. It was great. It was exciting, but it was a nightmare at the same time.
Hey, what's up, Forgotten Places? What's going on, man?
Thanks for the dono.
Yeah.
Right on.
Did he send in some money too? Wow, he sent $5 in. Thanks for coming in,
He
man.
dropped
We got to
$5,
collab
yep.
at some point. I keep. He's been doing like he did a video on West Virginia recently that I'm just like, it's like what happened to West Virginia? Like what didn't happen to West Virginia? Like that place has
the
been
decline of mining.
Yeah.
Physical mining, not crypto
among
mining, but
other
physical
things.
Yeah.
among other things.
West Virginia's a ghost town now.
Yeah, it's sad. Like when I went out to Denver and we went to Pueblo, Colorado, like there's an old abandoned steel mill there, and it's just really sad when a huge industrial plant is just shut down and rotting because nothing's ever going to happen to it. It's just going to rot and die.
It's going to sit there forever until nature reclaims it.
Yeah,
I was mentioning that earlier to state about a dear old friend of mine who I knew for a couple of years when I moved to Rogers, Arkansas. A gentleman by the name of Lee Zemba. He was a starting lineman for Auburn on the national championship team. They won with Cam Newton. Ended up becoming like a 7th or a UDFA for somebody, and then he went to Indianapolis, and then he just kind of got cut and went from there.
My high school produced John Engelberger, former defensive end for the Denver Broncos and San Francisco 49ers, and that's about it.
I think there were a couple guys. I forget their names. They were like older players. So
yeah, and I suspect
Mike McMahon was one of them.
John
he was like 10 years before me.
John was about 6'2", 170 in high school, and then his freshman year at Virginia Tech, he was 6'4", 280. I wonder what happened there. I don't, obviously he got taller, but where the muscle came from, who knows, right?
Who knows,
I don't think it was an accident. I mean, I know he hit the weight room hard, but let's be honest here. Notable alumni here. I'm reading from my high school, John R. Lewis High School. John Engelberger, Venus Brown, who played, he was a record producer of Will.i.am. Sabrina Harmon was in the Abu Ghraib prisoner abuse case. What?
Oh, it was actually Robert E. Lee High School.
Yeah, it used to be Robert E. Lee. When I went there, it was Robert E. Lee Confederate High School.
Weird.
And Sarah Baker, she was on that show Louie. So there we go. That's everybody that is famous. So only one player played in a major league sport, and that was John Engelberger. Wow.
You have a notable alumni of a reservist convicted in connection with the Abu Ghraib prison.
Yes, Sabrina Harmon. She was actually really cute. I went to high school with her.
To my school.
She was a freshman, I think, when I was she was 2 years younger. She's actually like pretty, but I don't know. Like, I guess she was in the pictures of her pointing at the naked butt.
Yeah, that was her.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A linebacker for the Buffalo Bills went to my high school. Damian Covington for the Buffalo Bills went to my high school.
Oh, there you go. One high school person there.
One Heisman winner and one Buffalo Bill went to my high school. Yay!
Awesome. What about you, Tree? Anybody?
As I said, Mike McMahon was one of them. Who
the fuck is that?
He was a quarterback for the Detroit Lions. He played at Rutgers a little bit.
Did y'all win like a state championship?
His name was Thomas Kaiser. He played for a couple years. Kind of an asshole, but I mean, there was like a scandal involving him, like with a teacher. But it was because like the reporters around here try to keep it protected because he was under 18 at the time. But they mentioned that he was going to Stanford on a college scholarship, and I'm like, yeah, it kind of narrows it down to like one dude, and he's like 6'3", 240. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, he might be able to make a
description, is what you're saying.
As I said, he played in the NFL for a couple years, if I remember correctly.
Red Rhino, who gave $5, said David Price went to his high school. The funny thing is like superlative athletes, like whenever they went to a high school, like those teams like just dominated, right? Like we had Kobe Turner, who played for Dayton, and like we didn't win a state championship in basketball. We dominated in district play.
I remember like there was a guy, I think his name was, I think it was like the 4th or 5th like top high school prospect in football. I think his name was Rogers. And then like he would have like a cast in his arm. He felt like it was like a behemoth. Like I thought he was going to go pro. Like he went to Michigan And then I think he flamed out. Like he didn't really develop. He transferred to Penn State, I think, and then he just like never went anywhere. So it's like,
yeah, they had our crosstown rival West Springfield.
That dude was gonna make the NFL. Like he looked like a beast.
Yeah, they had this running back Damone Boone who like put up like a 2,000-yard season in 10 games.
Our rival.
High school. Yeah, and he went to Maryland, and I had a bunch of friends that were friends with him, and he said that the just jumping from high school to college was such a big leap, and it kind of swallowed him up. Like he never really panned out, even though he got a scholarship. But he said college was such a big leap from high school, and I could see it. Like some people are as good as they're gonna be in high school, and that's it. And then other
and
people
that's the truth. I mean, hell, I was just speaking of rival high schools. Fuck Bentonville. Am I right?
Bentonville, Arkansas?
Yeah, fuck Bentonville from Rogers with love.
My rival high school is best known for producing the Angry Video Game Nerd. That is the most notable name from the former Edgewood High School in Winslow Township, New Jersey. And my mother actually graduated from there too. So yeah, my mom and the AVG ad came from the same school.
Nice.
My dad went to high school with Peggy Noonan, who was what's his name? George Bush Senior's speechwriter. And that's the most famous person from Rutherford High School.
Hey, we got a Fitty.
Fitty bomb from our number one donor today, Anonymous.
Very nice,
man.
Thank
you, Fox Mask motherfuckers are just out in force today.
Yeah,
man.
I know. They're killing it. Thank you, Anonymous. Sometimes 4chan is good for something, right?
Now, the one thing my high school, during my days in high school, Rogers was an average team. They were not exactly, state challengers or even playoff challengers. But we beat Bentonville. That was what counts. That was the years Springdale, Arkansas was in our division, and that was the Mitch Mustaine Springdale 5 years, because Mitch Mustaine is mine and Tree's age, and he went to school in Springdale along with several of the other many rather skilled players that went to Springdale in those days.
Yep. Can you tell that we're just all tired? It's been a long.
It's been a day.
We're just whipped to death.
I mean, the three of you might have been going at this thing for a long time, but I'm only joining in now. So
yeah, I know.
That's what I mean. Like, I mean, I gotta do some more editing after this too. I got a hockey vid.
You got work.
Haters guys.
Speaking of hockey, we need hockey back. This whole break with the Olympics is
there are teams
it's not even an Olympic break,
that are
All-Star
postponed.
break.
So like,
yeah,
they'll
it's the
be
All-Star break
playing. And it's like this. It's just makeup games right now. That's all it is.
Yeah, and this disruption for me hurts the Rangers. Like the Rangers have been the hottest team. Now it helps, I guess, because they're getting healthy again, and Hedel and Adam Fox will be back. I think after the break, because Fox was put on IR just I think so that he could heal up during this time and not cost a roster spot. But like the Rangers are playing really good hockey. And what was this Rocky Wirtz outburst? What happened with that?
Oh God,
he acted like a petulant child.
I watched.
I got asked the question about like, what's going to change in the culture, and said like, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about Kyle Beach. We're not talking about anything. You're not employed by the company. We're not going to ask. Like it was petulant.
Yeah, it was. If you're employed by the company, I'll tell you.
Like, bitch about the papers.
It
and
was
like,
and never mind the fact that when his son Danny, the CEO of the Blackhawks, was about to speak up and actually give an answer, he then reached his hand out and said, no, we're not going to talk about this right here. If you're an employee of the company, we'll tell you what the plan is. But we're not going to talk about that today.
Yeah,
and it was at a town hall to discuss the overcomings of what they've had recently with Kyle Beach, and now with more legal shit coming out. They just had to fire someone in Rockford.
Fired an AHL trainer.
Yeah, they fired a guy out of Rockford. And, Rocky, you go and put your face on and your voice on what you just did. Oh, my God.
What's sad was, like, I guess because he's such an improvement over Dollar Bill, his dad, like, everyone was like, oh, Rocky Wirtz is doing the right thing. Because
he let the sports team actually spend their money. All Dollar Bill ever did was use the Blackhawks as a tax write-off for losses against the Benny's Beverage Depot, which is the Wirtz family business. You know, how can you lose money selling alcohol to Chicago sports fans? Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I mean,
very carefully.
Pretty hard to do that.
And
I wonder what the Wirtz fan like. So they were just like, were they bootleggers that went legal, like, or were they just?
No, it goes up the line to like his great granddad who started an alcohol distribution out of the 21st Amendment, basically.
Oh, okay. And then so he was one of.
And you could say that Wirtz might have been a front for going legal for some of the guys, but
so
they
like
paid
in
their taxes,
20 years,
didn't they?
So in 20 years, when some marijuana baron owns a major league team, like you'll see that as well. You know, someone that started a chain of dispensaries, and then when they finally legalize weed across the country, you'll see someone like that. Speaking of that, 420 viewers right now. What's up? Let's get high together. All right, let's get some predictions. Let's go talk about the Super Bowl itself. PA, who's going to win this game? Give me your breakdown. Who do you think
All right.
is going
I'll
to
take
win?
some heat off of you for a couple minutes if you let me ramble on.
Go ahead.
So, throughout his entire career, Matthew Stafford has always been a first-half quarterback. He will always put out the first couple of touchdowns, but then as the game progresses, it'll start to kind of slow down a little bit. But then in the fourth quarter, they ramp it back up and he tries to be play hero ball. And in Detroit, he's had some success doing that. But a lot of time, the second half of his game ends up being stat Padford because Detroit gets it citadeled in through the nose at the beginning of the game. Los Angeles defense versus Cincinnati's offensive line.
Ooh,
that's going to cause a problem for the entire first half of that game. But much like the game against Kansas City last week, Aaron Donald has enough stamina and strength to keep going through the third quarter, and we know that. Will Von Miller have that at his age? Will they have enough rotational pieces? Leonard Floyd is not an inside defensive end. He's an outside defensive end because he's tall, lanky, and fast. He's not a guy who's going to overpower a tackle or overpower a guard. He's strong, but he's not bulk strong. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of have some thoughts about how the game is going to go. I think that we're going to go into halftime with LA ahead 27-10 or 28-10. And we're going to come into that second half and we're going to find out if LA can continue with blitz ball, because Kansas City got to him with blitz ball entire first half, 21-3. But blitzball doesn't run for 60 minutes.
No, you can't keep that up.
And Burrow is smart enough, and they've got enough designs to have him with a safety valve somewhere, a safety valve to Mixon, a safety valve to their guy over the middle. It's not Jamar Chase, but somebody who is in the middle in the soft zone. I think that this game is going to be closer than it seems on paper, simply because LA's defense, I don't think, is going to keep up with Joe Burrow for 60 minutes. You either have to have LA running. LA's offense needs to basically be playing this entire game for bleeding the clock entirely. They can take a nice shot to Cooper Kupp. They can take a nice shot to OBJ. But unless they're taking time out of the game for their defense, it is not going to work. And I think Cincinnati is going to win this game on a kick, because seems to be the prevailing theme this playoffs. Yep. Cincinnati will win this on a winning field goal, and I'm going to say the final score is 37-35.
Wow, high scoring game. So since they're going to be losing when that kick goes through.
The boat race is going to be coming for the second half of this game.
The boat race.
It might be LA might walk into the halftime with a big lead, but the third and fourth quarter, them defenses are going to be getting boat raced. And Cincinnati might give up some yards, but I think that they'll be able to contain, hero ball Matt Stafford, because he threw that hero ball and almost gave up their chance.
Yeah, he almost lost the game.
Yeah, Cincinnati isn't going to drop that.
Yeah.
Every secondary man on that Cincinnati squad has looked at that play on YouTube over and over and over again.
Been like, hey, if that happens, don't drop the ball. Don't drop the ball. All right, Dodge, who do you think's going to win this game?
Well, I drew 2 cards to help me with my prediction. I drew one for the Rams and one for the Bengals. And the card I drew for the Rams.
So we got another 50.
Is the
no.
Nice.
Oh,
okay.
Did we have another 50?
No. It was an old one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. So for the Rams, I drew the Page of Swords, and this is from the Philly deck. So this is John Coltrane on my card.
Nice.
And what this tells me is the Rams are going to analyze their way out of winning this game. They are going to overthink the fuck out of this game.
Sounds like McVay.
And that is ultimately going to cost them. For the Bengals, I drew the 2 of Pentacles. And this is the card of adaptability, flexibility, improvisation, and given that it's upright, Cincy is going to make the adjustments necessary to win this game.
Bengals.
So my prediction for a final score is going to be 34-30 Cincinnati.
Nice. All right, it's time for the Dumpster Fire official predictions.
All right.
Between Tree and I. Tree, you go first.
Here comes the jinxing.
Well, here comes the jinxing. Everyone's been waiting for this.
Maybe they have.
For everyone that left early, fuck you.
Whatever. They can
not even here.
On replay. I feel bad for Bearman. Sorry. I feel bad for Bearman and Mekhi Wilson going to have to archive all this crap.
Yeah, 8 hours of this.
It's going to be a lot of timestamps.
It should be easier, though, because of, the guests came at pretty fair intervals, every 15 minutes.
Highlight certain parts of everything. The chaos hour is going to be a little hard to figure out. But
at least you don't have 7 hours of Barry arguing about Tom Brady to sit through.
Yeah. I think maybe next year we push the chaos hour back and just end the show with the chaos hour. Maybe we do that.
Maybe.
We're just we're the post coming down lounge. That's what we are.
We can tweak about it.
It's the after party.
We're the after show spliff.
Or maybe we do like everybody in the pool where we just send
oh God.
In the early days.
You could not get a coherent thought in. You could not.
That was funny though. But StreamYard caps it at 12. So you can't have more than 12 people in the stream at once. But it would be funny.
Well, we can do a Discord chat and have 100 people and just
yeah, that was crazy. And then somebody will drop an N-bomb and we'll get canceled. And but anyways, give us your prediction, Tree. We're 10 minutes left in the stream.
Yeah, buddy.
We've been working our asses off all day.
Well, I've really been working our asses off. We're just getting tired because I think we're hungry and just waiting to get off our ass and just stretch our legs.
Yeah.
The time we just been sitting here and just okay, we're talking. But I did want to say one thing. On paper, the Rams should be crushing the Bengals, right? In any sense of the word. Dominating in the interior line, edge rush, especially against the Bengals offensive line. I would say, the Bengals have an advantage. Quarterback, running back, and kicker. Those would be your 3 right there. Technically, the Rams should have a good shot of winning, but if there's one thing this year has taught me is that nothing makes any goddamn sense. Nothing does, because I feel like you don't need a good offensive line to win anything. You don't need a coach to make rational decisions to win anything. You don't need, all you have to do is just play shitty quarterbacks like Ryan Tannehill and let them self-destruct and the Bengals capitalize on their mistakes. So my question is, if I have to see the Rams win, I will be sick because fuck Stan Kroenke. That dude does not deserve anything. And to see him lift a Lombardi would be absolutely disgusting. But my prediction is I would say Bengals win because nothing makes any goddamn sense. Evan McPherson game-winning field goal from 58 yards out. Just because, why not?
Final score would be what, 33-30? What
I would probably be 30-28.
30-28. A back and forth kick by Evan McPherson.
Or I could do 32-26, but that's not a game-winning field goal.
Oh yeah, but it's not. But that's a scoregami. So
yeah, that's why I said it for the scoregamis.
Hey man, our server pops off. Scoregami.
Yeah, I love some scoregami. All right, we're at 5.9K. If we could just get a couple bucks in here, we could get up to 6,000. I would be happy with a thick 6. And we got 10 minutes to do it. And don't
10
feel
minutes
guilty
to a
if we
thick
don't hit
6.
it. 5.9 thousand is incredible as well. Believe
Absolutely.
us. We're impressed by all of you. You've done a great job. Thanks to the mods, everyone holding it down all freaking day for 8 hours.
Someone was in here earlier today suggesting that if we got to 5,000 that you guys would show your feet.
Don't do that. You'll get banned.
Someone was doing
I already did the gritty on stream. Okay.
I was about to say,
my feet in sock form.
Well, 5 Points and I did a shirtless Eiffel Tower on urinating tree about 8 months ago. I mean,
that
really.
was good TV, right? Or whatever this is. That was good.
That was good
YouTube.
streaming.
Yeah, if someone donates 1,000, we'll get to 6.9K. That's a great suggestion right there.
Well,
Yeah,
you can
I'm
also
hoping for
donate after
6.9.
stream too. So sometimes you can get extras that trickle in.
All right.
Not a $5
I never want to hear the words feet
never
trickle in
mentioned.
the same sentence
Like
ever again.
Yurig, I don't know how we got a super chat here, but it's just like
Yeah,
watching
somehow he
and found trees doppelganger Norway's Magnus Negrigron.
We have
we got
160 Swedish krona.
Swedish
Yeah,
krona.
that's like $20, I think.
Yeah.
Nick DeLuni. Well, it's closer, man.
Thank you.
Getting
We're
closer.
almost there. We're at 5.9K.
Oh, we have 5 more minutes left. Well, you guys got any plans for the rest of the week?
Oh, I haven't
got-
given my
I'm going
prediction yet.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I'm
go.
sorry. Jeez.
Go.
Well,
All
make
right,
your
go for it.
prediction 5. Jesus.
Geez, shut up, man. Gosh. All right. This year has been the most scripted, most obviously rigged year in the history of the NFL. You had a lot of close games in the what are we pointing up for?
You.
And
Oh.
you making your
Waiting for you to
prediction.
go.
I'm making my prediction. Thank you. As if y'all can't hear. This seems like the weirdest year ever. I feel like something crazy is going to happen. I feel like a team is going to get out front and then blow a lead somehow. The Bengals, I think, have just come too far. Like, there's no reason not to go all the way. That's how they've lived this year. Like it's like the Giants when they made their run. I've made a lot of parallels to this team, to the Giants. Like nothing they've done has made sense. They've continued. They've got a young gun who's going to get it done. I think the Bengals win, and I'm sorry I'm jinxing the Bengals and ensuring a Rams win. I think the Bengals win like 31-25.
There you go. You should have done 32-26 for the scoregami.
You know what? I will do a scoregami. How about
There you go.
32
There you go.
26? I would drop 20 on it
Kitty goes
exacta.
meow.
Yes. Dude, you should do an exact. Did you see that bet where the dude bet $20 on the NFC and AFC championship games and hit both scores and they got a payout of $500,000?
Yeah, like $500,000 with a $20 site credit.
Yeah. Yes.
That would have been nice. I mean, half of it would have gone to taxes, but still.
That's still more than you went in with. A hell of a lot
that's
more.
still more than any of us make in a year combined.
Although I will admit that I learned something nice about winning the lottery in California.
Yeah.
If you are a California resident and you bought a winning lottery ticket in the state of California, there's no state tax.
Really?
Oh.
Whoa.
Did you win a couple bucks?
Yeah, I won like $5 on a scratcher.
Oh.
Nothing.
Good
But
thing
yeah.
they didn't come after the tax on that. For
I
sure.
won like $2 on a scratcher.
really.
That's one of the greatest confusions about California is
The
the taxes
most-
out here don't kill you. It's just the sheer cost of real estate will.
Mm-hmm.
The most I've won in a lottery is $3,000, and I freaked out. And then I looked at it, and it was a fake lottery ticket that my kid bought for me. It was it was one of those pranks that you can buy or whatever. And I was like, "Yay, I won $3,000!" And then my son starts laughing. He's like, "Ha, we bought a fake."
Baited.
He's not applying to college.
Apparently,
right now,
my reaction seemed so fake, even though it was real, that they thought that I knew that it was a fake. Like my wife was like, "Did you know that that was a fake?" Because that reaction was so like fake, and I was like, "No, I really thought that we won." And a fake lottery ticket is cruel. It is cruel.
Yes.
Time to get a new
Absolutely
kid. 5.
5 points is that kid about the age where he's applying for college.
Yes, he's almost there. It's
then
sad.
find out whatever his dream college is, and then send a
acceptance letter,
a fake acceptance letter to yourself.
Yep, and then we'll just we'll get it there. All right, we're in the last 2 minutes of the stream. Tree, what did you have? What did you want to do before I gave my prediction?
Well, nothing. I forget. I just wanted to say that Haters Guide, I'm hoping to get out. Probably.
Oh yeah. What we got going on for sure. Yep. I've got a video coming out on what gets a head coach fired. Like, what are the things that a coach does that ends up getting him in the employment line? And Will Keys wrote it, so I'm going to edit it and get it all up. And apparently it's going to be like, he already said, anytime Will tells me, he's like, dude, the script is good, I'm like, all right, I know. Like when he wrote the draft stream for the 2000s whatever draft that we did with Jamarcus Russell, that draft, he was like, this is a good script. I was like, okay. And then I read it, I was like, yeah, this is it right here. All right, we've made it because we started a minute early.
Well, we've got 40 seconds.
All right, 40 seconds. Can we get
40 holes?
$50? I think 50 will put us over.
What we got to do is we got to raise them terrible towels for Steelers going Super Bowl because they're buying tickets. Let's go.
I would have held on to you, Yang, but I was
Fitty, and you'll get a boop.
For a moment.
Fitty, and you'll get a boop.
I don't know if we'll get a boop. I mean,
I don't know. What should I do if we get a Fitty? Throw something across the room?
Truffle shuffle.
I'll put this plunger on my head. How about
that? God.
You're just saying that because I'm a fat ass.
No, I mean, dude, whatever. They make me do it too. I don't give a shit.
Hey, there we go.
Anonymous.
Hey, we got a Fitty.
Hey, we got a Fitty, everyone. All right. There, we made it. Didn't take us over. Oh, wow. We got
Yep.
there we go. We got it.
500 Kronor. There we go, baby.
500 Korno. We made it. We made it 6K.
6,000.
We did it. We did it.
America.
All right, let's play the outro. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? You guys have a good time. 8 hours.
You know it, man.
Screaming our asses off.
Absolutely know it, son. But I mean, you just sit there and you just like ramble.
Yeah. You know what you are, though?
What?
You're a bitch.
Yeah, I was gonna say that about you. Feelings mutual, motherfucker.
That's right. That was fun, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream. Thanks to all the guests, the mods, everyone that came, all the interviews all day. You're all beautiful people. You raised $6 grand for fake news. Love you. See you soon.
Peace out, motherfucker.